Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So, half a day today for trial. Oh, I love your comments. They kill me every time. Legit. Legit. I know we have a few minutes before the case starts. You guys want to see something cool that I've been working on for my intro? It's just sort of like a placeholder until someone else sort of makes me one. But I was working on it last night and I didn't finish it yet. Obviously, it is unfinished. There are pieces that are going to be moved around and coupled together, and I got to add the eerie, creepy musica. But I need something like immediately before a friend of mine makes me one. So I figured I would start work on one. Let me show you what I got so far. See if you guys like it. Let me share the screen so you can see what I'm seeing here. Okay. Pop it up here. Good morning. I sent you the link in email, Kathy. Okay. So I know it's not like full screen-ish, but this is what I've been working on for my intro. Again, just as a placeholder until my friend makes me one, a better one. But for now, and again, it's unfinished. So, all right, ready? Let's hit play button. Tell me what you think. There's no music to it yet. I got to find the most creepiest music possible. And I have to sort of couple things together. Like those ones are together, but the next ones aren't. I didn't transition them yet. So when it's done, I think it'll be a lot better because again, the transitions have to come. I flashed obviously some of them, but the transitions for these last two haven't been done, and I want to move them around. So this one, yeah, this creepy one, and the next one are going to be separated in the order of where you're seeing everything. So these two are going to be separated because this is the last one right now. There's going to be more after it. I'm going to separate these two, and obviously creepy music will be added. But for now, I need something, right? Like something, at least something. So that's what I did last night. That's what I did last night. Takes a long time. Good morning. I know, right? It is kind of gruesome, but I am a true crime channel, so it's got to be a little creepy. And again, it's kind of just a placeholder. A friend of mine makes way better videos, way better intros, and obviously it needs to be a little longer because you want something that's like playing as you're sort of like, getting everything put where it's supposed to be. So an intro should be like 2 to 3, 4 minutes. It depends on like you're in, you know what I mean? I want it to be around like 2.5, 3 minutes ishy. It is twisted, right? Like, I mean, it goes with the name. So it's for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of gray tones. I sort of there's an option to sort of like flash things in and out. So that one that says like killer in like a thing that looks like blood, that was sort of on its own. And what I did was I flashed it into the creepy swing and back out again. So I thought that would just be like a kind of a cool effect of it. But I only got to like up to the point where like the creepy girl is like, crawling on the ground. And so like I was adding in other things, but like I have to separate some things. I got to put the transitions in. I got to add the creepy music. Like I got to do that first. So I'm hoping to have it done like hoping maybe Thursday-ish, maybe. I know. I know. It is what takes so much time. Right? I know there is some that are 10 to 15 minutes. I don't think I would make mine that long. Like, don't think I would make mine that long. Um, I was on the phone with my friend last night and I was like, "Ooh, let me show you what I got so far." And she's like, "Dude, did you make that all on the phone while you were on the phone with me this whole time?" And I was like, yeah." Like 50 seconds. I feel like it needs to be well, at least for my own personal preference, I feel like it needs to be just a little longer than 50 seconds. Probably, I would say for me, it would be like 2.5-ish minutes. I mean, it's complicated, but it's not, I guess. Like, the software makes it a lot easier to sort of figure out what you're doing. Like, I had never used this software before. I literally just pulled it up and was like, "Let's play with this." And I'm on the phone with my friend and she's like, "Elise, did you like, as I'm like, "Oh, let me show you what I did. Let me show you what I did." So like, I put her on like video chat and I show her and she's like, "Did you do all that while you're on the phone with me?" And I was like, yeah, I did. Like, just like, you are something else, dude. Like, you just figured out a random software. Like, it's actually not a complicated one, thank God. But yeah, I just, start clicking on things, try to figure out where something goes. And you're like, okay, this is what needs to happen here. And then you add this. And now I just need to add some really creepy music. I probably listened to like probably 100 tracks last night, and none of them, I mean, there was definitely some of them were creepy, but it just wasn't the right one, right? Like, you kind of know when it's the right one. I want something that, like, yeah, well, thankfully, this is all free, non-copyrighted strike music that I can picking from. Thank God. It's made literally for that purpose. So that's another thing. But because it's non-copyrighted YouTube copy strike music, it's a little harder to find what you want. I want something very specific. I want something that sort of starts like low tone creepy, and then gets up to be like sort of. Hold on, I'm just checking on the thing, on the case. Still looking at the ceiling fan. But I want something that starts in a low tone creepy, and then sort of the beat sort of comes up a little, but not fast. Like, sort of still a steady sort of thing, and then goes back to being like super quiet, and then at the end has sort of like a like a little bit higher tone, but not high. Like, it's got to be ominous, I guess. I want it to be ominous and creepy. Like, that's just what I want. We're looking at the goddamn ceiling fan here, people. Again. We got 30 seconds. Almost too long. Yeah, no. Maybe. I actually never thought about it that way. That's probably right. I mean, I never thought about it that way. I mean, again, my brain works in different ways, but I never thought about that way. I mean, probably a stall tomorrow. Yeah, because I guess when you first go live, like when you first hit the live button, there's no one there, right? Like, you got to wait a second before people get the notification and start like coming. So, I mean, I guess for me, it's more like, for me, it's not about like the numbers, right? Because the numbers you guys see on your screen and the numbers I see on my screen are very different. Like, if you're on YouTube right now, you might only be seeing a couple, like, I'm streaming across numerous platforms, and it gives me the number at the top right here on my screen, right here, of everyone watching across all the platforms, not just one, right? So, I guess it could be a stall. For me, it's more like I have a clip I'm going to show everybody and I need to put it where it needs to belong in here. And I'm not like 100% ready yet, or my light's messing with me and I need to fix that. Or like, I want my audio, like that's me, like me running around like the donkey, with my head cut off, trying to make sure everything's set. And so I think that like 2.5 to 3 minutes will give me that like time to not like, well, I'll probably freak out anyway, but not freak out, to get what I need to get right there, Yeah, I know. Well, thankfully there's a huge library in what I'm looking at here to do it. And so I'm hoping that I can just find the most perfect, creepy, ominous song for that. Oh, well, like, what do we really say to that, guys? Like, not a ton, that's for sure. Like, I mean, I wish some of those people would learn like basic court procedure or like how basic stuff works, and then it wouldn't be so frustrating. Yeah, and Heels was one to like sort of push me to be like, Elise, like people have been begging you for months to get back on. Like you need to do it. Like you need to just do it. Like, and I'm like, I know, but like I don't want to accidentally spill the beans on some non-public information until the trial starts. So I waited and I waited and I waited until this trial started to come back because I did not want to accidentally say something that people didn't know yet. I wanted it to come more organically, right? Like in the trial. And I waited until now. And so here I am. Like, oh my God. See, I can't. There is a private back chat. It's literally right here on the side of the screen, or on your phone. It's literally like right on the side here. Like, yep, that's what I'm using right now. Canva. That's what I'm using. That's right. She was always witty. Always super witty. I loved when everybody would talk at the same time and she'd be like, I'm going to mute you all. If y'all don't shut up, I'm going to mute you all. I mean, I know we can do that back here. I've actually never had to mute a guest before, but. Oh my God, dude. But I told you guys yesterday, I highly doubt she lets those photos in. And if she does, they're going to be very strictly tailored to something. Like, there's numerous people in those pictures. She's not the only witness testifying to that very same thing. So, like, I just don't see it happening. But again, you never know. The judge could do it because she doesn't want to seem a bias, even though it's not biased. It's a straight up legal ruling that most judges would rule. Like, she's not special in any way with that. No, she wasn't. And it's like, you can criticize and not be mean. Like, how do I put this? I don't mind constructive criticism, things that could be better or would be better. But you have to say it in a way that it's not hurting someone, that you're not being an asshole, right? Like, hey, Trisha. Oh, I love that, Kathy. That's what I pulled up last night. I said, all right, I'm doing it. I'm freaking doing it. Like, yes, today is a half day. And so I pulled up Canva and I started clipping stuff and I said, oh, shoot. I am going to be up. I was on the phone with my friend. I said, I'm going to be up all night if I don't get off this right now, because I won't finish this until, like, I won't stop until this is finished. So I'm going to have to get off the phone and shut my computer, because if I don't, I'll be up all night trying to finish this. Like, I'm one of those people that, like, I want it done. I want it now so that you guys can have it, like, and it can be there. And then, you got to have an intro, and then you got to have sort of like an end, right? Like, so I'm going to just make this one that's, not super hard to do while my friend is busy doing, her thing, and hopefully she'll have time to make mine sooner than later. But I know she is super busy like the rest of us. And what the hell is he doing? Does anybody see this? Like, why are we zooming in and out on the fan? I mean, like, this famous fan. Like, is there anything else you guys could, like, focus on other than this damn fan? Like, come on, man. At some point, probably some point soon, I'm going to have to leave you all for a minute. It'll still stream. The case will still stream, and I'll bring my phone, but I won't be able to rewind, mute on the case, like anything like that, while I'm gone to the store. But I have to go get this money order up the street, and my best friend is buying me a coffee because she knows that I am a cranky monster without my coffee. Like a cranky monster. And usually I get it before I see you guys. But she's running a little late today, and I don't drive. So we got to wait for her. After Effects. I've heard that one is good. Hey, stick with what works. If it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Like, Yeah. No, they're not. It's not really working for them, you know? I know, right? Agent Whitespin. Like, oh God, me too. I just can't stare at that mug and those tiny arms, bro. I can't. I totally could if they wouldn't go bad before you got them, lady. But maybe when I get down there in October. I'm just running to do like a money order and a coffee, and that's that. Oh, I gotta turn the volume on. Hold on, sorry guys.
22117. Counsel?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning,
Good
Your
morning,
Honor.
Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the
Good
street.
morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti from County.
Morning,
Good
Jimbo.
morning, Ms. Gianetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. So, Ms. Gianetti, I just wanted to tell you that after reviewing my notes of the testimony of Katie McLaughlin, my view hasn't changed, but I will give you a little bit of leeway with this witness.
Okay. I would like to define the parameters if I can, Your Honor, so that we.
All right, the jurors are on their way over. I don't think you need to define the parameters. When there are objections, they'll either be sustained or overruled. Okay.
Your Honor, there is one other thing that we needed to put on.
All right, nobody told me that. All right, why don't you come here at sidebar and we'll do this.
Oh, come on. I want to know. It's because she doesn't want the jurors to hear. You can't prejudice the jury. So, is Karen wearing like a trench coat? What is she wearing? What is happening right now? Oh, okay. I see. Good morning. See, I am not a video editor. Like, good for you guys that can do this stuff. Like, I have to, like, I can edit shorter videos with like transitions and stuff like that. TikTok I can do, like YouTube, sort of these long form edited videos are not my thing. I need someone to help me or show me. I'm a fast learner though, so if someone just showed me how the hell to do this shit, I would remember. Listen, I'm a learner. That's what I do. I mean, just a few months ago, I started like trying to teach myself like physics because I was like, I need to learn something new. This sounds complicated. Let's start reading about physics. Like, yep. Agreed, Anne. Good morning, Chris. Nobody told her that like they were going to need to discuss something else this morning. Okay. I don't know. It's weird looking. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. My friend that lives down south, she sends me the dude. You're a genius. All right, I know she's watching, so like, you're a genius, and like, if I could have not spit like water out,
I do not expect to have you come in and have us not be ready, but I do appreciate your patience with us. I do have those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Yeah, it pisses me off. You shouldn't be allowed to.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
Oh, girl, I'm
Were
gonna have
also
to
able
watch
to follow
those.
the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research
I'm gonna
or
have to watch them.
investigation.
I love that kind of stuff.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no.
Exactly.
All right, can we bring Ms. Albert back in, please?
Exactly, Kathy. But I'm doing Canva. Is that the software you mean? Because I will totally do it with you. We can get on a non-live one of these and do it together. I'm with you, girl. Let's do it.
Can you raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and during the case now and here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can take a seat.
Good morning.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Sure.
Good morning,
Oh
Ms.
yeah,
Albert.
girl, that's the one
Good
I'm
morning.
doing right now. Let's do it together.
Ms. Albert, I'd like to go back to a discussion of Katie McLaughlin.
Okay.
My things are on my face.
Yesterday, I asked you a four-word question, and that question was, who is Katie McLaughlin? Do you recall that question?
I do.
You would agree with me that your response was not, she's a firefighter.
Correct.
Your response was not, she's a friend.
Correct.
Your response was not, I've known her for years.
Well, I sort of alluded to that when I said that I've known her since high school.
Right. Your response
Yeah,
was
dumbass.
that she was somebody that you knew in high school, correct?
I said that I went to high school with her and she's my same age. We graduated the same year.
Right.
Yes.
So you referenced high school, correct?
Yes.
All right. You would agree with me that you've seen her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
You have hung out in the same group with her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
And you graduated high school in 2014.
Yes.
It is now 2024.
Putting you guys on
Yes.
my
Your
phone
contact with Katie McLaughlin
so I can leave the
has
house.
been fairly consistent over the years in that it continued at least until 2021, correct?
I would agree with that, although it was far and few between. But
Is that
throughout the
because-
years, yes.
Do you say that because the photographs are far and few between?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You would agree with me that there was not a 3-year period prior to January 29th of 2022 where you didn't see Katie McLaughlin at all, correct?
A 3-year period,
Right.
I can't say 100% yes to that, but I wouldn't be surprised if I had seen her at some point in time over the past couple of years and before John O'Keefe's passing. Yeah,
Seen her a couple of times, does that mean that maybe you bumped into her and said hello?
it would mean that we would be in the same place at the same time, not something that I reached out and invited her to in any way, shape, or form. But, you know, again, we have mutual friends. So I would not be surprised if I went somewhere and she happened to be there as well.
Okay. And it would have been a surprise to you that she showed up at whatever place you were at in those 3 years? Is that your testimony?
No, it would not have been a surprise to
You
me.
would have known in advance that Katie McLaughlin was going to be at the same place that you were in advance.
Not necessarily, but if
Ever in those 3 years?
Objection.
Isn't it true that only 8 months before January 29th of 2022, you and Katie McLaughlin were at a baby shower together?
Objection.
Do you know that? Yes. Go ahead and answer. Yes, we did.
You were. Whose baby shower was it?
It was a mutual friend of ours.
What's her name?
Her name's Alyssa.
And how many people were at that baby shower?
I can't say for sure. I mean, it was Alyssa's family
All right.
and a bunch of friends. I can't put a number on it.
The friends all gathered together and took a photo together with the woman having the baby shower, correct?
Objection.
Was there a photo taken?
I believe so.
You were in that photo, correct?
Yes.
Who was standing next to you?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, if you saw the photo, would that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked.
Just show her.
Sorry, I was just going to identify it as S for identification for the record, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked S. Could you take a look at that and look up at me when you're done? May I approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed that photograph, Ms. Albert, who is standing next to you?
One of my friends is on the left of me and Katie McLaughlin is on the right of me.
Okay. She's right next to you in that photo, correct?
Yes, she is.
That was in June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
So if somebody testified that you hadn't seen each other in 3 years prior to January 29th of 2022, that would be wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And with regard to the contact that you've had with her in terms of group events, you would agree with me that it wasn't just day trips that you took with her, correct?
Correct.
You've also gone on road trips with her, correct?
I've gone away on trips that she was with. I didn't drive with her or go with her or invite her, but she has been there, yeah.
Okay, and what road trips have you taken overnight where you and Katie McLaughlin have been together since high school?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, have you not?
Objection.
So we need a time frame, Ms. Giannetti, not just
Sure.
10 years ago.
Since high school, you've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you go to Maine with her?
I did, and the year would have been like 2015 or 2016.
If I suggested it was July of 2016, would that make sense?
That would sound about right, yeah.
And while you were in Maine, there were 7 of you in a hot tub together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in a hot tub with Katie McLaughlin in Maine, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You'd mentioned that you'd been to Maine with Katie McLaughlin in 2016. Where was it in Maine?
I'm not sure the exact town.
Right. Probably 4 hours away?
I'm not sure how long it took to get up there.
It wasn't 10 minutes away,
No,
right? And it wasn't a half hour,
no,
all right? It was more than 2 hours, correct?
maybe.
And you drove, correct?
Yes.
How many days did you spend in Maine?
I'm not sure, maybe 2.
All right. So you were up in Maine over a weekend
Yep.
with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Yes, as well as a bunch of other friends.
Oh, of course. But the answer to my question is you were with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many times have the two of you been to the beach together since high school?
Objection.
Do you know? If you can answer that, go ahead and answer.
I know that we have been to a beach together, but I don't know how many times. I could guess.
Don't guess.
Okay.
Next question, Ms.
You
Giannetti.
said a beach. Does that mean that the two of you only go to one particular beach?
No,
No, you've gone to multiple beaches with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
not that I can remember. I can't remember how many times. I have one memory, but I can't say for sure how many times I've been to a beach with Katie McLaughlin.
If I showed you a photograph of the two of you on a beach together in bikinis, would that refresh your memory?
Objection.
Ms. Giannetti, you can show her a photograph.
Thank you. If I may approach.
Yes.
Again, I'm showing you S for identification, one particular photo in S. If you take a look at that and look up at me when you're done, does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
I don't think she allowed them in for the jury to see, only the
The
witness.
photo that I showed you from S for identification, what beach was that?
I don't know the name of the beach.
Where was it?
I believe somewhere in the Cape.
And Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes,
And-
along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but you.
Miss Gianetti, please no more, of course.
Of course, Your Honor. With regard to that photo,
He's trying
once
to
again,
be an
you
asshole,
are
the
right
judge
next to
is like,
Katie McLaughlin. Were you not, right in back of her?
She's in front of me, yes, and the mutual friends that I already said that we have are also in the photo.
Of course. And let me ask you this. Has anybody in
So
this,
jurors, I'm going to strike that, of course.
has anybody in this courtroom today asked you about the other mutual friends who were there? Did I ask you today whether there were other mutual friends in that photo?
Objection.
Sustained.
You added that to your answer, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes,
Who are your college roommates?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Who were your college roommates?
Yeah, it's sustained.
How many college roommates did you have?
Objection.
Sustained.
Fair to say that Katie McLaughlin has been with you and your college roommates.
yes.
When was that?
2015, 2016?
And there were two college roommates that you and Katie McLaughlin were with, correct?
I had multiple college roommates at that time, and two of them were the mutual friend that Katie and I share.
And in fact, there was an occasion where you were in a kitchen with your two college roommates and one other person, correct?
Objection.
Need a time frame or something, Ms. Gianetti?
Or that was around 2016, was it not?
That sounds about right, yes.
All right. And do you recall which college roommates they were?
Objection.
Sustained.
And someone took a photo of you, your two college roommates, and one other person, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In 2016.
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Well, Yannetti got like 4 questions in there, guys, before everything was objected and sustained to, which, funny enough, I know I was muted, but I was over here going, objection. Every time Lally should have or would have objected, I'm over here going, objection, objection. My best friend's looking at me like I've lost all my marbles. Mary's really good at reading people like that.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photo from S for identification, ma'am. If you look at that and look up at me when you're done. Who's in that photo?
Myself, 2 of my college roommates, and Katie McLaughlin.
Okay. So Katie McLaughlin's the only one in that photo who's not one of your roommates, correct?
Yes.
And was this a situation where she just showed up unexpectedly?
Why am I not seeing Boyce's comment?
The issue was going to be there.
Objection.
Ask the question differently. That it's sustained in that form.
Thank you, Ronna. Did you expect? By the way, whose kitchen is that?
It was the college house that I lived in.
So your kitchen.
The house we were renting, yes.
You lived in that kitchen,
Yes.
and Katie McLaughlin's in your kitchen. Correct?
Yes.
Who invited Katie that day?
The 2 mutual friends that I lived with.
Okay. Certainly, you didn't invite Katie, correct?
I did not.
Because you're not close friends with her at all, correct?
I am not.
In fact, you don't really like her very much, do you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You guys were teammates on the track cross country team.
Yeah,
back-
the college roommates had nothing to do with it. I see you now,
I
Boyce.
don't recall that, actually. We could have been. I'm not sure.
If I may approach?
Yes.
Once again, place S for identification before you, ma'am. If you look at the first page and then the second page.
Kathy, you can share the link with Boyce's if she wants. I just don't have her email or any way to send it to her like I do you guys.
If I may approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed those 2 pages, does that refresh your memory about your teammate, Katie McLaughlin?
Yes, it does.
And you certainly were teammates in high school, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that that relationship continued in terms of your contact with her all the way up through 2021, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the photos that are in S for identification.
Morning.
Full exhibits in this trial at this point.
Objection.
The objection sustained. You should put those back up with the clerk, Ms. Giannetti.
Yeah, Jess Machado, she's a joke. She isn't a journalist. She's not an unbiased journalist. She's a joke. That's why somebody had a 3-year restraining order on her, because she's batshit cuckoo bananas, in my opinion.
Now, you testified that you knew Brian Higgins prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You knew him as a good friend of your father's, correct?
Yes.
He arrived at 34 Fairview Road, your parents' home, on January 29th of 2022 after you got there, correct?
Again, Yes, because me and my parents were the first ones inside from what I remember.
Did you see what Brian Higgins wrote?
From the information I have,
did
there is
not.
no conspiracy. The FBI looked into it. There was nothing.
I did not.
At some point, you saw him inside.
Everybody has their opinion
Yes.
and they're more welcome to
You
it.
made it into the kitchen and dining room area where.
Be
you
nice,
were,
ladies.
Yes.
You agree that at some point, Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, left that area to go to another room, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say there was at least some portion of the night when Brian Higgins and your father were out of your field of vision, correct?
I don't agree with that because the room that I had seen them go into has an open doorway and you can see right into the family room that they were in. So I could actually see them in there.
Gotcha. How long were you there when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were there?
A quality replacement window made with Fibrix material, which is twice as strong as vinyl, delivered through a stress-free process. Welcome to Renewal by Andersen. Get the peace of mind knowing Renewal by Andersen handles everything from start to finish. With one call, you'll enjoy working with the best people.
Sorry,
exclusive
guys, I
products,
can't
and a
change that right
superior
now since
process.
I'm out. I can't skip it or mute it.
It's the
The one problem with being on your
Call
phone
now
is
to get our exceptional
you can't
signature
share
service.
screen from
This
my laptop
fantastic
running
offer
at
is
home,
available
and I
only for a
can't,
limited time. Renewal
can't
by
do it.
Andersen.
For that full hour and a half, there was no time when Brian Higgins
That
and your
is
father,
insane.
Brian Albert, were out of your field of vision.
Not that I can remember.
Now, earlier that evening on Friday, January 28th, you made plans to go out with your mom, Nicole Albert, your aunt, Julie Albert, and your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
From the beginning of that night, the plan was for Tristan to go home early, correct?
Yes.
And that was because he had to get up early to plow or shovel, correct?
Yes.
He had to get up really early, correct?
Yes.
The plan was for him to shovel or plow at 3 a.m.?
He was, from what I recall, he was on standby for like 3. It could have been any time after that.
Oh, I see. So it could have been that he had to get up at 3 or maybe a little bit later, correct?
Yes.
And it was for that reason that when he was at the waterfall with you, he only had a couple of drinks, correct?
From what I remember, yes.
And from the beginning of the night, you knew that it was going to be iffy as to whether he would be able to get much sleep at all, correct?
It wasn't really something we discussed.
Well, the reason he was going home early and only having a couple of drinks was to see if he could catch some sleep before what would be a very difficult,
if you want it.
correct?
You don't have
Yeah.
to use it. It's just in case you want it.
And you knew that in order for him to get any sleep, he couldn't stay at the waterfall very long, correct?
Yes.
And that's why he left early.
Yes, he went home to rest. We didn't speak about whether or not he would be sleeping.
It wouldn't shock you if he tried to go to sleep.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
You stayed believing that Tristan was going to try and
Go,
rest,
Peyton,
and sleep,
Albert.
correct?
Yes.
And the plan when he left you was that you wouldn't see him again until after he was done with his plowing that morning, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So is it your testimony that the plan from the beginning was that Tristan was going to drive from Canton to Easton and get some rest?
Oh, they're aware. They just ignore it.
Easton to
Just like they did with
Canton
Rita.
well, so that he could take you back from Canton to Easton. That was the plan?
It may not have been set in stone, but it was definitely spoken about. And then that's what ended up happening. Yes.
Have you ever told anyone that before, Ms. Albert, that the plan from the start of the night was that Tristan was going to make 4 trips total from Canton to Easton, Easton to Canton, Canton to Easton? Have you ever told anyone that before?
I don't remember if I mentioned that to anybody.
That was the first time you've ever said that just now before this jury. Would you agree with that?
I believe so.
Almost 2.5 years after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you decided at 1:45 in the morning that it was important for you to get home?
At 1:45, around that time is when Tristan picked me up, a little bit after that, but I didn't want to get snowed in at my parents' house.
It was important for you to leave 34 Fairview, correct?
I wouldn't say important, but it was something that I wanted to do.
It was
Yes.
important enough for you to leave, correct?
Yes.
And you made the decision to have Tristan drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up, correct?
Yes.
How far is it from Easton to Canton?
From our apartment in Easton to 34 Fairview Road is about 18, 19 minutes.
Okay, and that's when there's not a snowstorm outside, correct?
Correct.
Of course, in a major snowstorm, you certainly can't drive as carefree as you can when you're driving in good road conditions, correct?
Right.
And your boyfriend was making that trip multiple times that night, correct?
Yes.
When Tristan picked you up at 1:45 a.m., did you bring Chloe out of the house with you to take to your apartment?
No.
Okay.
Is he
On
serious? Did you
29th,
bring
2022,
Chloe?
You were there at your parents' house from around midnight until about 1:45?
About a little bit after 1:45, yes.
Okay, and during that span of time, almost 2 hours, you never saw anyone pull up outside, correct?
I personally did not.
No. And you personally did not look out the window either, correct?
No, I did not.
And you personally never heard anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
That is correct.
Right. You never heard any yelling, correct?
That is correct.
No screaming,
Correct.
nothing smashing into anything else,
Correct.
no revving of tires,
Correct.
no noises outside,
Correct.
nothing attracted your attention.
Correct.
You never saw any vehicle backup lights.
Correct.
You never saw any red lights outside.
Correct.
You heard zero evidence of anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been some type of car accident outside.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Ms. Giannetti.
You didn't hear a car accident.
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you left 34 Fairview at 1:45, which door did you use?
I think I walked out the front door.
And the front door, could I have exhibit 66, Mr. Bates? With the court's permission, may that be
Sure.
displayed? Do you recognize exhibit 66 as being a depiction of your house?
Yes.
The front door to your home, there are actually two of them, correct?
Yes.
And when you say the front door, you're referring to the door that's lit up in that photo?
Yes.
You can take that off the screen. I'd like to ask you some questions about what you saw or didn't see within the first couple of seconds while you were stepping outside. Coming out the front door of your house, you would agree with me that your parents' front lawn is directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
By that time, snow had started to accumulate at 1:45 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
I did not.
As you stepped out of the house, did you see a black sneaker?
I did not.
Did you see 45 pieces of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
No. Did you see one piece of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
Did you see a 6'2" man on your parents' front lawn in front of you?
Objection.
Did you?
I did not.
You saw nothing unusual on that front lawn of your parents' home, did you?
I did not.
Now, Tristan had parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
When I say Tristan, I'm referring to Tristan Morris, who was your boyfriend, right?
Yes.
As you face the house, that driveway is to the right, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming out of the house, the driveway is to the left, which makes sense, right?
Yes.
Where in the driveway was Tristan Morris parked?
I don't remember if he was on the left. My guess would be the left side of the driveway because that would have been closest to me walking out of the house. But I can't say for sure exactly where he was parked in the driveway.
Okay. In any case, you walked to his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And actually, when I say his vehicle, it was actually your vehicle, right?
Correct.
That was the Jeep that you had at that time?
Yes.
And as you were walking to that vehicle, you would agree with me, there were no obstructions between you and your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And as you were walking to that vehicle, again, no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red taillight, and no 6'2" man did you see on your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there were no, strike that. After you got into the vehicle, you got into the passenger's side
Yes.
because you had been drinking that night, correct?
Yes.
And it wouldn't have made sense for you to drive home to Easton, correct?
Correct.
So Tristan Morris backed his or your Jeep out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And the tail end of that Jeep, when he backed out, would have gone toward Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Which would mean that the car was now facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Yes.
And that would mean that your Jeep, being driven by Tristan, would have driven directly by your parents' full property line, correct?
Correct.
And you were on the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Correct.
The passenger's side was closest to your parents' front lawn as you were driving away, correct?
Yes.
And you drove past the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You drove past the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And in all that time from when Tristan Morris pulled out of the driveway and drove right by your parents' front lawn, you never saw anything of the things that I previously asked you about, correct?
I did not, but I also was not looking.
You saw no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red plastic, and no 6'2" man, correct?
Correct, but I also was not looking out my window.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did anybody in this courtroom ask you if you were looking out your window?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That was an answer to a question that nobody asked you, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, at this point, you would agree with me that you've essentially circled your parents' front lawn, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you came out the front door and were facing the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
Then you're walking to the left, which means that the front lawn is to your right, correct?
Correct.
Then you're backing up out of the driveway, which means the front lawn is still to your left, correct?
Correct.
And when Tristan pulls the car such that when Tristan Morris pulls the car such that the car is now operating parallel to your front lawn, now the front lawn's to your right, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all of that time that you were circling that front lawn, you never saw anybody or anything out of the ordinary on that lawn, correct?
I did not.
And you also didn't see any tire tracks in the snow, did you?
Not that I can remember.
Let me have a moment.
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, turn your attention back to yesterday, you were asking questions about Courtney Proctor, is that right?
Yes.
And you were asked about whether or not you met her kids, and you said once. Can you explain that?
From what I can remember, I forget exactly where I was, but my aunt Julie Albert had pulled up in her car, and I was talking to her, and she had the two kids in her back seat. I think she may have been babysitting them. I didn't ask for specifics, but she rolled down the back window, and that's when I met the two kids, and that was it.
Okay, but how many years ago was that?
I can't say for sure, but definitely like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe.
The one time while they were in the backseat of a car for a couple minutes years ago.
Yes.
Had you ever met Michael Proctor prior to the day that he came in, or that he conducted an interview with you?
Never.
Now, as you were walking into the house, your testimony is that you saw Colin Albert walking out of the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Without getting too much into it, as far as photographs of you on a high school track team, that would have been sometime prior to your graduation in 2014, correct?
Yes.
And about how many people were on your track team?
Over 30, maybe. About 30.
Now, when you were at the house at 34 Fairview Road on the early morning of the 29th, your father, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins were out of the room, being the kitchen and the dining area, for some period of time, correct?
Correct.
And about how long period of time are we talking about?
Minutes. I would say at most, maybe like 5 minutes. At most.
Now, you were shown a drawing, essentially, in Exhibit 66 of your parents' house at 34 Fairview Road, up on the screen just now.
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
That exact photo, I don't believe so.
Do you know whether or not that was even a photo, or would you be surprised if that was some sort of drawing or rendering of the house?
Yeah, I can't say for sure where that came from or what it is. I don't believe I've seen it before. Could you rephrase the question? Sorry.
No, that's fine. My other question is, did you happen to notice in that particular drawing that there were lights on near the front door and lights on near the garage? Do you recall that?
I did notice that, yes.
Do you recall whether or not those lights were on, or those lights even exist at the time that you were exiting the house on January 28th?
I don't recall. Yeah, I can't say for sure if those lights were on.
Now, you were asked some questions about exiting the house and coming over to Tristan's car, getting in, your car that Tristan was driving, and then backing out of the driveway and driving away. At any point in time, did you look over to the unlit area on the left side of your parents' property near the flagpole?
Objection.
Form the question differently, Mr. Malone.
When you walked out the front door, where was your attention directed?
When I walked out the front door, I recall somewhat looking down, trying to make sure I didn't slip. The ground was completely covered with snow at that point. And then my direction was towards Tristan's car, so to the left. Then once I got in the car, I was turned again to the left, speaking with him for the majority of the first couple minutes of our car ride back home to Easton.
Now, so when you exit the door, you come onto the brick steps, correct?
Yes.
And the brick steps are covered in snow at that point?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were wearing on your feet? Were they high heels, flats?
I think I had high heel like boots on, something of that nature.
You're walking down the brick steps that are covered in snow in high heel boots, correct?
Yes.
And then you're walking over to your car and getting in the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, at any point in time in any of this sequence, do you have any reason to look over to the front yard area of your parents' home in the area of the flagpole?
I did not.
And then you get in the car and you're driving away and you're talking to Tristan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so Tristan is driving, you're in the passenger seat, is that correct?
Yes.
So you're looking at him but away from the front lawn as you're driving away, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Judge.
Okay.
Maybe you just testified that the one time that you saw Courtney Proctor's kids, they were with your aunt Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
And you just testified that that was about 2 or 3 years ago, correct?
That was an estimate. I can't say for sure, but yes.
It wasn't 10 years ago.
No.
2 or 3 years ago, right now it's May 14th of 2024. 2 years ago would be May 14th of 2022.
Yes.
3 years ago would have been May 14th of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay, you are all set, Ms. Albert.
Thank you.
Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the call Mr. Tristan Morris to the stand.
just step right there.
Yep. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and herein should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take this.
Okay, whenever you are ready, Mr. Lally, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Tristan Morris, Morris.
And Mr. Morris, where do you live?
Easton,
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
Caitlin Albert.
And what is the nature of your relationship with Caitlin?
She's my girlfriend.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Roughly 8 years.
And with respect, well, let me ask you this. Do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a union pipe fitter.
And how long have you been doing that?
6 years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022, into the following early morning of the 29th. Do you recall that day?
Early morning of the 29th?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And on that particular Friday, what, if any, plans did you have yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlin Albert?
For me, it was just an ordinary day. I went out and I met them for a drink.
And about what time?
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice.
Okay.
So you indicated you went and met them. Who is them?
My girlfriend, Caitlin, and that's all I remember.
And do you recall where it was that you went?
Waterfall Bar and Grill.
That's somewhere that you and Caitlin had been to before?
Yes, multiple times.
And do you have any idea what time that was on the 28th?
I don't recall.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was there in addition to yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlin?
No, I do not.
Do you recall whether or not either of her parents were there?
I don't remember.
You're familiar with her parents, though? Is that fair to say?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You're familiar with the family, correct?
Yes, I am.
And if you recall, about how long was it that you were at the waterfall that
I couldn't estimate, but it wasn't that long.
evening? And wasn't that long? Why? What was it that caused you to leave that night?
Later that night, I had to go plow. I was supposed to wake up pretty early.
And as far as plowing, is that something that you do sort of on the side on a fairly regular basis, or?
Yes. When I can do it, I do it. It's extra money.
And how is it that what if any relationship do you have with the company that you do any sort of plowing or shoveling for?
It's my landlord's company.
And is that, when you say plowing, is that sort of residences, businesses, or something else?
All of those, residence, houses, anything, businesses, could be any of them.
So it could be a commercial parking lot, could be a condo, could be a business park, any of those things?
Correct.
And about what time was it, if you know, that you were supposed to sort of be ready or on call to go out and do that?
So we were waiting for the snow. I just had to be on call for 3 to 4 in the morning, just have my phone on standby and be ready to go, just how it always is.
And so when you left, or when you went to the waterfall in Canton, at that time, was it snowing?
I don't believe so.
And when you left the waterfall to go home, why did you went home to rest? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I needed to sleep, yes.
And when you left the waterfall to go home to Easton to get some rest or to get some sleep, was it snowing at that point?
I don't remember.
And at some point prior to you going out and either plowing or shoveling early that morning, who, if anyone, was contacted?
Can you repeat the question, please?
After you went home to rest or get some sleep, well, first of all, were you able to get any sleep?
Barely.
And while you were home in Easton, who, if anyone, was reaching out to you?
Yes, my girlfriend.
And so your girlfriend, Caitlin, was it calling, texting? How was she reaching out if you recall?
I believe both.
And about what point in the evening did you start to get calls or texts from her?
I don't remember.
And at some point, based on those calls and texts, what, if anything, did you do?
At Olive Garden, We don't take our lasagna lightly. With layers upon layers, baked to perfection in our homemade sauce made from scratch every day. Pair that with our never-ending first course, and it brings more
I
of what you
apologize
love
that
to
I
the
cannot
table
tip this,
and
guys.
who you love around it.
Olive Garden. When you're here, your family.
The Garfield movie, exclusively in theaters.
Those you went to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And where did you go?
34 Fairview Road.
Are you familiar with that address?
Yes, I am.
And familiar with it because at some point during the time that Caitlin were dating before you moved in together, she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And about how long a drive is that from where you live in Easton to 34 Fairview Road?
21 to 25 minutes, I would say.
And do you recall what vehicle you were driving on that occasion?
I do. I was driving a white Jeep Cherokee.
And whose white Jeep Cherokee is that?
Caitlin's.
And did you have a vehicle at that time?
I did.
And what kind of vehicle did you have?
I believe it was a Ford Fusion.
Fairly older Ford Fusion.
2012, yes.
And so why was it that you took the girlfriend Jeep Cherokee versus your older Ford Fusion?
It drives way better in the snow.
And so when you left your apartment in Easton to drive to 34 Fairview in Canton, was it snowing at that point?
It was.
And
Okay,
do you
hold
recall-
hold on one second. Ms. Giannetti, can we? Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm sorry. So when you were driving from Easton to Canton, it was snowing. Do you recall how much snow had come down at that point?
I don't recall.
And what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the snow that was on the ground in relation to how you drove from Easton to Canton?
I was very cautious. I was 10 and 2 the whole time.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether you parked on the street or the driveway? Or?
No, I don't know.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, did you communicate to Caitlin?
I just told her I was here.
Was that through a text or a call? If you know,
Text, it would be.
you pull up at some point, park somewhere, text her you're correct.
Yes,
And at some point, she comes out of the house. Is that correct?
correct.
Did you ever get out of the car or go up to the house or go inside the house or anything like that?
No, I did not.
And how much time was it between the time that you texted her that you were here to the time that she came out?
I don't remember.
Was it a long time or anything like that?
No, it wasn't.
And when she comes out, do you recall sort of where within the front of the house she came out?
No, I don't remember.
You're familiar with 34 Fairview, though, correct?
I am.
And there's a couple different doors on the front of the house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you don't recall specifically which door she came out of?
No, I do not.
And when she came out, she came over to the car, correct?
Correct.
She gets in. Which part of the car did she get in?
The passenger.
Front seat passenger?
Front seat passenger.
And at some point, you're leaving from 34 Fairview and you're going back to Easton, correct?
Correct.
Was there any sort of delay or any sort of long period of time that you were in the car in front of the house after Caitlin gets in the car?
No,
So essentially, she gets in and you pull away.
correct.
And when you pull away from the house, where do you recall which direction you went into to go back to Easton?
I went up Fairview Road.
And so up Fairview Road would be sort of heading towards Chapman Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as you're going by the house, which side of the vehicle would have been facing the house? Either the driver's side of the vehicle or the passenger side?
Can you repeat that?
As you're going by the property at 34 Fairview Road,
Yeah.
which side of the Jeep that you were driving was facing 34 Fairview Road? Was
The
it
left.
your side or her side?
My side would be facing the street. If I'm coming down, my side would be facing the left side.
And what I'm asking is when you're driving away.
Away, yes, the passenger side would be facing her house.
And as you were coming there, would it be the driver's side or your side that was facing the house? If you recall which way you came.
I don't recall.
But as you were leaving the house, Caitlin's side or the passenger side will be facing the house, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the snow that's coming down as you're driving away, what, if anything, did you have to do with regard, or what, if anything, did you do with regards to the vehicle? Did you turn anything on or anything as you were driving?
No, I did not.
So did you have a defroster on?
Yes,
And did you have windshield wipers on?
correct.
So the snow was coming down at least at a pace that you had the windshield wipers on, correct?
Yes,
And during that drive, specifically on Fairview Road, but at any point during your drive to Fairview and from Fairview, do you recall anything as far as how the roads were they treated? Did you see plows out, anything like that?
I don't recall.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, as far as when Caitlin gets into your car, how would you describe her demeanor?
Normal as always.
Nothing out of the ordinary that you observed?
Absolutely not.
She gets in the car, is it fair to say you guys haven't seen each other for a couple hours, you start talking?
Correct.
And so when you're talking, you're driving, she's in the passenger seat, is that correct?
It's correct.
And was she facing you while you were talking to her as you were
Yes.
pulling away? Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Thank
you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You've been dating Caitlin Albert for 7 to 8 years now.
Correct.
The two of you now live together.
Correct.
Are you still living in Easton?
Yes.
How long have you lived together for?
3 years.
When you first met her, where was she living?
Canton,
Where in Canton?
34 Fairview.
She was living there with her parents at the time,
Correct.
Brian and Nicole Albert.
Yes.
You met her parents, Brian and Nicole Albert, several years ago, correct?
Correct.
You've met all of Caitlin's siblings as well.
Correct.
You've spent time at their house.
Yes.
You've spent holidays with them.
Yes.
And you've been over there on weekends, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that over the last 7 or 8 years, you've been with the Albert family quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
And you've also been with the McCabe family, correct?
Yes.
And even though you're not married, you consider yourself just about one of the family, correct?
Yes.
Since John O'Keefe's death, you have continued associating with both the Alberts and the McCabe's, correct?
Yes.
Because you're still dating and living with Caitlin, correct?
That is correct.
And in June of 2022, a few months after John O'Keefe's death, you went to Ned Devine's in Boston with many, many men in the family, correct?
Yes.
That includes the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And that includes the McCabe's.
Yes.
Do you recall who was there that night?
No, I don't.
If I showed you a photograph from that night, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Can I approach Ron?
Yes.
I placed a photograph before you. Take a look at that and look up at me when you're done.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about who was there that night?
It does.
Are you, by the way, how many people are in that photograph?
Do you want me to count?
With the court's permission.
Okay, go ahead and count. And after you count, let's mark this for identification, please.
Yes.
12. 12 people, including myself.
Okay, if I could have that marked for ID.
12, including myself.
Thank you.
You would agree with me, sir, that at that night at Ned Devine's in Boston, everybody there was, except for you, was either an Albert or a McCabe?
Yes, that's correct.
And the photo that you or somebody decided to take was all of you with your fists clenched, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you clench your fists that night?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did all of the Alberts and McCabe's clench their
Objection.
fists that night?
Sustained.
That photo was posted to social media, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And it was posted by somebody named Kevin Reardon.
Yes.
Who's Kevin Reardon?
My girlfriend's cousin.
He's actually the son of one of Nicole and Julie Albert's sisters, correct?
Yes.
And you've met him as well, correct? And do you recall the date that that photograph was posted to social media?
No, I don't.
I showed you Z for identification again. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And having, I'll take it back from you. You've had a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
Having reviewed Z for identification, does that refresh your memory as to the date of the posting of that photograph?
Yes.
Were you aware at that time that, and by the way, what date was it?
You just showed me.
I know, and I'm asking you to tell the jury.
It's June 5th. It was dated.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
Were you aware that June 5th of 2022 was 4 days before Karen Reed was indicted for this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Were you and the Alberts and the McCabe's celebrating the indictment of Karen Reed?
Objection.
Were you?
No.
Thank you.
You've never testified before any grand jury regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You've never testified previously in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You were at 34 Fairview Road in Canton at 1:45 in the morning or about 1:45 on January 29th of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time.
Was it wildly different than 1:45 in the morning, or was it somewhat close to that?
I'm not going to make up a time. I don't remember.
Was it 9 p.m. on the 28th?
I don't remember times.
So if I asked you if you were there to pick up your girlfriend Caitlin at 9 p.m. on January 28th, you couldn't say if that's true or false?
No, because I'm not making up a time.
Okay, so it could have been 9 p.m. that you were there, not 1:45 in the morning.
I didn't say that.
Well, you've just said that you can't rule out that it was actually 9 p.m. on the 28th, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Did you say that?
I didn't say anything. I don't remember a time.
No, I understand.
So I'm not going to make up a time.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time.
I don't, it could have been later, could have been earlier. I don't know a time.
Right, but it couldn't have been 9 p.m. on January 28th. Could it have been?
I don't know.
Okay. What time were you at the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Were you at the waterfall?
Yes, I was.
On what date?
The 28th.
Was it in the morning?
It was at nighttime.
Was it? Okay.
No, he's not going to make up a time. He's already said that 3 times, and Lally should be
I don't
objecting.
remember.
Did you leave at 5 p.m.?
I don't remember.
So it could have been 5 p.m. that you left.
Could have been 5 in the morning. I don't know.
He's not going to make up a time, and he shouldn't. He should not make up a
Decide
time.
What time it was?
Yanetti's trying to get him to make up a time, and he's just going to say, like, no, I'm not going to say about what time, because if he says about
When
what
did you
time,
testify?
Yanetti's going to say, well, you
You were
said
at-
about this time, and it's really this time, so you're lying. So he's not going to do
On
that.
January 29th, after midnight.
I don't remember a time.
Okay. But you do remember being there, correct?
At the waterfall?
No, at 34 Fairview.
I remember picking my girlfriend up. Yes.
You do, because you've testified to that, right?
Right.
Today.
Yes.
And when you were there, you had an opportunity to see the front lawn to that property, did you not?
Yes.
You pulled into the driveway.
I don't remember where I pulled into.
Okay. Did you pull into any place when you got there?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
He's just saying he
So
doesn't
you-
remember. I'm not going to
you
guess.
say you
It's
don't
2.5
remember where you
years
pulled
later.
into. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you pull in any place when you got to 34th Fairview?
Well, I had to pick my girlfriend up, so yes, I did.
You did, okay. Was there any place other than the driveway to pull into when you got to 34 Fairview?
No,
So it had to be the driveway, right?
must have been.
All right. When you pulled into the driveway, you waited a period of time for Caitlin, correct?
Yes,
And how long a period of time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it more than a half hour?
No,
Was it more than 10 minutes?
I don't remember.
It could have been more than 10 minutes.
Probably wasn't.
And when you say it probably wasn't, that means it probably was less than 10 minutes, correct?
I don't remember the time.
During that time that you were waiting for Caitlin to come out of the house while you were in the driveway, there was nothing obstructing your view of the front lawn, correct?
Nope.
All right. And shifting gears for a second, this was on.
He wasn't looking at the
January
front lawn. Why would anybody just be
correct?
staring at a front lawn?
Yes,
And ultimately, you did pick up Caitlin and take her back to Easton, correct?
correct.
On January 29th, at any point that day or night, Trooper Michael Proctor never interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
Nor did he interview the next day or the day after that, correct?
Correct.
Or the month of February, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2023, correct?
Correct.
The first time any investigator of this case interviewed you was
after
May
Turtle
7th
Boy
of 2024.
Sat
correct?
there and badgered.
When was that? I don't.
That was 1 week ago. That was last Tuesday.
Correct.
Yeah, after Turtle Boy
You were
badgered him.
aware at the time you were being interviewed for the first time by any investigator, this case had already started.
Yes.
You were aware that this jury heard opening statements from both counsel on April 29th, which was over a week before May 7th, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't until over a week after opening statements that somebody from the state police finally interviewed you, correct?
Nobody from the state police interviewed me.
Who was it that interviewed you?
Nobody interviewed me. I spoke to the DAs about coming in here. That was about it.
Okay, I thought you had just testified that on May 7th, that was the first time an investigator reached out for you.
Yes.
All right. And when I use the term interview, I don't mean that somebody put a bright spotlight on you and took you into an interrogation room. I'm just asking, did somebody ask you questions?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll let it
And-
stand.
Thank you, Ron. And that interview did not take place in person, correct?
No, it did not.
That was a phone interview, correct?
Correct.
And your attorney was on the line for that, correct?
Correct.
Now, from the beginning of the night on January 28th, your plan was to go home early, correct?
Correct.
You weren't drinking much, correct?
That is correct.
You had to get up early.
Yes.
correct? And it actually was really early. It could have been as early as 3 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So from the beginning, you knew that you weren't going to get much sleep, correct?
Yes.
And if you were going to get any sleep, you couldn't stay at the waterfall all night, correct?
That is correct.
So you left early.
Yes.
And you planned to go home, get whatever rest or sleep you could get, and then wait for the call to go out plowing, correct?
That is correct.
The plan from the beginning was not for you to leave the waterfall, go to Easton, and then drive back from Easton to Canton to pick up Caitlin and then take her back to Easton so that you could wait for the call for plowing. That was not the original plan, correct?
No, it wasn't.
No, of course it wasn't. So I apologize, Ron. I withdraw that comment. But the plan changed, correct?
Yes.
Of course,
And
you
that
would
was
throw us the
because you
comment
heard
after
from
the
your
jury's heard it.
girlfriend, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you a question and hope I get an answer. Do you recall what time it was that she contacted you?
No, I don't recall.
Did anybody instruct you not
Adds, I
to
hope I get an
talk
answer.
about any times that anything happened?
AKA, give me an answer.
Absolutely not.
Like, what the fuck?
How did Caitlin contact you that night?
Via text, via phone.
And you were in Easton when she did that, correct?
Yes.
She was at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And by the way, the snowstorm was no surprise to you that night, right?
No.
I mean, that's why you were waiting to plow, correct?
Yes.
That snowstorm had been forecast.
Yes.
And it had started snowing by midnight, correct?
I don't remember when it started snowing.
But for some reason, Caitlin now needed to get picked up before you went plowing, correct?
Yes.
That meant, despite the fact that you had to get up potentially at 3 a.m., you now had to make the trip back and forth between Canton and Easton a second time, correct?
Yes.
And you considered it to be important enough that you agreed to pick up Caitlin despite the changing plans, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you pulled into that driveway, you at least temporarily parked in the driveway waiting for her, correct?
Yes.
What other cars were in the driveway at that time?
I don't remember.
What side of the driveway did you park on?
I don't remember.
After you parked, you texted Caitlin to tell her that you were there, correct?
Yes.
And you previously testified that you don't remember how long it took for her to come out of the house, correct?
I don't remember.
And I started to ask you, and I'll just finish that line of questioning, that at that point, the front lawn of the house was to your left, correct?
It would have been, yes.
Right, and there were no obstructions between you and the front lawn blocking your view, correct?
I wouldn't be staring at her grass. So no.
Okay. I didn't ask you where you were staring. I was just asking if there were any obstructions.
Okay, yeah.
And the answer to that question is?
No.
Was snow starting to accumulate at that time?
I don't remember.
You recall if there was any snow on the ground?
Yes, because I was driving cautiously.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
Absolutely not.
And as you sat in that driveway, you also did not see a black sneaker?
Absolutely not.
And you also did not see 45 pieces of red plastic
No.
or even one piece?
No.
And you certainly did not see a 6'2" man on the lawn of your girlfriend's parents' home, correct?
No, I did not.
You saw nothing unusual in that front area of the lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
Caitlin got into the Jeep.
Correct.
The plan was for you to drive the Jeep back to Easton with her, correct?
Yes.
You backed out of the driveway, correct? And you turned the rear end of that car toward Cedar Crest, correct?
Not towards Cedar Crest. I was going up the hill. So it should
Okay,
be Fairview.
if I suggested to you that going up the hill would take you towards Chapman, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, and the other end of the street was Cedar Crest, right?
Towards that way, yes.
Okay, so the rear end of your car was towards Cedar Crest and you were facing up the hill towards Chapman, right?
Yes.
All right. That would have meant that you were driving your vehicle. Would have been on Caitlin's side of the car, correct?
Yes.
And you drove past the flagpole that you're familiar with, correct?
Yes.
And as you drove past that entire front lawn, you never saw any of the things I previously asked you about: the baseball hat, the sneakers, the pieces of red plastic, or a 6'2" man, correct?
I did not.
You saw nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And you saw no tire tracks in the snow leading to the Albert's front lawn, did you?
Because who would be staring at a lawn and he drove out facing the opposite direction?
There, correct?
Absolutely not.
Sustained.
No further questions. Thank you, Ron.
Okay, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly on. Morris, that photograph that you were shown, do you know what that was, what that gathering was in regards to?
No, I don't.
Now, prior to you leaving the waterfall or during the course of any of the texts or phone calls that you received from Caitlin, was there any sort of reason that was discussed as far as picking her up and bringing her to Easton before you went off to Plow?
Can you repeat that?
From your discussions with Caitlin, what was the reason that you went back to 34 Fairview to pick her up and bring her home?
Objection.
We'll allow it. Why'd you do that?
Well, she's high maintenance. I didn't really want to have to deal with it.
Cute. That's cute.
She wanted to come home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did she say why she wanted to come home?
Objection.
I want to get snowed in.
I'll allow it.
Now, you've testified before that as you were driving around that night, you were cautious and your hands were attentive to, is that right?
Absolutely.
So as you're driving past your girlfriend's parents' house, was there any reason, excuse me, was there any reason for you to direct your attention to the front lawn area of their home?
Absolutely not.
Nothing further on.
Okay, you are all set.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Sarah Levinson to the stand.
That would have been a good opportunity for him to say he was facing the opposite direction. Tristan pulled out facing the complete opposite direction of where John would have been, so his lights wouldn't have shined on John at all. But yeah, wasn't looking and didn't. I mean, nobody's going to be staring at a lawn, bro, especially since Tristan went home to go to bed. He was probably still tired. He knows he's got to plow. He's got to pick up Caitlin and go home. I just wanted to get in the car so I can go home and go back to bed.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Just need you to scoot up and pull down that microphone. You talk really loud into it. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sarah Levinson, Levinson.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
my whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My parents.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
Yes,
What do you do for it?
I'm a registered nurse.
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
3 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week?
Friday was the 28th, Saturday the 29th.
And as far as that evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans did you have for that evening?
My plans were to go to my friend Brian's house for his birthday celebration.
And so your friend, that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know how old he was turning?
He should have. He missed that opportunity.
23.
And
This,
how,
folks, is why I should have
how long or how
finished law school to be an attorney. Finished school.
We met in high school. He's the grade below me. So I would say now it's been about 10 years. So about 8.
And that, his house as far as 34 Fairview Road, had you been there before?
Yes.
Plenty of times, is that?
Yes.
And on that particular evening, how was it?
Yeah, it is hard to hear him.
How did you get?
My friend Julie's father drove us.
Sure, you guys like and share this video.
Correct.
Let people know that we're live with the trial.
Have you known each other?
Middle school. So a little bit longer than how long I've known Brian for.
And you and Miss Nagel, were you in the same grade together?
Yes.
And so her father drives you from your house, picks you up at some point, and brings you over to 34 Fairview.
Correct.
Did you know about what time it was that you arrived at 34 Fairview?
Between 7 and 8 p.m.
And when you arrived, who, if anyone, besides who, if anyone, was in the house at Fairview when you got
It was Brian Jr., Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert.
And what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that particular evening?
We were all going to meet at Brian's house. His family was going to go out, his mom, aunt, and sister. And then we were kind of going to go from there, whether we were going to go out or stay home. It was up in the air.
And when you arrived there, so at some point did his mother, Nicole Albert, his aunt and his sister leave the house?
Correct.
How long a period of time was it from the time that you and Julie arrived to the time that Brian's mother, aunt, and sister left?
15 to 25 minutes, I would say.
And did you have any idea where they were going?
No.
Now, as far as during that time after they left, what was it? Do you recall sort of where in the house you were hanging out, or what you were doing?
We were in the family room and in the kitchen as well.
In the kitchen area within the Albert house at 34 Fairview, were you familiar with that?
Yes.
And the kitchen and the dining room, are those sort of the same thing, is that correct?
Correct.
And the family room that you're talking about, well, let me ask you this. Sort of, with respect to 34 Fairview, there are basically two front doors. Correct?
So, Mr. Lally, I think we can move on from the general description of the house, please.
One last question in regard to that. So the family room that you're talking about, where is that in relation to the kitchen dining?
If you're looking at the house, it's to the right.
Now, what is it that at some point in time did other people join you and Julie and Brian Jr. at the house?
I think it was improper of the judge to do what she just did.
Between 8 and 9 o'clock.
If he wants them to explain the layout for a reason, the judge should have allowed it without issue.
Courtney Alba, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent.
I'm going to ask you to spell all of those last names for us, if you would, please.
So Courtney Alba, A-L-B-A. Catherine Duty, it's Kathryn-Doody. Emily Fabiano, the last name Fabiano, I believe it might be 1B. And then Mary Kent, Kent.
Thank you.
And with respect to Ms. Alba, Ms. Duty, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Kent, how did you know?
I knew Catherine and Emily since elementary school. Mary and Courtney I had known since high school. Courtney I was more of an acquaintance with because she was friends with Brian.
So she was more friends with your friend than you had sort of a mutual friend, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during the time that you were at the house on Fairview, you mentioned earlier you were in sort of the family room area. Where else did you go within the house?
Just the family room, the kitchen / dining room, and then the bathroom off the kitchen.
Exactly, Leela.
And,
But I think we'll get there.
So I'm
It's just slow.
here as far as what I'm asking. When I'm saying you sort of in the plural. So you, in addition to all the other people that you just mentioned, was there any other area of the house that the group of you went?
Did, but
Brian took either Mary or Catherine. I don't remember which one
if you're gonna let
upstairs
the
at one point
defense go on
to
endlessly
see their family dog.
about stuff like that, then the
Can I ask you
prosecution
two
has to have a
more
chance to do it to make their case for
Sorry.
whatever reason they're trying to do it. That's sort of
And,
intervening in the
about how long
prosecution's
period
case.
were they upstairs in the family?
No more than 5-10 minutes.
And so what was it that
Exactly.
the group of you were doing at the house over the course of this evening?
So we were celebrating Brian's birthday. They had gotten calzones. We were eating and then we were drinking.
And And in general terms, if you recall, what was the group sort of drinking that night?
Like spiked seltzers. I know Brian was most likely drinking White Claw because that's really all he drinks. I remember one of the other girls bringing Trulies. I'm not sure about the other people, but around that type of stuff.
And do you know how much each of the people sort of had to drink while they were there?
I'm not completely sure. No one was tipping over.
Fair to say that whatever people had, it was sort of commensurate with each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, over the course of the evening, so you're eating, you're drinking, was there like music?
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. Big Wireless has once again raised their prices. In response, we're bringing...
How was the music being played?
Through a Bluetooth speaker.
And over the course of the evening, in addition to the people that you've just mentioned, at some point did somebody else come by the house?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin Albert.
And did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
High school, like late high school.
And how was it, or how well did you know Colin Albert?
Not very well. Like I said, I'd been friends with Brian for about 8 years at that point, and I know Colin's older brother, Christopher, pretty well. He's my age. I grew up with him, known him since elementary school. So it's kind of like we weren't friends, I wouldn't say, me and Colin, but we were cordial.
He's a younger brother of somebody that you went to school with.
Correct.
And he was your friend Brian Albert Jr.'s cousin, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to Colin, do you know about what time he arrived?
I can't say for sure. Not sure.
Sometime before or after the other Miss Ken, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Judy arrived?
He was there when Miss Fabiano, Kent, and sorry, he was there when Miss Judy, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Kent were there. I'm not sure if Miss Alba was still there because she left separately from those three.
And you mentioned that you had come over to the house getting a ride from Miss Nagel's father, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how the other women got over to the house as far as Miss Ken, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Judy?
They got dropped off. I'm not sure by who.
So fair to say there weren't like a line of cars out in front of the house, right?
Correct.
And about how long, with respect to that group that was there, as far as you and the other young women, about how long a period of time were you all like that?
2 to 3 hours.
So do you know about what time it was that Miss Alba, Fabiano, Miss Judy, and Miss Kent left?
Miss Alba left before the other three. Her boyfriend picked her up, and then Miss Kent, Miss Judy, and Miss Fabiano all left together. I know it was before midnight.
And when they left, was Colin Albert, was he still there?
I believe so.
And you know how much time or overlap there was between Colin Albert and the other women, as far as Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Judy?
I don't remember exactly.
Now, from your recollection of that evening, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within the house over the course of those few hours?
Everything was good, happy. We were celebrating. No issues.
No issues with anybody that was there?
No.
Now, after, at some point in time, later on in the evening or in the early morning of the Who, if anyone else, came by? Came to
So Mr. Albert, Brian's father, Mr. Higgins, Mrs. Albert, Brian's mother, Caitlin Albert, Brian's sister, Jennifer McCabe, Brian's aunt, and then Matt McCabe, Brian's uncle.
Let me sort of break it down and ask you a bit like this. So as far as the order of people arriving, at some point did you learn where they were coming from?
Yes.
And where were they coming from?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins, as far as I knew, were coming from New York. They were at a funeral for a fallen police officer. And Brian's other family members, aunt, uncle, mother, and sister, they were out in Canton. I wasn't sure what establishment.
And so those people that you described, did they all come at the same time, or did they come in sort of staggered fashion, or how did they?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins arrived first, but they all arrived within 5 minutes of each other.
And first, in reference to Brian's father, Brian Sr., you had obviously met him on prior occasions, correct?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met before, or you had known prior to that evening?
No.
And when Mr. Albert, being senior, and Mr. Higgins arrived at the residence on Fairview, was Colin Albert still there?
I don't remember.
Do you have any recollection of those people being in the same room at the same time on that?
I don't remember.
And so, as far as Brian Jr., your friend, his mother's name is Nicole, is that right?
Correct.
His sister's name is Caitlin?
Correct.
And did you know both of them prior to the evening of the 28th?
Yes.
And with respect to Caitlin, how would you describe your sort of relationship with her?
We were friends in high school.
Fair to say that you were closer with Brian Jr. versus Kate, correct?
Correct.
And same question in regard to Colin Albert. Do you recall whether or not he was there in the house at the time that Nicole and Caitlin came?
I don't remember.
And then as far as Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, were you familiar with them prior to the evening of the 28th?
I knew who they were. I'm not sure if I've ever had a conversation with them prior to that.
When you say you knew who they were, how was it that you knew who they were?
I knew they were Brian's aunt and uncle.
Had you ever met them before or had any occasion to see them anywhere before that you can recall?
I know I had seen or met Jen before. I'm not sure about Matt.
And same question in reference to, as far as Colin Albert, do you recall whether or not he was in the house at any point in time when the McCabe was there?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Colin Albert leaving the house at some point?
Yes.
You just don't recall when it was in relation to when the other people arrived from wherever they were?
No.
And do you recall how it was that he left the house?
He got a ride.
You know who he got a ride from?
Objection.
Oh, do you know?
No.
Okay, next question.
Now, when these other people came to the house, we'll refer to them as the older adults. Is that a fair portrayal of them?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Other than the rest of the people that were there earlier, then, correct?
Correct.
So that group that came in later, as far as when they arrived, where were they in relation to the house? Like, where were they situated?
We were all in the dining/kitchen.
So all in that same sort of area.
Correct.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, do you recall anybody from that group of people sort of going anywhere else in the house that you saw?
Not that I remember.
And with respect to the house on Fairview Road, you're familiar with where the basement is located in the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening, did you see anybody from that group either before or after go anywhere near the basement or go into the basement area?
No.
Now, with respect to the sort of mood and demeanor after these other folks come by, after, do you know about what time it was that those people started coming back in from wherever they were coming?
12:15. It wasn't that long after it struck midnight.
So sometime after the strike of midnight, these other folks start to come back to the house.
Correct.
And from that period, from 12:15 or so, from that period, about how long was it after that that you were at the house on Fifth?
I left between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
So about an hour and a half or so after they got there.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that hour and a half or so after they got there, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor within the home during that time?
Same thing. We were celebrating, happy, dancing, all that.
The drinking continued, correct?
Correct.
No issues or arguments or anything that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Now, within the area of the kitchen dining area, at some point, do you recall where people were? I'm talking later in the evening when the folks come back to the house after midnight. Do you remember where those people were sort of situated around the kitchen dining room area at that time?
Yes.
And could you describe to the jury sort of where they were?
So the dining room table is a square. So, and it was in front of the front window. So in front of the front window where their back would be to the window was my friend Julie Nagel. I was sitting then, I don't know, was that perpendicular? I haven't taken math in a long time. I was sitting here. If the window's here, I was sitting on this side, facing kind of, I could see the front door. And then to my right, Brian Sr. and Mr. Higgins were standing. So they're back towards the kitchen. And Mrs. Albert Nicole was sitting with her back to the front door area. And Jen and Matt and Caitlin, I don't believe were sitting.
And over that course of hour and a half or so after those folks came back to the house sometime after midnight, did you observe any other people walking or coming into the house at any point?
No.
Let me ask you this. As far as on January 28th into the 29th of 2022, did you know anybody by the name of John O'Keefe?
No.
And did you know anybody by the name of Karen Reed?
No.
And with respect to either of those people or any other people, no one else came into the house while you were there?
Correct.
Now, at some point in time, your friend Julie, did she go outside of the house?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that was in regard to?
Her older brother, Ryan, was coming to pick us up to take us home. So she went out to talk to him. Prior to him arriving, she said something to me along the lines of Ryan's coming to get us, which Jen McCabe said.
Question. And so in relation to when the folks arrived back from wherever they were coming from to 34 Fairview, when was this that you had this conversation with Julie about her brother coming from you guys out?
Around 12:30, give or take.
And at some point, did Julie go outside the house?
Yes.
And did you have any occasion to look outside at any point when she was out there?
No.
And about how long period of time was Julie outside the house?
No longer than 5 minutes.
And after that, her going outside no longer than 5 minutes and coming back inside, were there other arrangements that were made as far as how you and Julie were going to get home that night?
Yes.
And what were those arrangements as far as what was your understanding of how you were getting home that night?
Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe would drive us home.
Now, Jen McCabe, around that time that Julie went outside of the house and came back in, what, if anything, did you observe her to be?
Her phone was plugged in behind me, charging. She was checking it periodically.
And again, if you could remind the jury, sort of what was it that was behind you as far as where was you going?
So where I was sitting behind me was a wall. And then behind that wall would be the family room.
And so I guess what I'm asking is, was there something specific that her phone was like resting on, or was it just sort of hanging out of the plug, or how was it positioned?
I think it was just resting on the floor.
And with reference to her phone, was that something that Ms. McCabe came over and looked at any point in time while it was charging?
Yes.
And how many times?
I'm not sure, to be exact.
Let me ask you this: was it once, or more than once, or something?
More than once, I would say.
And without any reference to anything that was said, was there some conversation that you had with Ms. McCabe during the time that she would come over and check or look at the phone?
Myself, no. In general, I remember her saying someone was coming.
And that someone that she indicated was coming, again, no one ever actually came in the house or was around the house that you were aware of, correct?
Correct.
And so about what time was it that you left the home on Fairview on that particular evening?
Between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
And you left with your friend, Ms. Nagel, as well as Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle they had or what they were driving on that evening?
Some sort of like large Subaru type. I don't know the exact make or brand, but a large, all I could say was like a Subaru, not a Subaru, not a Suburban. I don't know cars. Like a Tahoe, like a big car.
So like a bigger SUV, correct?
Yes.
And within the SUV that you eventually got into and took a ride home, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, from within the SUV that you got into, was there, as far as the back seat was concerned, was it 2 rows, 3 rows, or something else?
It was 3 rows.
And where was that vehicle parked when you came out to get into?
In the driveway.
And when you came out to go from the house to the car, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing at that point?
It was snowing.
And as far as the snow that had come, was there any sort of accumulation on the ground that you saw?
Yes.
And so based on that, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of your walk from the front door to the McCabe's vehicle in the driveway?
So we exited the front door and went down the front walkway to the driveway. As I said, it was snowing. Julie and I were like arms linked, and I was looking down at my feet to make sure I didn't slip.
And why were you looking down at your feet?
I wore shoes that my mother told me not to wear because they didn't have traction, but they went with my outfit, so I wore them anyways. And I knew if I had slipped and fell, she would say, "I told you so." So I made sure not to do that.
And when you get to the vehicle, do you recall sort of who was driving and who sort of sat where within the vehicle?
Yes. So Matt was driving. Jennifer was in the passenger seat. Julie was behind Matt on the driver's side, and then I was behind Jen.
And when you get into the back of the vehicle, do you recall, was there any sort of conversation about, did either Mr. or Mrs. McCabe know where the two of you lived at that point? No?
They did not.
So I imagine there was some discussion as far as where to, or what was the address or something like that.
Yes, correct.
Do you recall if that was something that was like plugged into GPS, or were you just sort of giving verbal instructions about where to go?
I don't remember.
And do you recall as far as the order of who got dropped off first versus yourself and Ms. Nagel?
Yes,
And who got dropped off?
Julie.
About how far a drive is it from the address on Fairview to Julie's?
Less than 5 minutes.
And same as far as, so from Julie's house, you then went to your house, is that correct?
Yeah, about 5 minutes, I would say, from Julie's to mine.
So 5 minutes or so from Fairview to Julie's and 5 minutes or so from Julie's to yours.
Correct.
Now, when you get in the back of the vehicle, do you recall any other sort of discussion while you were in the driveway before you left?
So, yes, we got in to the car. Matt forgot his jacket inside, so he went back to get his jacket. And Julie and I were in the back seat looking around. One of us noticed, I remember, a loaf of bread, just a lone loaf of bread in the back seat. We said something to Jen because we thought it was weird. And she said something along the lines of, "Oh, anyone want a peanut butter and jelly on the way?" Like making a joke. So we were looking back at the third row.
And so Ms. McCabe is in the front seat of the vehicle at this point.
Yes,
So she sort of turned to talk to you while you're in the back seat.
correct.
And was she turned towards the center of the car or the window or something else?
To the center.
And if you recall, Mr. McCabe gets his jacket, comes back in the car, and at some point backs out of the driveway.
Correct.
And when Mr. McCabe drives from there headed towards Ms. Nagel's house, do you recall which direction that the vehicle was facing as far as going by the house on Fairview?
So,
Let me ask it probably in a better way.
okay.
So at some point, did you drive past the 34 Fairview Road residence on the way to Julie's house?
Yes.
And when you did so, which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing the Fairview Road residence? Was it the side that you're on or the side that Julie's on?
The side I was on.
And at the time that you were driving past that, was there a conversation still that was going on in the backseat of the car or with anybody else?
Yes.
And who was sort of engaged in conversation with that?
Myself and Julie.
And so you're looking at her direction while you're talking to her, is that correct?
Correct.
And as you're driving past the house, what, if anything, does Julie say?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Allen.
As you're driving past the house, what, if any, conversation were you having with that?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to see Councilor Tybar on this one issue.
Jurors, feel free to stand up.
I think what pisses me off more about that, Anne, is that they raised like 200 and something $1,000 for someone who has a ton of evidence against them that they actually committed this crime. And then you have people who have been affected by Aiden, whose lives and jobs have been affected and destroyed. And you have people throwing money at, someone who's more than likely guilty. There's small creators, small channels like mine, and Heels even was a small creator, even 15,000. That's still, small creator. Kathy, like some of our channels, like my case, people that run on donations. That's how our platforms run, on donations. So the way we survive and cover the costs associated with doing this stuff is from donations from people like you guys. So it's like you're throwing, and no, it's over 200K. Aiden's is at like 100 and something K. It's gross. Like, to throw money at people like that irks me to my core. Like, what's one thing any of those people have done to make their community a better place or to help someone? Like, when they die, what have they done on this earth to make it a better place? That's what I teach my children. And I do it by showing them how to do it.
What Ms. Nagel
Not just by
said
saying
to you in the car. The two of you conversing, correct?
Correct.
And as you're pulling past the house, she says something to you, correct? Or says something out loud.
Not farther up the street.
And so when you're talking about farther up the street, where was the vehicle in relation to the house at 34 Fairview when she says something?
The house was behind us.
And so based on what she had said, where does your attention go?
When she was speaking to me, I looked at her. Once she said what she said, I looked the other way to the window.
And at the time that you looked to the window, what was sort of outside the window in reference to 34 Fairview? Was any part of the residence still, or the lawn or anything else visible to you at that time?
No.
And so was a neighboring house, is that fair to say?
One of the neighboring houses, yes.
So whether it was next door neighbor or a couple houses down, it was past that point, correct?
Correct.
And was there any further discussion that you recall in the backseat of the vehicle between yourself and Julie in relation to that earlier statement?
I asked for clarification.
Did you receive any further clarification?
No.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, so this is a good place for us to take our morning recess. See folks are likely to meet.
All rise to the court, please. Your notebooks, follow me.
You are muted.
All right, well, I'm just gonna mute that too. And just sort of watch what's happening here. It is the morning recess. Yeah, I get it. You can't, but it still irks me. We're throwing money away at people who have done very, very bad things. Ruined people's lives, accused innocent people of the most horrific and horrendous things you can be accused of. And I don't just mean the witnesses, other YouTube creators, and Aiden's been doing this for 10 years. So he's been doing this to people for a long time. Like, there should be a witness or victim fund, really. And when all those civil suits come flying at him that bankrupts him, I believe every penny of that should be put into a victim fund to help the people that he has harmed. Same with her. You know, it's really gross. Like, yeah, I hear you. I freaking hear you. You know, everybody is just trying to work day to day to survive. And then you have people throwing money at people who just use it to do bad things. Like, it's not easy to build a channel on YouTube. I think most people think you just push the button to go live and that's it. Like, no, there are costs associated with running a channel. softwares you have to pay for, StreamYard you have to pay for, you have to pay for your microphones and your editing stuff. Like there's a ton of costs associated with running a channel. FOIAs that you have to pay for the paperwork to do Freedom of Information Acts, gas to go around, speak to sources, pick up paperwork, or the courthouses, like all sorts of stuff and costs associated with all of this. Like it isn't free. And, I started my channel because I know two people in my whole lifetime that have gone missing. A friend of mine and roommate, which is my friend's boyfriend, went missing in 2006 and he is yet to be found. I started this channel for cases like that, where I thought that maybe reminding people of that time might bring up a memory that somebody thinks is relevant to trying to help solve this case or find these people, or covering cases like this that are of public interest. Like I started it to help, not hurt, right? Like I started the channel because I believe that trying to help find missing persons and cover cases that, even if someone's afraid to reach out to the police, maybe one day they send an email to me saying, hey, I'm feeling really, bad about this information that I know that I just don't think I can go for. Like maybe it leads to a case being solved, right? Like you just never know. And if I can try and help in any way, like then I put my karma in the karma bank of the world and sent it out to the universe. Like this is a way to try to be a good human and help others. And it makes it a little more difficult when you have creators on this platform that are harassing people and accusing them of being murderers without any evidence whatsoever. Like that's crazy, absolute insanity. There are small creators that are just trying to build their channels to sort of help in the world or to express some people do it because it's their way to get stuff out. Like they express themselves through their channel, like everybody has their own reasons, I guess. And it's discouraging to see people throwing ridiculous money at something that's never going to help the world. Even if it was like just expressing your creativity, and like I will donate to channels, and I haven't in a while because I'm myself struggling just like the rest of the world. But I used to donate to channels, smaller channels, and people who are just trying to share with their world, like themselves, right? Like I would rather donate to a small channel knowing it's going to go to either the costs associated with it or help feeding their family, like help buying clothes for their children, help you put gas in their car to get to work. Like I would rather do that than donate to these creators that cause nothing but chaos in people's lives. It's utterly disgusting to me. Oh yeah. They've harassed many people and attacked many others. Anybody who can expose them for anything, they attack. I'm on that list. Sean McDonough has been on that list twice. He's been attacked. Nick Rocco was called a fame whore the other day. I knew that was T-minus however many minutes. It's okay if Aiden does it. It's just not okay if Nick Rocco does it, right? No, he would expect nobody say anything like that if it was him who's on every channel. But he's mad because Nick is being invited and he's not, because he has 19 felony indictments. Like, come on, man. Like anyone he's jealous of or feels as a threat or he thinks is taking $1 from him, and he's admitted this to multiple people, he has to take them out, no matter the cost, no matter how, no matter when. And there are plenty of people who are just don't even have channels. They're just people on Twitter, regular, everyday people that he goes after because they either don't believe the same thing or they know the things that he has done and they have evidence of it. So it's go after them to discredit them so nobody will listen to them. Because when you're in a cult and a mob, all the mob will just listen to everything you say without questioning anything. And there will be, 100% will be a flurry of civil suits. That's not a might be. That's a definite. And I'll be here with my popcorn when they rain down, as they should. As they should. I just believe that like everybody can make the world a better place in some way, shape, or form. And my support, like I invite anybody on my channel. I don't care if you've got 2 viewers, no viewers, or 5 million. To me, it doesn't matter. Are you a good person? Are you someone I jive with? Are you a decent human being? Like, that's all I could ask for. I don't care how many followers you have. I don't care if I could gain a couple followers because you have a bigger platform, or if you come on my channel and you have a smaller platform, I hope you gain viewers. Like, why can't people share? I'm not understanding. Like, why is it like, oh, if I go on somebody's channel that's smaller than me, they're stealing my viewership? Like that kind of thinking is sort of half the problem on YouTube. I'll gladly share my viewership with other people if it helps them succeed. Like, this is where we should be helping one another and lending a helping hand to help everyone up right alongside us, not pushing them down and thinking me, 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 me. Like, that's just a selfish way of thinking. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, I accept anybody's opinion here. Like, even if you think Karen is innocent, like, I accept that opinion here because it's your opinion and nobody can take it from you. What I don't accept is the mean-spirited, constant harassment or attacks, personal attacks and insults thrown at someone. That will not be tolerated here. So if you come here to troll, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your typing abilities, and you're wasting 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds of your time that you'll never get back because it'll just be deleted and you'll be booted. Like, you're wasting your damn time. If you want to troll, please go somewhere else. Like, you want to have a different opinion? We welcome different opinions here. I am okay with that. As long as you remain civil and cordial with others, we can have debates about stuff. I have no issue with that. None whatsoever. If we don't have civil debates, then how do we answer questions, right? Like, how do we get to the bottom of things without ever having a civil debate? Like, we should have civil debates, right? Like, we should. But it also should be done in a way where it's not hurting other people. You're not personally attacking people. There are just some people that don't know how to do that. TB being one of them. Jess Machado being another. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but like, that kind of behavior is gross. And then you want to run around and claim the victim. Like, I'm sorry. That's where narcissism and sociopathism, like, you're a sociopath if you have no feelings about anybody else and you don't care about anybody else. You don't necessarily have to be a serial killer to be a sociopath. You're a narcissist if all you're worried about is yourself. If you could have a care in the world for anyone else, that's a problem, right? And it's not everyone else. It's you, FYI. Like, I honestly feel bad for the Roccos because all the fundraising and things that they have done for Karen Read. And here comes Aiden being a jealous little a-hole. And, oh, he's a fame whore. Like, no, you're just mad it's not you being invited on news stations. We may have a different opinion about this case, but like, there's no reason for that. They have the same opinion. He doesn't care if you have the same opinion, different opinion. Again, if he thinks you're taking money out of his pocket, or he thinks that he's not benefiting from it, or you're outshining him in any way, you are a threat that needs to be eliminated. And that is the way that he thinks. I honestly wish some of his followers knew the things that he said about them in private. He literally like makes fun of them and calls them names, and like, they're nothing more than a bank to him. And that's gross, dude. Like, you should appreciate every single person that follows you or hits the like button, shares your videos. Like, no matter if they can donate or can't, obviously, you know, nobody is going to say like, no, I don't like donations. Like, of course you do, because it's supporting you and your channel. But if that's all you think about your viewership as is just people, robots that donate to your channel, like, you're doing it wrong. You're not doing it for the right reason, my dude. Like, these people spend their time watching you. They're taking time out of their day to sit with you, you know, to watch with you, to hear your opinions. And that shouldn't be taken lightly. That shouldn't just be made fun of. Like, I'm sorry, but I have never once been like, oh, have you seen the people that follow me? I mean, they're all gross. Like, these are the types of things, like, he says behind closed doors. Like, these people don't realize, like, and then, of course, when anybody points it out, they just say it's fake and it never happened. And, you know, and that's where I feel bad for them, because it's like, it did happen. And he has said it numerous times. And that's exactly what he thinks of you people. And it's sad. You know, it's sad. I don't know anybody else that thinks that way. Most people appreciate their viewership. Anybody who comes and watches, anybody who shares, anybody who likes, anybody who donates, like, you appreciate the people that come and spend their time with you. I don't know how you could not. To me, that just clearly shows that there's an issue with you mentally and emotionally. Like that's your issue, not other people's issue. Karma is a bitch. What goes around does come around. You know, that's how it works, right? Like, I fully believe you put good karma in the karma bank of world, and it eventually will come back to you or your loved ones or someone that needs it. You put bad karma in this world, and that bad karma is coming for you eventually. Might not be a day, might not be a week, might not be 5 years, but it will come. And when it does, it's not going to be nice and it's not going to be pretty. And I think he's getting a taste of that right now. For all the years, he's just been lying and destroying other people for the sole purpose of keeping up appearances and making it seem like he's a quote unquote, I don't know how anybody could call him honest, honestly. I really don't. Or anybody who could say he always brings quote unquote receipts. No, he doesn't. He brings doctored receipts, out of context receipts. Sometimes he even makes them up out of literally nothing. He'll literally make up text messages and say, these are real. Like, no, you've been caught doing that and bringing them into court as evidence. Like, the boldness to do that. You brought doctored audio, which was originally a video, into a court and had your attorney proffer it as real when it wasn't. And now you're being charged with wiretapping for it. Every single person who's ever had a phone call with him, FYI, he's recorded it without your knowledge. That's wiretapping. Like, I don't think these people realize everything's recorded. Every single thing. Like, that's sick behavior, dude. Anybody who feels the need to record every conversation they have with any person, like that's like some really like paranoid BS. I mean, I guess I'd be that paranoid too if I committed a bunch of crimes and recorded them all and told a bunch of people and I was going to be caught. I mean, I guess I'd be that paranoid too. But see, when you tell the truth and you don't have to worry about that, when you don't have to worry about truth, because truth is truth, right? Like, you don't have to keep up with the lies, and you don't have anything to worry about or be paranoid about. So I find it funny. Like, just, to me, it's amazing how any one person can be that paranoid. Like, any one person. Like, I don't think that's a life anybody wants to live, right? Is being that paranoid all the time. Like, that doesn't sound like fun to me in any way, shape, or form. It just doesn't. Well, that's exactly it. The fear is to lose fans. That's really all he's worried about. Like, you know, with Lindsay, when the pregnancy, it was, oh my God, I'm going to lose my fans. It wasn't, oh my God, you're pregnant. Like, we need to figure this out. It was, I'm going to lose my fans. And the way he figured that he wouldn't lose his fans was to just say it was fake. Oh, it never happened, guys. It was fake. Nothing to see here. I didn't make her have an abortion because there was no pregnancy. So I don't have to explain that to you people. Like, that's where he went with it. But unfortunately, the truth always comes out. Always comes out. If you don't lie, you don't have to worry about it. But when you lie, I guess you'll live in a state of paranoia 24/7. And I wouldn't want to be you. That's for sure. I would not want to be him. Big ups to my best friend Laura, who got me this coffee today at Mary Lou's. And if you've never tried a Funny Bone, I think you should. If you live in Massachusetts, because it's delicious and it tastes like a cupcake. Just a cupcake in a cup. That's what it tastes like. A cupcake in a cup. If I could have this on tap, I kid you not, I would. Like, this is my one treat I give myself. This one thing and for my day is this coffee. Like, and it's delicious. And for people who don't live in this part of the state, maybe you've tried PS Deli, which is closer to Boston. They actually have a location in Weymouth now, but PS Deli or maybe Honeydew is the next closest after that I can think of. But it's gourmet coffee flavors, basically. Some of them aren't sweet. This one's very, very sweet. Of course, it is Epstein shit on a junior level. You are so right. Totally welcome, Anne, and we're always happy to have you. Always happy to have all of you. I love interacting with you guys. You guys make my morning, especially when we're covering cases like this. And I know I haven't been doing a ton of night lives, and that's because I've been doing them sort of all day. But I'm going to try to do a few night ones because that's my wheelhouse. That's my time. Like, usually I like to do night ones, but obviously during trials like this, they're covered during the day. So you don't really have an option but to cover it during the day. If you haven't, though, please make sure you hit the like button and share and let people know that we're live. Today seems like a slow day, actually. I'm looking at the numbers at the top. And compared to every other day I've streamed, it seems like a slow, maybe because it's a half day too, though. I've noticed that the numbers are slower on half days, maybe because people want to see like a full day of it and not just like a half day of it. But let me shut this off here so it's not binging in your ear, because my phone never ever stops. So that's all you'll hear is binging. Bing, bing, bing. Okay. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. I think this fan needs a name, you guys. What do you think? Like, oh no, I'm sorry. Right now we're just really talking about nothingness. Just because we're on recess for the trial. I'm sorry you don't feel good. I send you healing vibes so that you feel better. How good was that though, Tristan? When he was like, I'm not going to make up a time, sir. I am not going to make up a time. Like, and he kept badgering him about the time. Like, hello, he's already said he doesn't know the time. If you keep badgering him to sort of change his testimony, like the jury's right there. They can see that. They're not going to be too happy with that. The jury is not going to be like, oh, yes, he definitely changed his testimony. It's going to look like exactly what it is. Him being bullied into changing it. He said he didn't know the time a billion times. He's not going to guess, because if he guesses and he says 12:15, and then you say, well, no, it was 12:20 according to X, Y, or Z, then you're going to try to make someone look like a liar who's just guesstimating a time, right? Like, so yes, you don't guess. You just say you don't know. If you can't remember the exact time, you say that. I can't remember. I don't recall. Like, it's better than trying to guess and then having someone make you out to be a liar when you're not, just because you guessed around about the time. Even investigators, when they come and interview, they ask about what time, not exactly what time, about what time from what you can remember. No, I mean, unless you're staring at a clock or look at a clock every 5 seconds to see, like, you're not going to know the exact time. It's common sense. And a lot of this stuff is 2.5 years later, remember? Like, yes, I hope you do feel better. 2.5 years later, 2.5 years later, like that's a long time to have to try to remember some small details, right? Like, where were you parked in the driveway, or did you pull in or didn't you? Like, if you asked me 2 years ago at a family Christmas party, I mean, I would probably mesh all the Christmas parties together. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, like, to see where I parked, like I wouldn't be able to remember that. Even if something crazy happened, like I'd remember that, but I'm not going to remember like where I parked or like what time it was. Like, so I thought that was really brave of Tristan to be like, I'm not going to guess, sir. I'm not going to guess what time, sir. Like, and obviously I have, endless notes on this case. And you guys have to remember, I've been doing this case for close to a year now. So the amount of like notes for not just this case, but like a few others in here is like in between my kids' scribbles. She used like tic-tac-toe a couple times in my notebooks. But like, I literally have like a ridiculous amount of just stuff, right? But I did write a few things down. Tristan and Caitlin both decided they were gonna tell their story, like, right, in the form of like questions being asked. Like, she works for, and that's another thing, Caitlin works for the Attorney General's office, the Medicaid fraud division. She has a career, a real job. Like, you know what I mean? All these people have careers and real jobs. Like, they're not just bums on the street, like, which the defense is trying to make them out to be, like all these corrupt, weird, like, they seem like very normal people. Like, see, I know I'm one of those people too, Brianna, that like when I take notes, like I take copious notes. So like I've been trying to limit my notes because I know myself and I know that I'll just keep going. And I even write in when the lunch break is, like what the time, like, listen, all right, this is my problem. I need to like bring it down a little with the notes. Like, But Caitlin testified that she didn't want to be snowed in at her parents' house. No offense to, my parents, and God rest my father's soul, but I wouldn't want to be snowed in with my parents either. Just saying. Especially if I could go home to my own bed, right? So, Caitlin testified that she didn't want to be snowed in. Tristan testified she didn't want to be snowed in. And he said, well, I wasn't going to argue with her. I was just going to go pick her up because she's high maintenance and I don't want to hear it. Which, everybody laughed. If you're a guy, you can relate. You just do it. You just do it. She's always right. You just do it if you don't want the argument. Just do it already, But he didn't, give times. He didn't know them. And I loved the, sir, I'm not going to make up times, as he shouldn't. And I think he said it twice. And remember when Tristan came out of the driveway, he went this way. So if John is here on the grass, way over in this dark corner where most people aren't going to see him if you're not staring at grass, Tristan came out of the driveway and his back end went this way and he went up the hill. So he went the complete opposite direction. Yannetti was trying to sort of get at that if Tristan pulled out of the driveway this way, that his lights would have flashed onto the grass and he could have seen John. But once again, Tristan got out of bed to come get Caitlin. He had to plow that night. So really in his mind, he's picking her up. He's going straight home and he's trying to go back to bed before he has to be called to plow, right? I've plowed before, so I know exactly what that's like. I want to get as much sleep as possible because I might not sleep for 36 hours. So, or more sometimes. So yeah, you want to get as much sleep as you can before you're called in to do it. And so he came out butt end this way, not this way. So Yannetti wasn't able to keep going with that line of questioning on if Tristan's lights would have hit the grass. And that's another thing. So I've been thinking where the cars were in the driveway. And even if they pulled out of the driveway and went that way, right? Even if they went that way. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta close my slider because they're doing some sort of noisy shit. Hold on. It's what happens when you live in a damn complex and they don't tell you they're going to do anything. They're currently drilling something into the side of my porch. First of all, maybe you want to tell me that you're drilling something into the side of my porch before you do it. Especially since I'm live streaming. That's pretty ignorant to not say anything. But of course, that's what you get when you have slumlords. Yay. But even if people were backing out of that driveway, and they were going towards the way John was on the lawn, their lights would not hit the exact spot John was at. And also because it was a mulch bed and there was bushes there, the flagpole, the electrical box, and the fire hydrant. Sorry, blank. The fire hydrant, you really wouldn't see, right? You really wouldn't, especially if it's snowing, even if it wasn't coming down hard. You're essentially, and when you're backing up, remember, where are you looking? Back, right? You're not looking forward. You're only looking forward once you've backed up all the way. So they wouldn't be looking at the exact spot that John was. Here it comes again.
Thank you. Maybe see you close back a second.
All right, let's bring Ms. Levinson in, please. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning, Miss.
Good morning.
You have lived in Canton your whole life?
Correct.
Graduated from Canton High School?
Yes.
Have been friends with Brian Albert Jr. since high school?
Yes.
I believe you said it's been probably about 10 years now that you've been friends?
Correct.
And the two of you actually went to the junior prom together, correct?
Correct.
You consider him a close friend.
Correct.
You've been to his house many times.
Yes.
You've gone inside the home and you've spent time in the backyard as well.
Yes.
Gone swimming in the pool that they have in the backyard.
Yes.
And in high school, you would hang out in their basement, would you not?
That's correct.
And you know that there's in that basement a bulkhead door that leads to the backyard, correct?
I never noticed it.
You're also on good terms with other members of the Albert family.
Correct.
You know his brothers and sisters, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert, Brendan Albert, Kayla Albert, and Jack Albert.
Yes.
You also know his cousins?
Depends which ones, but yes.
Some of them.
Yes.
You know that Jennifer McCabe's daughters are Brian Albert Jr.'s cousins, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of Brian Jr.'s parents, Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, correct?
That's correct.
And you actually call Nicole Albert by her nickname, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And what is that nickname?
Coco?
And you know Brian Albert Sr. relatively well, having been over the house so many times, correct?
Depends what you qualify as well, but yes.
Do you find him a little standoffish?
He's quiet.
But in any case, you're comfortable at the Albert home.
That's correct.
And you were at the Albert home on the night of January 28th, going into the 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Got there around 8 p.m.
Correct.
And you didn't leave until around 2 a.m., give or take, on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
So again, ballpark figures, if you were there from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m., that means that you spent about 6 hours at the Albert home that night into the early morning?
Correct.
And you yourself never left the home during those 6 hours, correct?
Correct.
You were inside the home the entire time.
Correct.
Were you interviewed by any police officer, state trooper, or other investigator about the events of that night on January 29th of 2022?
On that day?
Yeah, were you interviewed?
No.
What about the rest of January or even February of 2022? Were you interviewed by any investigator?
No.
The fact of the matter is that no investigator connected with this case took a statement from you in terms of an interview until about 9 months later, correct?
Correct.
And that was done at the district attorney's office on October 21st of 2022?
Correct.
Now, that night while you were at the house, you'll agree with me that there were people coming and going from the house the whole night, correct?
I mean, you would have to be more specific.
Okay, so I'm not talking about like every minute on the minute,
Mhm.
but during those 6 hours, you saw people come and you saw people leave, correct?
Yes.
But you were not standing guard at the door to take note of everyone who was entering or leaving or the times that they were entering or leaving, correct?
Correct.
You were not, keeping a log, for instance, of when somebody came in or when somebody left.
No.
And when you got there around 8 a.m., you came with your good friend Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
Julie's father dropped you off there.
Yes.
You saw Nicole Albert, Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Brian Albert Jr. when you arrived, right?
Correct.
Then Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Nicole Albert left, right?
Yes.
But then 4 other friends of Brian Jr. arrived, right?
Yes.
And you would name them when Mr. Lally was asking you questions before the break, right?
Yes, correct.
So with those 4 friends, with you and Julie and Brian Jr., that meant that at that point, there were 7 people in the house, right?
Yes.
Actually, there were 8 people because Colin Albert was there as well, correct?
It depends on what time you're referring to, but yes.
He got dropped off there at some point.
Yes,
And then he was one of the 8 people, including yourself, that you were with.
correct.
You never saw him walk in the door, did you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember seeing him actually enter the house, correct?
Correct.
But during the night, you actually sat right next to Colin Albert at the table, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And with regard to Colin Albert, I believe you testified, you really wouldn't say he's a friend of yours, right?
That's correct.
He was more of an acquaintance, was he not?
That's correct.
Somebody that you met, but you didn't hang around with, right?
Yes.
You have never been in a hot tub with Colin Albert, correct?
Not that I know of, no.
You never took a trip to Maine with Colin Albert, right?
Objection.
No.
Objection, objection.
Because going away on a road trip, that'd be something that you do with a friend, right?
Objection.
Objection. No, it isn't. If you didn't invite that person.
And
Mean dude.
with regard to those 4 friends of Brian Jr. who
Hills
arrived,
also believed she
your,
was
your
guilty.
best estimate is that they came sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. I'm talking about Courtney Albert, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent. Strike that. You know what? Let me withdraw that question and rephrase it. They left sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m.
Correct.
And you can't be sure precisely when they left because, again, you weren't watching the clock to make note of when people made their exits, correct?
I know they left before it was Brian Jr.'s birthday on the 29th, so I know it was before midnight, but other than that, no.
Right. And that's like an hour span of time that they could have left within, correct?
Correct.
You never saw Colin Albert physically walk out the door, did you?
I don't remember.
And then at some point before midnight, Brian Albert Sr., Brian Higgins, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Caitlin Albert all arrived at the Albert home, correct?
Yes, I don't know if you said Matt McCabe, but
And
yes.
Matt McCabe as well.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert arrived at about the same time?
Yes.
And that Caitlin Albert, Jennifer and Matt McCabe, and Nicole Albert all came back around the same time.
Correct.
Now, from that point until the time that you left around, and that was around 2 a.m., right? Give or take?
Correct.
From that point until around 2 a.m., the only person who left the house was your friend Julie Nick, right?
Correct.
Your understanding was that she went outside to talk to her brother, Ryan Nick, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And in addition to not remembering seeing Colin Albert leave, you also did not see Brian Higgins physically leave, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also don't remember seeing Caitlin Albert leave, correct?
No, I don't remember.
You would agree with me that throughout the night while you were at the house, Caitlin Albert was playing music on her phone?
Yes.
There were surround sound speakers set up in the kitchen dining room area?
I don't remember that.
There were speakers though, correct?
Possibly.
So
I don't remember.
your memory is not that Caitlin Albert had a song or songs playing on her small iPhone, was it?
No, it was on a speaker. I'm just not sure if it was surround sound or a Bluetooth speaker like it was previously in the night.
All right, fair enough. People were singing and dancing, right?
Correct.
Pretty much everybody was singing, correct?
Correct.
People were talking.
Correct.
Everybody appeared to be in a good mood and having a good time.
Yes.
And with the music, the singing, the dancing, the talking, the drinking, there was a lot of activity going on in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
There was plenty of, to pay attention to with regard to the people that were in that area, right?
Yes.
Brian Jr. was in the kitchen essentially the whole night.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was charging her phone on the kitchen island at one point.
Behind it, but yes.
Did she pick up her phone in your presence to make any calls or text anybody?
she picked up her phone. I'm not sure what she did with it.
But in any case, you'd agree with me it was noisy in the kitchen.
Yes.
And the kitchen's in the back of the house.
Yes.
Now, you had seen the Albert family dog, the German Shepherd, Chloe, prior to that day, correct?
Yes.
And Chloe was not a very outgoing dog around people, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your impression was that she was a former police dog, correct?
Possibly.
Right or wrong?
Maybe. I don't know.
While you were in the kitchen with all of the singing and dancing and talking and music going on, you did not hear Chloe bark, correct?
Correct.
You did not hear Chloe growl, correct?
Correct. Not that I remember.
You did not hear somebody get hit in the back of the head with anything, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead, you can answer that.
Correct.
And while you were there sitting, you could not hear what, if anything, was going on in the basement, correct?
Objection.
There was nothing in the basement. Nobody was in the basement.
You were catching a
Genius.
ride home with the McCabe's ultimately, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you believed that you, Julie Nagel, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe were the last to leave 34 Fairview?
Correct.
So at that time, you believed that Brian Higgins and Caitlin Albert had left before you, correct?
I believe so.
But you didn't see Brian Higgins or Caitlin Albert physically walk out the door. At least you have no memory of that, correct?
Correct.
And when you left, you didn't check every room in the house to see who was still there, correct?
Correct.
You never went down to the basement that night.
That's correct.
And when you left 34 Fairview, the snow was starting to stick to the ground at around 2 a.m.,
That's correct.
but there weren't mounds of snow or snowbanks that had formed, correct?
Correct.
And when you left the home, you could still see part of the red brick of the walkway that leads to the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And when you got to the driveway, you could still
Yes,
see
but
part
Nettie
of
and
the
Jackson have to
colored
make it sound
pavement,
like
correct?
people were in the basement.
Yes,
That's
that's
where their
correct.
conspiracy
You could
theory
still
goes.
see some grass on the front lawn at 2 a.m., right?
I don't remember, but
If I may have a moment.
Yes.
You testified at a hearing on May 11th of 2023, so just about a year ago, in Boston, correct?
correct.
And neither the prosecution in this case, Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin, or any of the defense team was there, correct?
Correct.
Some other lawyer was asking you questions, right?
Objection.
Sustain, move along with this.
Sure. You were asked the question, quote, could you see the grass sort of on the lawn? That was when you were leaving. And your answer was yes. Do you recall that question and answer?
I don't recall that.
If I suggested to you that that was the question and answer, would you dispute it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether there was that question of you and that answer given?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure.
Yeah, it's
Do
part of
you
their
not
stupid
remember
conspiracy.
Whether you were asked that question that I just read and the answer that you just gave.
I don't remember.
Okay. If you saw that transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Possibly.
Page 187, Counsel. May I approach?
Agreed, Brianna. Agreed.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry, I just handed it to you and then took it away. I'm sorry about that. Lines 10 and 11, I would direct your attention. And just read it silently to yourself, please, and look up at me when you're done. I may approach to grab that.
No, it's not. And I'm hoping that Lally
Having reviewed
will
that.
deal with that in
does
closing.
refresh your memory as to what you testified to a year ago?
Yes.
I would
And
with me.
was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
With the word being sort of.
Yeah, well, I believe I read,
Yes.
question.
I'm just clarifying. Yeah.
but I did read it accurately. right?
Correct.
Okay. was the McCabe's car parked?
In the driveway.
What other cars did you see in the driveway?
Leave the by Albert family, I mean the ones that owned that house.
The parents.
Yes, correct. Their cars.
Do you know how many?
2.
And
Possibly.
where were those 2 cars parked? Were there, strike that. Were there 2 lanes in the driveway where cars could park?
Yes.
And which lane, to the left or the right, were the Albert cars? Or maybe they were in both?
I believe both,
Both.
closest to the garage.
Okay, so they were pulled up closest to the entrance of the garage.
Correct.
In tandem, right next to each other.
Correct.
All right. And where was the McCabe's car behind? Which car?
If you're looking at the house, the lane to the left, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you first walked out of the Albert home, you'd agree with me that the front lawn was right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
There were no obstructions blocking your view of that front lawn.
No.
And there were lights on next to the Albert home front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there was also a lamppost where the front walkway is, correct?
Correct.
And between the 2 garage doors, there's also a spotlight, is there not?
Correct.
And you would testify that snow had started to accumulate, right?
Correct.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
No.
Did you see a black sneaker?
No.
Did you see a 6'2", 220-pound man sprawled out right in front of you on that lawn?
No.
Did you see 45 pieces of red plastic?
No.
1 piece of red plastic?
No.
So you saw nothing unusual on that front lawn as you walked out of that house, correct?
That's correct.
As Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel were walking toward the McCabe car, none of them pointed to the front lawn to direct your attention to anything, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you would testify that Matt McCabe forgot something and had to go back in the house, correct?
Correct.
Which means he actually came out of the house twice that night, correct?
Correct.
And the second time he came out, he still would have been facing that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And the second time that Matt McCabe came out, he didn't point at anything in the front lawn, correct?
That's correct.
And then the 4 of you were in the McCabe car, right?
Yes.
Matt McCabe was driving.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat next to him.
Yes.
Julie Nagel was seated behind the driver, behind Matt McCabe, right?
Yes.
And you were seated in the second.
I've been using my custom formula, which is the serum.
Yes.
And the car backed out of the driveway, correct?
Yep.
And the rear of the car was then facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And the front of the car, where you were going to drive toward, would be toward Chapman Street, correct?
That's correct.
Which would have put you driving right past the Albert property line, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you were closer to that property line than Julie Nagel was, correct?
That's correct.
As you drove past?
Yes.
And as you drove past that front lawn, you saw nothing out of the ordinary, right?
I wasn't looking, but yes.
Okay. And we had previously talked about the fact that you were first interviewed by investigators on October 21st of 2022, right?
Correct.
And the investigator that spoke to you about 9 months after January 29th of 2022, you will agree with me, was Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
And almost a year after that, you were visited by 2 female members of the defense team, were you not?
Objection.
My home was.
Okay. Do you recognize Ms. Little seated at council table as being one of those 2 females?
Okay, I'm going to see it sidebar.
He's overstepping his boundaries here. Overstepping hardcore, and I think the judge is about fucking had it with this bullshit. I would have had it with this bullshit too. Again, who's looking at it? And Lally really needs to start like using his opportunities to say, is there any reason while it's snowing at nighttime you would be staring at the grass in someone's front yard? Like, he needs to make it abundantly clear. Instead of, like, I've only heard him say, like, would there be any reason you'd be staring at the grass? Like, very monotone. Like, he needs to take his opportunities to say things the way they need to be said and explain it with
Is it fair to say,
consumption
Ms. Levinson, that you
and
decided
description
not
to the
to
jury.
speak to anybody from the defense team?
That is correct.
And you hadn't before you and I just started this discussion, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Ron.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Let's see if he does it.
Ms. Levinson, with regard to the basement at 34 Fairview, when was the last time that you were in the basement area of the home?
Early college. So 2017, maybe.
That period of time that you were talking about where Ms. McCabe had her phone on the charger and was coming over to check on it, do you recall whether or not Colin Albert was still in the house at that point?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe he was, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you come out of the house, you were asking questions about the lawn. The portion of the front lawn that you
Come
are
on, Lally.
talking about, as far as you observed, where is that in relation to the driveway?
To the, well, if you're,
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as
okay.
with respect to the front lawn area of the home, what part of the lawn did you make any observations of, or did you look at or see it when you were walking from the doorway to the vehicle?
When I walked out of the front door, I went down the steps of the stoop and I looked in front of me, like down, not straight. So it would be the grass that borders the front walkway.
So you weren't looking at sort of the entirety of the front lawn, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you spoke with Trooper Proctor, was he the only trooper there, or the only state police officer there that when you spoke with him?
No.
Do you recall who the other trooper was?
I don't remember the name specifically. It was not like a common last name, though. I know that.
And as far as defense investigators or anybody else coming to your house, you chose not to speak with them, is that correct?
Correct. I was not home when what Mr. Ionetti was talking about. My parents were home, but out of respect, I contacted the defense to tell them the next day, I believe, that I had nothing to have a conversation with them about.
Why not?
I know that legally I didn't have to, and I didn't have anything to say.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set, Ms. Levinson.
Okay, thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Julie Nagel to the stand.
Let's see if Aiden leaves for that, because he's not supposed to be in the courtroom for Julie Nagel or Sarah, as far as I know.
Why'd you step for me?
Raise your right hand. Please. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
How you doing?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yep, it's Juliana Nagel, Nagel,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my parents and my brothers, but mostly now just my parents.
And how many brothers do you
I have 2 older brothers.
have? And what are their names and sort of how much older than you are they?
My oldest brother Ryan is 31, and then my other brother Sam is 27.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do. I work for a car rental agency.
How long have you been doing
A little over a year and a half.
Now, ma'am, if I could bring your attention to January 28th, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall where you were that evening?
I do.
And where did you go?
To my friend Brian Albert's house.
And your friend, that's a Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Junior. Yep.
And how is it that you know Brian Albert Jr.?
We went to school together, high school. So I've known him for
Probably not.
quite some
He knew
time.
he wasn't supposed to be there. And so
Brian
did the
Albert Jr.
defense.
was
And if
he
they didn't do anything or say anything,
He was a year below me.
can't call for mistrial on that.
And you recall about what time it was
The
that you went?
Commonwealth should be paying attention to that too.
I'm not sure exactly, but I would say probably around like 6.
And do you recall what day of the week that was, the 28th and the 29th?
I believe a Friday.
Definitely, to be fair, but I think he missed a good opportunity
Yes.
to ask them that question.
How did you get to?
Like, why would they be staring at a lawn? Or would there be any reason they would be
My
staring
dad drove me.
way over in a corner where it's dark while moving towards a vehicle?
My friend Sarah Levinson.
Else would there be any reason to look behind you, or to the side?
Since middle school, I would say.
And you're familiar with Mr. Albert Jr.'s house at 34 Fairview Road?
Correct. Yes.
And had you been there on occasion over the course of your friendship?
Yes.
Now, what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that evening?
Just hang out, have some drinks for my friend Brian's birthday. Just to gather and hang out.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, in addition to yourself, Ms. Levinson and Brian Albert Jr. were present at the home at that time?
From what I can recall, I just remember Brian Jr. Yep.
And at some point, did some other people come and join the group of the 3 of you at the home?
Yes.
And when about was that in relation to when you and Sarah arrived?
I can't remember. I don't recall the time frame.
Sometime after, though?
Yes. Yep.
Was it that came to join the group at some point?
It was me, Brian Jr., Sarah Levinson, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary Kent, Courtney Elba, Colin Albert, and then that's what I can remember from then in the early part of the night.
And so with respect to Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Alba, and was Ms. Duty as well, is that correct?
Correct.
How did you know them?
Through Brian Jr.
Were
Yep.
they in the same grade or class as you and Ms. Levinson?
In Brian's class.
Class below you?
Correct. Yep.
And so fair to say that you were closer friends with Brian Albert Jr. and Ms. Levinson than the other 4 girls that came?
Correct. Yes.
You mentioned, as far as those 4 individuals, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba. Did they come together as far as you know?
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
And do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I do not.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned Colin, correct?
Mhm.
And how do you know?
So on the mhms, they have to be yes or no.
Okay, got it.
So what was that answer?
Do you mind repeating the question?
Let me
Thank you.
ask the question. So with reference to Colin Albert, did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes,
And how did you know Colin?
through Brian Jr.
And what, if anything, do you know about the relationship between Colin Albert and Brian Albert?
They're cousins.
And about how old was Colin Albert around this time frame of January 28, 2022?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
You know whether or not he was in high school or college or something else?
High school.
And when was it that he arrived in relation to the four young ladies that you were talking about?
I don't remember. A little bit after though.
Okay, so at some point in time after they had arrived.
Yes.
And they had arrived after you, is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
And over the course of the evening within the Albert house, where is it sort of within the home that you and sort of the group were congregating?
We were mostly in the dining room area with the kitchen. It's like an open floor plan a little bit.
And do you recall what specifically, or generally speaking, what you were doing while you were hanging out and celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
We got some food ordered from Deanie. Just hanging out, drinking. That was it.
Do you recall any music playing or anything like that?
Yes.
And how was that sort of set up, or what was it?
Yeah, I can mostly remember it being set up from the overhead speakers in the kitchen, like in the ceiling.
And was that being played through somebody else's like phone or device or something like that?
Yes.
And do you recall who was sort of in control or who was controlling the music?
I believe it was Caitlin Albert.
And so prior to, at this point in time that you're talking about,
Mhm.
sort of the initial with, was Caitlin there at that point?
Yes, she was.
I'm sorry, during the point in time when it was yourself and Ms. Levinson, the other four young women that you were talking about,
Mhm.
and Colin Albert, was Caitlin Albert there at that point, if you recall?
Not at that point, no.
So that's what my question was.
Okay.
In relation to that time, who, if anyone, was
I
charged?
okay. No, not at that time. I don't remember.
Now, with respect to, now, obviously you were there and you were drinking, people were drinking, correct?
Yep.
Anybody who
Recall
can
what people were drinking?
piss on the fucking conspiracy theory.
I know at the time I was drinking Michelob Ultras, but mostly just White Claws beers, from what I can remember.
And was anyone within this sort of initial group that we're talking about here drinking any more or less than anybody else?
I don't believe so. No.
And during this sort of initial period with these initial people, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within?
Yeah, everyone was having a good time. It was Brian's birthday, so we were there just to have fun.
And at any point in time with this sort of initial group, did you see anybody go to any other area of the house beyond sort of the kitchen and dining room area?
No.
Now, at some point, did members of this sort of initial group, did they leave the house at some point over the course of the evening?
Yes.
And who left first and
Um,
you know who left first and about what time?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who left at what point, but I know that Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary, Ken, and Courtney Alba left. I would say, and Colin left like before midnight.
And did they all leave around the same time, or did they leave at sort of staggered portions?
I would say staggered times.
Now, with reference to Colin Albert, do you know about what time he left?
I would probably say 11:30, 11:45.
And do you have any idea of sort of how Colin, similar to what I asked about the other
Mhm.
young ladies, do you have any recollection as far as how he got there or how he left or anything like that?
I'm not quite sure. No.
But do you recall specifically seeing him leave from the house?
Yes.
And which door would he have left
I'm not sure exactly what door, but I know someone did pick him up, but I'm not sure who did. So.
And so when it comes to the front door of Fairview Road, there's two doors in the front area of the house.
Yes.
And as far as with respect to either of those two doors, you don't remember him leaving from some other door of the house, correct?
Correct.
So if he left, or when he left, it would have been from one of those two front doors?
Yes.
Now, at some point, at least after Ms. Kent, Ms. Daviano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba left, did people that lived at the house or other people sort of come back to the house?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
I'm not too sure, but I would say a little after midnight.
And who were the first people sort of to arrive in this, we'll call them sort of the second?
I don't remember who came, like who was first, who was second, like that, but I know who came, but I don't know what order.
And who were the people that came?
Yeah, so it was Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Jr.'s parents, Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, and that's it. And Caitlin Albert, sorry.
And so when they came back, as far as the other four young women that you were talking about, they had already left, is that correct?
Yes.
And Colin Albert, was he still there when those people came back?
He left as well.
And so Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, those are Brian Albert Jr.'s parents?
Correct, yes.
You were familiar with them, obviously, prior to January 28th?
Yes.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you familiar with them prior to January 28th?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
I'm through Brian Jr., just hanging out with them a few times, so just know them through the family.
And so through the family, well, my next question is, what, if any, relationship did they have to your friend Brian Albert Jr. that you?
They are his aunt and uncle.
And then with respect to Brian Higgins, is that someone that you knew prior to January 20th?
I did not know.
You met the first time that night at the Fairview home?
Correct, yes.
And when they came into the house, this sort of second group, where was it that they went and sort of congregated around the house?
Yeah, we all were still in the same room in the family, the floor plan, which is the kitchen and the dining room area. Yeah.
At any point in time, well, let me ask you this. They come sometime shortly around or after midnight, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And about how long after they arrived, or about what time was it that you left the house for the...
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
At some point you went home that night?
Yes.
What time was it?
I would say give or take like 1:45.
And so between the time that they came back to the house around 12:15 or so, between that and 1:45, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor in the house at that point?
It was still all the same. Everyone was having fun, hanging out.
Music still playing, people drinking, having a good time?
Yes.
And over the course of this time, as far as the group that you talked about that was in the kitchen and dining room area, did you see any of those people go anywhere else?
I mean, to the bathroom, but I know at one point Mr. Albert, Brian's Jr.'s dad, took upstairs to let the dog out back, but he just opened the back door and watched him from the door and brought him right back upstairs. So that was the only time he like went upstairs, but.
And as far as the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of how people were situated around that area during the time that the second group was there?
Yeah, we were all sitting in like the kitchen table. It's like a square table, so we're all just hanging out around there. Some at like the island in the kitchen, but mostly all just there together.
Can you recall specifically, I know we're talking over 2 years ago, do you recall specifically where people were within that area around the table?
I don't know.
Do you recall where you were?
I was sitting like in the corner, so I could see like the island, the kitchen table, like the front door and like the windows, I guess. Yeah.
Where you were seated around the table, could you see the front door?
Yes.
And so beyond the people that you'd already talked about being in that kitchen dining room area in that second group, did anybody else come into the house that night while you were there?
No.
And at the time on January 28, 2022, were you familiar with either a person named John O'Keefe or a person named Karen Reed?
No.
And at any point in time, not knowing them, did you see anybody else come into the house while you were there between that 12 to 12:15 and 1:45?
No one else came in, no.
Now, do you recall who was sort of around you where you were at the table? Immediately around you as well.
I would say Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin. I can remember like sitting at the table like with me. Yeah.
Now, at some point in the evening, let me ask you this: what if any sort of plans did you have as far as how you were getting home?
Yeah, I did text my brother to see if he could pick me up on his way home with his friend, on their way home to come pick me up, which they did.
Which of your two brothers was that?
My brother Ryan.
So you texted Ryan to see if he could come pick you up?
Yep.
And did you have to give him like, an address or anything like that, or how did you explain to him where you were?
I just said I was at Brian Jr.'s house, if he could pick me up.
And is that somewhere that your brother had picked you up from on prior occasions?
Yes.
And about what time, if you know, did you send that text to your brother about getting picked up?
I'd probably say a little after, probably like 15 minutes after midnight. Yep.
And as far as the other people in that second group that you were talking about,
Mhm.
how did you reach out to Ryan to get picked up? Are those other people there?
Yes.
And you indicated that your brother then came to the house at some point.
Yes, he did.
And about how long after you texted him did he arrive? If you know?
I'm not quite sure.
And when he arrived, did he come into the house or did he reach out to you in any way to let him know?
He just texted. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Did he reach out to you at any point to let you know that he was?
Yes, he did text me saying that he was outside.
And upon receiving that text, where did you
I went out through the front door.
go? Now, before you went out through the front door, what, if any, conversation? Well, let me strike that.
Lawline provides online learning for attorneys striving for engaging, relevant CLE and professional growth content. Learn from anywhere and complete credits before their deadlines. Come for your CLE. Stay to advance your practice.
Just a few people saying, "Oh, just have your brother come in." So I went outside, and it was my brother in the passenger seat, his friend Ricky, and then his ex-girlfriend Heather. I asked them if they wanted to come in. They said no.
I'm going to let that stand, but next question.
So you go outside to where your brother is, right?
Yes,
And you recall which of the two front doors you used to go outside?
I used the front door.
Front door is the one with the brick steps, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
You come down the brick steps, go down the walkway. Do you recall how you came down to where your brother was?
I walked down the steps through the little path, and then down the driveway, and they were parked right in front of the driveway.
So they were parked right at the end of the driveway?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle was this that you came up?
It was Ricky's pickup truck, a Ford F-150.
And you mentioned that there were 3 people in the truck, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were they seated within the truck when you got?
Ricky was driving his truck. Ryan was in the passenger seat, and then Heather was in the back seat.
You mentioned that Heather is Ryan's ex-girlfriend, is that correct?
Correct.
Were they dating at this time?
At that time, yes.
Now, with regard to Ricky is someone who's a close friend of your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
You know him pretty well.
Yep.
And so you get to the truck. Do you recall how it was that you were speaking to your brother Ryan? Was it sort of through an open window? Did he open the door, or how were you communicating?
He rolled down his window.
And when you came out to the truck at the end of the driveway, what, if any, other vehicles did you see in the area of the house on Fifth?
Well, before when I went outside, I did notice another vehicle before my brother pulled up.
So you had gone outside before your brother had, or Ricky had fully sort of parked the truck?
No, he was like fully outside already, and then I went out, and it was just Ricky's truck.
Okay. And so at some point later, there was another vehicle that came up?
Prior.
Prior. Okay.
Correct.
And can you describe that vehicle for the jury? Sort of what did it look like? What kind of vehicle was
Yeah, it was a black SUV.
it? And had you ever seen that vehicle before?
No.
And you go up to the truck and you're talking to your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, about how long a period of time were you talking with your brother next?
I would say maybe 3 minutes max, not even.
And did you invite your brother and his friends inside the house?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They said, no, we just want to go home. And then I was like, I'll find out another ride home.
And so that brings me to my next question as far as arrangements for you coming home. Was there any, prior to you coming out of the house, was there any talk or discussion about how you would get home if you didn't go home?
Yeah, Matt McCabe and Jennifer did offer to drive me home if I didn't want to go home with my brother. So I just stayed and then took their offer.
So you decided you wanted to stay and took them up on their own.
Correct. Yes.
And in addition to yourself, who if anyone else, went home from the residence on Fairview with the McCabe's?
It was me and Sarah Levinson.
Now, if I could bring you back to that period of time when you're outside, the vehicle that you were talking about, where is that in relation to the pickup truck that Ricky's driving?
Well, it was like the SUV wasn't there when my brother was there. It was like before. Like when I was inside, I noticed it. Yeah.
And so at the time that you were talking to your brother, the pickup truck, was the SUV still there?
I don't believe so, no.
And so where was that SUV parked in relation to where the truck was?
So when I noticed looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox, and then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard, and then stopped, and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
So you saw it in sort of 3 different locations at the time that you were seeing it?
Correct, yes.
And again, where were you in relation to the vehicle at the time that you made these observations?
I was inside at the dining room table, looking out the window.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody come out of that?
I did not know.
And at any point in time, did you see any sort of, well, when you came out initially to, or when you were looking out and when you came out?
She doesn't have any idea what
anything
she's
about the
seen.
weather and sort of what it was doing at that point?
It was, I would say like flakes of snow, a little dust on the ground.
And so from the dust on the ground, from either the SUV or the pickup truck that Ricky was driving, did you see any sort of like imprints in the snow from tires or anything like that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if there was that much snow or what it was? In and around where you had seen the SUV at either of the 3 spots that you saw it, did you see any sort of like footprints in the snow or in the ground or anything like that? And did you see inside of the vehicle, see anybody inside at any point in time?
No.
And you never saw anybody get out of that vehicle at any of the 3 different points where you saw it parked, correct?
I did not know.
When you saw the vehicle parked at those 3 sort of separate different locations, was the vehicle on? Was it running, if you could tell?
I'm not sure, no.
I may approach?
Yes.
This is Julie Nagel. Her brother came to pick her up at Fairview that night.
Nagel, I'm going to direct your attention to what's previously marked as Exhibit 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at those and look up when you're finished. And at some point, I may ask you to use this, which is the laser pointer. Press on that button and point it up at the screen. Okay?
Okay.
So first, if you could just look at 71, 72, and 73.
All set.
Generally, with respect to those 3 photographs, do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
that it's my friend Brian Albert Jr.'s house.
Is that roughly what the house looked like at the time of January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Correct, yes.
If I could ask you to flip just back to the first one that I showed you, Exhibit 71. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish that to the jury at this time?
Okay.
And so, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to the screen above you, I'm sorry, to your right. This is what you have before you as Exhibit 71, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer that's on the desk in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to the door that you were talking about that you came out in order to come down and talk to your brother.
Yes. That one right there.
Now, with respect to Ricky's truck, when you came out to speak with your brother Ryan, where was the truck parked?
The truck was parked right here.
And with respect to that vehicle, the black SUV, where that vehicle was initially when you saw it, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where that. Thank you. If I could draw your attention to the next executive session to flip to Exhibit 72, and Ms. Gilman, if I can have that on. Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 72?
Yes.
Now, the second position that you indicated you observed that black SUV in with relation to the house, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention where that would be in this photograph.
Objection, sidebar, Your Honor.
All right. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Well, there could be tire tracks in the snow because remember it wasn't fully plowed. And there was some snow on the ground at that point, probably dusting, but it was still starting to stick. And so you could still see probably tire tracks in the snow. Especially here in New England, they don't plow until it's 2 to 3 inches. So basically the plows don't start. I think they treat the roads, but that doesn't really do much. But between 2 and 3 inches when we start plowing here. So yeah, there definitely could have been tire tracks in the road still. Oh, that's awful. Oh, that's terrible. That's really sad to hear. Yeah, they had that car sitting right where Julie Nagel says it was when they went on that view. Yes, exactly. That's where they put it on purpose, I think, to where she had said it was. In the yard. Oh, okay. Yeah, not in the yard, definitely. No, I mean, I think what they might be getting at there is like, did Karen back up and hit John and there was tire tracks in the yard? Like, if they're getting at with those kind of questions, but who asked that? The defense or the prosecution? If it's the defense, they're trying to make some sort of theory that like a car drove up blocking the way of them and started driving him out to the front lawn, which is utterly ridiculous. There was not even footprints in the backyard.
You indicated in your testimony that you saw the vehicle from inside the house at 3 different points, correct?
Yes.
You've indicated the first point in the last photograph. Is the second point that you saw the vehicle in, is that depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer, just
A person who is disconnected from his or her heart is not living.
if I could ask you just to flip to the next exhibit, number 73. And if I can have that up.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Or the third different location that you
It
observed that black
flipped
SUV
over.
on,
Oh my God.
that
Prayers
morning.
for these people,
Is
man.
that visible in this
Their families.
photograph?
Yes.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention where you observed it at the third point that you observed the black SUV. Thank you. That's all with this, Ms. Gilman. You can take that.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Nagel, you speak with your brother outside, and then at some point after a couple minutes come back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And the people that you would mention that were in the kitchen and dining room area, were they still in that area?
Yes.
And at some point over the course of the evening, things eventually start to wind down and people are leaving the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you recall what order it was that the people left the house on that?
I'm not quite too sure. No.
And with respect to yourself, you indicated that you left with Miss Levinson and the McCabe's, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you left?
I'm not sure. No.
And so when you left, how was it that you came out of the residence at that point?
Out the front door.
Same front door that you had indicated earlier.
Yes.
So let's move on with which door, please. Go ahead.
You come out from that door.
I don't know why the judge keeps doing that.
Went into Matt and Jennifer's
Yeah,
car.
There's
I
two
don't
doors.
either.
Say which one.
It was an SUV, but I don't know what kind it was.
And she always does it to just
Where was that
Lally.
vehicle parked when you went over?
It's improper.
I was in the driveway.
And you recall sort of how you came from the front door to the driveway?
Just walked on through the path of and then out the door.
So sort of along the brick path through the driveway to the car.
Yes.
Recall when you got in the car where it was you were seated or where anyone else was seated in the car?
Yeah, it was Matt driving, Jennifer in the front, and then me behind Matt, and then Sarah next to me in the back behind Jen.
Now, after you get in the car, about how long was it before the car backs out of the driveway?
I'm not quite too sure.
And what, if any, conversation do you recall as far as going on during that period of time prior to the car backing out and going?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Now, when the vehicle leaves from the house, at some point it's going by the house, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing towards the house? And by that, I mean, was it the side you were sitting on or the side that Ms. Levinson was sitting
On the side that Sarah was sitting on.
And that would have been the passenger side, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that the vehicle was driving by the house, what is it that you were doing at that time?
We were having a conversation. So Jen was kind of facing towards the back, towards me and Sarah. We were talking about making PB and jelly sandwiches because there was some peanut butter and jelly and bread in the car. So talking about that. But yeah.
And so when Ms. McCabe she's in the front seat, is that right?
Yes.
And she's talking to you and Ms. Levinson, correct?
Yes.
And how is it that she's positioned talking to you with relation to the seat that she's in?
Yeah, I would say she was kind of turned back a little bit towards us in the back seat.
And what I'm asking is, she turned towards sort of the center of the vehicle, or she turned towards the window next to it?
Towards the center of the vehicle.
And you're speaking to her and to Ms. Levinson, correct?
Yes.
Which direction are you facing?
Facing towards Sarah and Jen.
And which direction is Sarah facing as you're having this conversation?
Towards me.
And as you drive by home, what, if anything, did you observe?
I did notice behind Sarah and Jen, I did notice something out of the ordinary, like a black blob in the ground by the flagpole.
And from where you were situated in the car, do you know sort of what was the lighting like over in that area of the yard that you saw by the flag?
It was pretty dark out, but the snow was kind of heavy at that point, so couldn't really see too much. But
So the snow's coming down at that point?
Yes.
And if you know about where in relation to the flagpole was this black object that you saw?
I would probably say close to the street, but in their lawn, right kind of in front of the flagpole next to it.
Now, I'm sorry to do this again, but Ms. Gilman, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask that exhibit number 72 be back up on the screen.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I should actually ask for exhibit number 73. Now, Ms. Nagel, if I could ask, the area where you saw this black object, do you see that area depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct jury's attention to where, as specific as you can be, where you observed this.
I don't know, but he isn't supposed to be in there right now, so haven't seen him.
Now, as the vehicle is going by the house, as you make that observation, what, if anything, did you say in the backseat of the car?
I did say out loud. I was like, I think I might have saw something. I'm not kind of sure what it was, but I was also intoxicated drinking, so didn't really know what I saw. But Sarah was like, "What, Julie?" And I was like, "I don't know what it was," and then that was kind of really it.
And that was sort of the end of the conversation in reference to that. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
It is only if certain people are testifying, but Julie Nagel is one of the people that he is indicted for harassing, so he cannot be in there for her testimony.
Ms. Nagel, if I could just ask you one more question. With regard to the object that you
This
saw
is
in
the
that area of
Daniels.
flagpole,
They just stopped panning.
can you describe how big an object it was that you saw?
I'd probably say like 5 or 6 feet, like long, but
And at the time that you were driving by at that point, you could tell what it was.
not quite sure. No, it was just too quick to tell.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Nagel.
Good afternoon.
On January 28th of 2022, you got to 34 Fairview Road at about 6 or 7 p.m.,
Correct.
and you didn't leave until 1:30 or 2 a.m., correct?
1:45 around there. Yeah.
Okay. So you were there approximately 8 hours?
I'm not really sure about the math, but I guess so.
A lot of hours.
Yep.
Other than the people who lived at the home and slept there, you were one of the ones to spend the most time there that night, correct?
I'm not sure.
You got there early. You got there early, correct?
Yes.
And you left late, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside almost the entire time, correct?
Yes.
So you came in contact with just about everybody who came into that house, correct?
Yes.
And you know that everyone who was in the house that night is a witness in this case, correct?
Yes.
The only time you went outside before you left was when your brother Ryan arrived, correct?
Yes.
And even when you went outside, you stayed on the Albert property, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you had some contact with your brother out there, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he's a witness in this case as well, correct?
I do. Yes.
And despite having contact with all of these witnesses in this case, Trooper Proctor didn't talk to you on January 29th, did he?
No.
Or the rest of January or the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
He didn't interview you about these statements that you're making today until October of 2022, correct?
If that's what it says on paper, yeah.
October 5, 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know.
It was many months after January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Over 8 months after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And when he spoke to you on October 5, Trooper Proctor asked you for the first time to remember the details from 8 months before that, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And you are good friends with Sarah Levinson, correct?
Yes.
Certainly over the last 2+ years, the two of you have discussed what happened on January 28th and 29th, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that Michael Proctor only interviewed you after the defense in this case filed a motion to get Sarah Levinson's name from the DA's office.
Objection, Your
correct?
Honor.
The objections to stand. Next question.
So you've known Brian Jr. since your sophomore or junior year, correct?
Yes.
And you actually graduated Canton High School in 2016, correct?
Correct.
But you've known him since 2014 or 15?
Yes.
9 or 10 years?
Yep.
He's a good friend.
Yes.
He's a close friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And on January 28th of 2022, you were one of a select group of his friends who went to his house to celebrate his birthday.
Hello.
The following night, right?
Yes.
And you don't go to somebody's house whom you graduated high school with 10 years previously to celebrate their birthday if they're just an acquaintance, correct?
Objection.
I don't know.
I'll let the answer stand.
When you got there, other than Sarah Levinson and yourself, everyone at the house was a member of the Albert family, correct?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. You and Sarah Levinson are not actually Alberts, correct?
Correct, yes.
But everybody else at the house was when you got there.
No.
You named Brian Albert Jr., correct?
Mhm. Yes.
Julie Albert,
I did not know.
Nicole Albert,
I did, yes.
Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert Sr. might have been there.
Yes.
And you knew the Alberts well enough to know the names that we just discussed, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, the McCabe's were related to the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe before that night, right?
I'm sorry, can you?
Yes. Before January 28th of 2022, you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Yes.
You had been to their home before,
Who's home?
the McCabe's home.
I don't recall.
You'd driven their daughters around, correct?
I have, yes.
And you had actually pet sat for the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Correct, yes.
Their home.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so the answer to my previous question is certainly you've been to their home, correct?
Yes.
And their golden doodle was named Bailey, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you knew Jennifer McCabe well enough that you called her by a nickname, correct?
Yes.
What was the nickname that you referred to Jennifer McCabe by?
JJ.
And you knew that JJ was Nicole Albert's sister, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the night of January 28th into the 29th, you saw Brian Albert Sr. After he came back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You were on the first floor of that residence the whole night, were you not?
Yes.
And you have a specific memory of Brian Albert Sr. walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, correct?
Yes.
When Brian Albert Sr. was walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, he maintained control of Chloe's collar. Did he not?
He did, yes.
You like dogs, right?
I do.
But you didn't pat Chloe, correct?
I have, yes.
That night.
No.
You've never pet sat for Chloe, correct?
No.
But you did hang out regularly at the Albert home for years because of your friendship with Brian Jr., correct?
Yes.
Which meant that you have had contact with Chloe over the years, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Chloe's a very different dog than Bailey, the McCabe's Golden Doodle, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Bailey is a friendly dog, is he not?
Objection.
Sustain.
Chloe is not friendly, correct?
Objection.
I'll let you have that. Can you answer that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, Chloe is not a friendly dog.
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
It was clear to you that she is not good with people, correct?
No.
I'm not aware.
On January 28th and 29th, while you were in the kitchen dining room area, you'll agree with me that there was music playing for most of the night, correct?
For a decent amount, yes.
And that area of the house has surround sound speakers.
Yes.
Everybody was in a good mood,
Correct, yes.
talking,
Yes.
drinking,
Yep.
singing,
I don't remember.
dancing,
Yeah.
and all the action was in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
And that was where your attention was mainly focused, was it not?
It was, yes.
Because that's where everybody was.
Yes.
You were not monitoring the basement door, were you?
No.
And you never went down to the basement, correct?
No, I did not.
Prior to January 28th of 2022, you knew who Colin Albert was, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was your friend Brian Jr.'s first cousin, right?
Correct.
When you were at 34 Fairview, you did see Colin there, correct?
I did, yes.
You believe that he got there shortly after Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert left the residence, correct?
At some point, yeah.
And you say at some point, that's because you're not sure of the exact time when he got there, correct?
Correct.
You're not sure of the exact time when he left, correct?
I would say 11:30, 11:45, around there.
He wasn't somebody who was important to you that night, was he?
Not really, no.
You weren't paying attention to monitor when he came or when he left, were you?
No. I said no.
You never physically watched him walk out the door, correct?
I don't remember.
You can't even say which door he walked out, correct?
I don't know.
You never saw him get picked up.
I did not know.
You never saw any car
No
behind him,
worries.
I don't know.
and you never saw how he got home.
No.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, after midnight, your brother Ryan Nagel and you lived in the same home, correct?
At the time, yes.
At about 12:15 to 12:20, you texted your brother Ryan for a ride home, correct?
If that's what the timestamp says, yes.
Do you have
He's trying to force them to say something different than what they said before.
Somewhere, yes.
That's what he's trying to do there.
You provide
Which
that
is just slimy.
to any investigator or assistant district attorney?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether any assistant district attorney or investigator asked you for a copy of that text message?
I don't know.
Is that text message still on your phone?
I don't know.
Did you delete that text message?
I don't
Objection,
know.
Your Honor.
So let's move this along, Ms. Kennedy.
Yeah.
When you texted Ryan that night, you were contacting him because you thought it was an appropriate time for you to leave, correct?
Yeah.
How long did it take your brother Ryan to get to the Albert home after that text message?
I don't know.
Was it an hour?
I don't think so, no.
Was it a half hour?
I do not know.
Again,
You
she
have
doesn't
no
know.
idea how long it took him to get
Nope,
there,
she was
how long
drinking,
he
having a
stayed.
good time. So nope, she wasn't staring at a clock.
I don't know. No.
By the time you're texting Ryan, Ms. Nagel, much do you think you had had to drink since 6 or 7 p.m.?
A decent amount.
Would you say that another word for it would be a lot?
No.
What were you drinking that night?
Michelob Ultras.
And how many did you have?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you bring
Nobody
your own
counts.
Michelob Ultras to the party?
I don't know.
You don't remember whether you brought any beer to the party?
Not 2.5
I
years
don't
later,
know.
I don't remember.
Where was the beer?
I either brought it or I don't know. I don't remember. It was 2.5 years ago.
Where was it within the home?
In the fridge.
You have no memory of like running out of beer that night, correct?
I don't remember. No.
There appeared to be plenty of beer to go around, correct?
For myself, yeah.
Between the time that you texted your brother Ryan and the time he arrived, it's fair to say that you changed your mind about going home with him, correct?
Yes.
You changed your mind while you were still inside the Albert home, correct?
I did not say that. No.
Well, I'm asking you now.
No.
You changed your mind only after you left the residence and went out to talk to him?
Yes.
You claimed on direct examination that he was the one that said, why don't you stay longer?
No, that's not what I said.
Here he goes again,
That said,
trying to change people's words.
stay longer.
If myself.
So you told him that you wanted to stay longer, correct?
Yeah. I did.
And when you went outside, you learned that he had come and his friend, is it Ricky D'Antuono? How do you pronounce the name?
It's Ricky D'Antano.
D'Antano. Ryan had come in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I butchered that. When you went outside, you saw that your brother Ryan was in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
Correct, yes.
He was sitting in the front passenger seat of the truck, correct?
Ryan, yes.
The truck was parallel to the Albert's residence, correct?
Yes.
It was not parked in the driveway.
No.
The truck was facing toward Chapman Street, toward going up the hill, correct?
Yes.
So Ryan's seat would have been the closest to the property, right? The passenger seat
I'm sorry, closest to the what?
to the Albert home.
Yes, correct.
You walked down the driveway to get to the truck, correct?
Yes.
Kids Safe Phones and Watches. Safely connected for every step. Only at Gab.com.
At that point, strike that. I want to go back, if I can, to when you were inside the house, because you had testified that when you were inside, you looked out the window and you saw a different vehicle, correct?
I did, yes.
That was a black SUV.
Yes.
And you've testified that you saw that from within the house, you saw that black SUV move 2 times, correct?
More than 2.
So it was at first parked near the mailbox,
Yes.
and then you saw it move forward, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you saw it move forward again to near the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And was there a third time that you saw it move?
I saw it pull up, stopped, pulled up again, stopped, pulled up again by the flagpole, stopped. That's all I saw.
All right. And that was all while you were inside the house, correct?
Correct, yes.
And, when it was pulling up like that, Ms. Nagel, it wasn't going 80 miles an hour, correct?
It was not, no.
It wasn't going 50 miles an hour, correct?
I mean, I didn't have a radar gun on me, but no.
It was going at a speed.
Didn't have a radar gun on me.
Correct?
Yeah.
Objection.
It wasn't going a very long distance, correct? Each time?
No.
It's a matter of several feet, correct? Adjusting its position?
Just pulled up and stopped a few times.
Right. And as you saw it pull up and stop a few times from within the home, its direction was always forward, correct?
From what I saw, yes.
Right? You never saw that car back up, correct?
No.
You certainly never saw it speed at a crazy pace backwards, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Now, I'd asked you about the text messages that you had.
Oh,
with
that's
your friend
funny.
Ryan.
Huh?
You could not recall whether any investigator or assistant district attorney asked you for screenshots of that, correct?
My friend or my brother?
Did I say friend?
You did, yes.
Thank you for correcting me.
We did that on
I
purpose.
did mean your brother Ryan. Thank you.
We did it on purpose. Bottom
I
line.
appreciate the fact that you're paying attention. At least one of us is.
Yeah.
So
She's like, yeah, whatever.
I asked you about the screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan and whether any investigator or assistant district attorney had asked you for them, correct?
I don't remember.
You didn't remember, right. But somebody did ask you for a screenshot, correct?
Yes.
Who was that?
JJ McCabe.
And by JJ, you mean Jennifer McCabe?
Correct, yes.
When JJ asked you, do you remember when it was that JJ, Jennifer McCabe, asked you for a copy of those screenshots?
I do not remember, no.
Did you provide them to Jennifer McCabe?
I did, yes.
Did Jennifer McCabe, when she asked you to provide her with those screenshots?
Morning, darling.
Investigator in this case?
Objection.
You can answer that.
Do you mind repeating that, please?
Sure. When Jennifer McCabe, or as you called her, JJ, asked you for screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan, did Jennifer McCabe tell you that she was investigating this case?
No.
And you
What?
have no memory of providing those screenshots to any investigator other than Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Now, when you're ultimately leaving the residence, it's about, I think you said 1:45 a.m. is your best guess?
Yes.
You walked out which door?
The front door.
And that would be the one to the left, right? The real front door of the house.
Yes, correct.
That door faces right to the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
Why isn't the
Left
judge
is
stopping
Jennifer
him from
McCabe,
saying
Matthew
where
McCabe,
the
and
doors
Sarah
are?
Levinson, correct?
Correct.
Like-
And you all went out the same door, correct?
I know what door I went out. I don't know about, it could have been. I don't know if they went through the
How
side,
is she
but
supposed to know
yeah.
what doors any other people went through?
Fair
Come
to
on.
say that walking out the front door of that house, you saw no body on that front lawn in front of you, correct?
When I walked out,
Correct.
no.
None of the other three people yelled out that they saw a body, correct?
Correct.
You got into Jennifer McCabe's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were seated behind the driver, correct?
Yes.
And the driver was Matthew McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat,
Yes.
and Sarah Levinson was sitting next to you behind the front passenger, correct?
Yes.
He's
Matthew
dumb to
McCabe
suggest
backed
this
the
since
car
he's
out
trying
of
to say she's
driveway
part of the
and then headed
conspiracy.
up toward Chapman Street,
Why would you be
correct?
investigating
Yes.
part of the
That meant
conspiracy?
that the passenger side of the vehicle was closest to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
So that meant that Sarah Levinson and Jennifer McCabe were in the seats that were closest to the Albert home, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. As Matthew McCabe was driving that vehicle alongside the Albert property line, Jennifer McCabe in the front passenger seat and Sarah Levinson in the rear passenger seat were the closest two people to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And as the car passed in front of the Albert home, you saw no tire tracks in the snow, correct?
I don't remember.
You claim now to have seen a black object in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Object is the term that you used when you were finally interviewed about this matter, correct?
A black object, yes.
Right. You never before ever told any investigator that what you actually saw was a black log, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also never, ever told any investigator that this black object that you described was actually 5 feet or 6 feet long, correct?
Correct, yes.
The very first time you're now mentioning this testimony that this black object, as you describe it, was actually 5 or 6 feet long.
Doesn't matter how long it was. She saw it before and she did testify that she saw it.
After 12 noon on May 14th of 2024, correct?
Lally asked me how big it was, so I just told him right now, yeah.
Yeah, Lally, when you say Lally, you mean Mr. Lally. correct?
Yes, Mr. Lally, correct, yes.
Mr. Lally just asked you.
Yeah, nobody ever
during-
asked her how big it was,
Because,
genius.
again,
Yeah.
right before this
And you're not
hearing,
asked, you're not going to think
that's the
to
first
say it.
time you've ever been asked or ever given an answer as to how big that object was, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, and there are no logs in that yard, like at
Did
all.
you review any report
I've
that
been
was
asleep
taken
most
when the
multiple times.
investigators spoke
At
to
night,
you
in the
regarding this
winter,
case
in the summer.
before taking the stand today?
No.
You've never testified in a grand jury regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
You've never testified in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
In this hearing, in this case,
Besides today.
no.
And you would agree with me that it is nowhere on record that this black object that you talk about was ever 5 or 6 feet long prior to telling the jury that today.
Objection.
You have to ask that differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Today, this afternoon, is the first time that you've provided testimony or information to any official regarding this case that the object was 5 or 6 feet long.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Who did you tell prior to today?
About what?
Okay, I thought we were talking about the fact that you've now testified that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long. You recall that?
Today, yes.
And my question to you was, you've never mentioned that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long until the last hour or so when Mr. Lally questioned you about it, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you were passing the property, you did not think it was a body.
At the time, no.
You claim
Now,
that you
clearly,
told
yeah.
everyone in the car that you saw something, correct?
Correct.
And your friend Sarah said what? Or something to that effect, correct?
Correct.
And there was no further conversation after that, correct?
Not that I can remember. No.
And you didn't think that it was a person who was in trouble, correct?
Objection.
Did you think that? At what time, Mr.?
When you're leaving the property, after leaving the house at 1:45 a.m. and getting into the McCabe vehicle and passing the Albert lawn, you did not think that you saw a person who was in trouble, correct?
No.
Or a person that may have needed help, correct?
I don't know, no.
And you were right there, correct? Passing the property?
I was passing the property,
Not
yes.
as close to the property as your friend Sarah Levinson, but you were in the back seat on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
And you were in a car such that if you thought that you saw something that could have been a person, all you had to do was tell the driver, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell the driver that
Everybody's going to feel comfortable to stop a
saw
driver.
somebody who was in trouble?
Well, I said it out loud in the car.
So is it your testimony now that you said out loud in the car,
She already said that.
there's a person who's in trouble?
No,
That's not what I said,
that's
no.
not what she said. Trying to
You
change.
didn't mention a person at all in the car, correct?
Didn't think of the person.
No.
Did not tell Matthew McCabe, hey, stop the car.
Hi,
correct?
Grant.
I did not know.
Hope you feel better,
If
buddy.
you had seen a person in the snow lying there, you would have done something about it, correct?
Objection.
You didn't ask Matthew McCabe to stop.
No.
You didn't ask him to back up.
Nope.
You didn't ask him to check on whatever it was.
Objection. Your Honor.
Objection.
No.
You had your phone with you, correct?
He has.
Yeah.
Your phone was
very
working, correct?
I don't remember.
You used that phone to text your brother.
An hour and a half before.
Are you testifying today that your phone was completely out of charge?
I don't remember. No.
It's 2.5 years ago, Bob.
Text
Trying to put words in her mouth. It's not going to go over well with the jury.
To tell him that you saw somebody lying on his front lawn?
Didn't think it was.
Did I text him
Yes.
that night?
As you are supposedly seeing this black object,
Objection.
the immediate aftermath of
Yeah,
that, did you
objection.
text Brian Albert Jr. to tell him about that black object?
Objection.
So in that form, it's sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
You had your friend Sarah Levinson with you, correct?
I did in the car. Yes.
You knew she was a nurse, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You didn't tell your friend Sarah that you just saw
Watching
somebody
the clock.
lying in the snow during a blizzard who might need some help. correct?
No.
I did not know.
That Brian Jr.'s father was a police officer, correct?
Objection. Your Honor.
Objection.
Let's move this. Are you just about done with this line of questioning? I'll give you a little bit more.
Just a couple more questions. and I'm
Okay,
done.
go ahead.
You knew that he was a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And obviously a first responder as a police officer, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that that was Jennifer McCabe's brother-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer McCabe was in the car with you, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell Jennifer McCabe or JJ to call her brother-in-law, correct?
Objection.
No.
The fact of the matter is, you did nothing, right?
Objection. She
Yeah.
did something.
And
She
that's
said something.
because you did not see a body on that lawn, correct?
Objection.
Objection.
Is that true?
Can't tell her what you saw.
Can you answer that?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
You didn't see a body on that lawn.
She doesn't know what
I
she saw.
mean, I don't know what I saw, but I saw an object.
You were drinking for hours.
Is that a question?
Yes, you were drinking for hours. Is
Yeah,
that
that's not a question.
Yeah.
And you
That's a statement, so
were
I would have objected to that,
intoxicated
Lally.
as
Come
you
on.
were leaving that home.
Objection.
Were you?
Yes.
You were drunk, right?
Some would say, yeah.
You would say.
Yeah.
You believe that except for Matt McCabe, who was driving, everybody in the car was drunk, right?
Objection.
Objection.
I don't know.
You can't say what someone else would have or would have
You
not.
have previously testified. I'm sorry, strike that. You have previously given a statement indicating that you believe that everybody in that car except for Matthew McCabe was drunk. Do you deny that?
Drinking.
I don't remember at this moment.
All right. You told investigators
Can't
that
tell her what
when
she told.
Brian Albert Jr. called you the next morning and you found out about the tragedy the previous night, you, quote, put two and two together, correct?
I did, yes.
And when you put
Common
two
sense.
and two together, you did not call the Canton Police, correct?
I did not know.
How that would have helped
State
them?
Police, correct?
Nope.
Not call the district attorney's office.
I know.
No.
You would agree with
Does
me
it on
that
purpose.
you just sat on this revelation, correct?
I wouldn't.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that's sustained in that form.
And you were not interviewed by any investigator in January, February, March, or any time over the spring or summer of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time frame, but not right after, no.
And when an investigator finally spoke to you, it was Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
He was the one who took your statement on October 12th of 2022, correct?
If that was the date and time, yes.
And that was over 8 months after you were driving past the Albert home at around 2 a.m. while you were
Again,
drunk
why would she have a
and
reason to
supposedly
lie?
seeing some black
To the
object,
jury?
correct?
There has to be
Before
a
2
reason,
a.m., yes.
and there isn't.
And you know, Ms. Nagel, that as of October of 2022, the defense had, in this case, had publicly announced that
Objection,
no
Your
one in
Honor.
that house saw a body in that front.
So that question's improper. I'm going to strike that question.
Improper. She said,
No further questions.
of course
right.
not.
So we're going to break. I have to bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know from actually stand. And we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow's a full day.
All rise to the court, please.
Sorry. I don't know.
You can stand.
Okay.
Ms. Nagel, you can stand, and then when the last juror goes.
I can go. Okay, got it. Thank you. Agreed. He's not effective on cross. He makes himself look like a fool, makes Karen Reed look like a fool. And these are just decent people. None of these people are lying. You know, like you can tell. Like she said she saw something. Why would she call the cops and be like, I saw something? I saw something. I don't know if it was a body. I put 2 and 2 together the next day, but what good does that do anybody after John's already passed away?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never sleep well, Grant. You know how I sleep. I sleep like
You
shit.
can come in and we'll do it right now if you want.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Your Honor, sorry, may we approach this as a scheduling thing?
A scheduling thing?
Counsel, we're still on the case, so why don't you come on up?
Yeah, this was not a good day for her or the defense in any way, shape, or form. They got absolutely nowhere.
He looks a little haggard today.
Agreed.
What is she wearing? A trench coat?
That's what I said this morning. I said, is she wearing a trench coat?
I think it's a tan 2-piece skirt and top. It's the way it looks. Maybe it's a wrap dress.
Well, what the hell she got black leggings on for?
I know.
Maybe those were the only hose that she had. Maybe.
Yeah. She got $200,000 sitting in a GoFundMe and she can't buy a pair of stockings. Come on.
Right. Well, it's probably not sitting there anymore. It doesn't show.
Attorney money, honey. That's attorney money, honey. She got to pay these people for her high price defense.
I asked for my money back at this point. Look at her. She can't just wait a minute for her attorneys to tell her what's going on. She has to crane in because she has to have control. She can't just wait like any normal person would for their attorneys to tell them what's going on. She has to try to hear it.
Grant says that some days will be canceled this week. It's at the defense request. DY has something. He said he hears a lot of stuff ahead of time.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, he should have scheduled better. You know, you have a trial at 6 to 8 weeks. Listen, I need donations to buy lunch. I'm a poor person too, man.
Oh yeah, I was just looking at someone. I was sitting here trying to do thumbnails. How the hell I came across freaking burgers? You know, I don't know. I wasn't looking for burgers, but now I want me one of them damn baconators on a pretzel bun. But you know, hubby's at work, no car, and I refuse to pay delivery fees because you pay 3 times more for your food. But it doesn't matter anyway. Yeah,
I don't drive, so I don't. You guys got delivery. I live in the middle of nowhere. There isn't DoorDash. McDonald's doesn't deliver. Pizza Hut barely delivers. Only 3 nights a week.
Oh hell! After you pay for what you pay for the delivery, yeah, you might as well just go because you're paying double for the food. See, that just don't fit my budget much, especially when you got a family of 4. You know.
Oh, I like your top. Is that a dress?
Thank you. No, it's just a top, but it's 75 degrees here today, so.
It was 80 here
yesterday. It's in the 80s here, but
today it's 50 and raining.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're in the 80s and raining.
Yeah,
of course,
no, it's
field
nice.
day, so you know, I hope my daughter got her field day time in before it started raining at the school, because you know, last week at school they got all these activities and we need the rain so bad that heck, I was dancing for it last night.
No runs actually. I mean, maybe on YouTube, but it's streaming across numerous platforms. So that might be the number that you see on YouTube. But that's not the total number of people. I have the total number right here at the top of my screen, and I'm streaming on 3 platforms right now. So it gives me the total number of all of the people on all 3 platforms. Most days it's sat between like 250 and 400-ish most days. Today's been sort of a slower day. We're over 100, but not close to 2, you know?
Hey, would you mind next week if one day we stream from my channel?
Sure. Why not?
And I can do that thing, you know, where so you can share it everywhere, or
Kathy,
you know.
all you got to do is when you click into this, hit that stream to your audience button.
It should,
it's up at the top, and it'll automatically fire you off live on your channel. And then if
right,
you
that's
get
what
any
me and
super
Heels
chats-
used to do.
Yep.
No,
if
I
you
wouldn't do it without asking. No, I wouldn't do
But
it
I
without
set it up
making
so you
sure it's okay.
can. That's
Okay.
so when you set
Yeah.
your StreamYard up, you can stop. Like, there's a button that you click to either not let your guest do it or let your guest do it. I have it unclicked for this so that people can do it. Me and Heels did
And
it.
you said it's right there, voices?
It's
When
look at
I-
the top of your screen,
Look
Kathy.
at the top of your screen where you would normally see the thing that says stream, you know, like go live now. It should say stream to your channel.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
It's a blue button, and if you click that right now, it would go live on your channel. And then if
Okay.
you get super chats on your side, they stay with you. If Elise gets super chats, they stay with her. If I get super chats, they stay with me. Anytime you have this stream to your audience, it's a collaborative thing so that multiple creators can be on one panel, streaming to their own audiences and building collaborativity.
Collective. Like
Collaborative
cross.
effort.
You know,
It's a
everybody
StreamYard thing.
gains more of other people's viewers and it helps everyone out. Like, that's how me and Heels were doing it too. On the days that I could, I would stream it through her to my channel.
We didn't
Awesome.
really
I'll do
miss
that
anything,
Monday.
Brianna. They called, they were done questioning her, they released her for the stand, and now they're in their little sidebar working on scheduling for next week. And that's scheduling for tomorrow. I'm sorry, this is only Tuesday. Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
But we don't know what the end of it was. It just ended without telling us like what the judge said. So guess we'll find out maybe tomorrow morning. Maybe, possibly.
So Tuesdays are only a half day of court?
Yeah. So Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are full days. Tuesdays and Thursdays are half days. But the judge keeps like complaining about wanting to move things along. Then why are you doing half days on Tuesdays and Thursdays instead of whole days the whole 5 days a week? It just doesn't make sense.
Interesting.
Well,
Most trials are full days all of the days.
Yeah, her reasoning for that was, you know, to allow the afternoons for motions and all kinds, you know, all the
But it
paperwork
takes
and
her
all the
like
court.
maybe 3 minutes to do any
Yeah.
motions while they're there, and then she's done for the day. So it's like, I'm just not. I'm
Maybe
sorry.
she didn't
but
want
it's-
her schedule. Maybe she didn't want her schedule impacted any more than it has to already be.
Right. And I think that's really what it boils down to. Like,
But then she can't turn around and try to rush it either and try to rush them through their line of questioning, which she has done.
right. 100%. 100%. And that's something that I wrote down about a couple things that like I really want to sort of go over, you know, after this was over for today. So I'm gonna sort of go through a little bit of that. While hold on, let me get this. Oh, I don't know what is happening. Why are my banners why are both of them up? What is happening right now? Oh, I'm done with this technology thing. I am. But also, I mean, while it was up there, feel free to donate to the channel. It helps support me and the channel and try to cover the costs associated with doing all of this. I've been covering this case for a year, and even behind closed doors when I am not streaming, I assure you, as many people know, there's a lot that happens and there's a lot you got to do. And for even the 4 months I wasn't streaming, I have methodically been following this entire case and doing a lot of work on it, along with one other case that I've been sort of really working on. But that is the way you keep your small creators afloat, you know, and make sure that you guys take the time to go over to these lovely ladies' channels and give them a subscribe as well, because we wouldn't all be here together if it wasn't for Voices and Kathy joining me in the memoriam of Heels. So
no, we wouldn't be here together if it wasn't for Heels, because Heels, you and Heels knew each other somehow, and then we just rode in on the coattails because we were friends with Heels. So this is really because of Heels that we all have collaborated together.
It is, yeah. And you know, Mother's Day was a tough day. I just kept thinking about her and her family and her kids. And also, I want to give a heads up for tomorrow. I know it's a full day. We will be here. But tomorrow
Oh, that's right. Tomorrow's only Friday. Or no, tomorrow's only Wednesday. What am I thinking?
Matthew. Do not,
Oh,
do
I was
not
thinking of
take
next
it.
week and that we were at the end of the week. So yeah, see, I'm totally lost.
No, it's
What
Wednesday.
happens
But
when you got
around,
kids puking on you all weekend?
yeah, there's two things happening tomorrow for me. One of them is that my daughter, it's only Zoom, so I'm going to just pop on my phone while this is going. But my daughter won Student of the Month, and it's like the parents can only attend via Zoom. So there's like a small ceremony for that around 10 o'clock.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm so proud of her. And
Congratulations.
yep, I'm a proud mama. And
I'm sure.
tomorrow also happens to be my dad's death anniversary. So excuse me if I'm a little quiet or off. It's a tough day. It's also the day before my brother's birthday. We lost my dad to suicide. So the whole thing is just tough for all of us on that day. So lots of emotions for me tomorrow. So just bear with me on that one.
At least you have a bright light tomorrow, proud mama. Congratulations to your baby.
Thank you. Yeah, I was super proud when she brought home the paper, and then they sent me like a text message, and like how all the schools have like an app now. They sent me all the Zoom information and stuff. Me and Dad were kind of like, wait, it's Zoom, like we can't go in person and like clap and be like, that's my baby. Like, can't do that now. Like now it's all Zoom. Like, but we are very proud. She's in kindergarten, so it makes me even more proud. Like,
yeah, my baby's graduating kindergarten. I'm gonna cry like a baby. I am. And he got a terrific kid. I'm gonna cry like a baby.
June 11th is the last day of school for her because kindergartners go to school a week before the other
They
kids.
go till June?
June 11th, yeah.
His is the 21st of
They
this
started,
month.
well, like kindergartners come out a week early because they started at like August 29th or something, like at the end of August. They went to school a week earlier than the other kids. So they get out.
Right, they start a week before, so they have a chance, the kindergartens have a chance to assimilate before the rest of school starts coming in.
Ours started the first week of August. It's like they keep moving it every year. And I'm like, you keep moving and they're not going to have no summer. It used to be September 4th.
It's usually between like, June 15th and like June 23rd if there's snow days. But like, I almost feel like they're starting school earlier and earlier now. Like the first week of September instead of like September 7th or 9th. Like, what? Like you guys are just taking away summer.
Our kids start the middle of August out here.
When my daughter started, she's in third. She's finishing up third grade. When she started kindergarten, they were going right after September 4th. Then the next year it bumped up to August, to the end of August. And then every year it bumps up more and more. Now this year they started, I think it was August 8th or 9th. Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm afraid to see what they're going to do next year.
So you guys are taking away almost a full month of school vacation.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't get that much. They get out, May 23rd is her last day. And then they're back at the beginning of August.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all of August really should be a summer month. And I know like with Florida, it's a little different. I have tons of family that live in Florida and they tend to start like in August and get out in May because of the weather and stuff. But I mean, it should just be all
August is a hot month. It's a hot, dry month.
Everywhere.
A lot of times.
I don't go to Florida
It's
until
just too early. And it's, that extra three weeks really made a difference with whenever you got to plan your summer around your job,
Yep.
It
sure
really made a
does.
difference. And
It's
that's why
always
they
been like, I
wanted
have-
her to go to that special program for summer. No, it's not summer school because you can't
No.
go to summer school unless your grades require it. Because she wanted to go to summer school and she cried when they told her no, that she didn't qualify for summer school. So then they have this program. It's like a stem cell program for the summer.
Yeah, so it keeps them like learning stuff in the summer.
Right. And you have to have a certain grade point average to get invited in. Well, she busted her butt and kept her grade point average up there all year. But the thing is it's almost the whole time they're off.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
for me. I
it's
like
4
to do
days
like
a week, all
I love
day.
camping. I love doing like hiking. We do a lot of like outdoor activities in the
Mhm.
summer, and I want that time for my kids to sort of like, not have to be doing, brain thinking in school. But because I have one, obviously, that's in kindergarten, one that'll be going into high school next year, and one that's out of school. She's going to be 20. But I mean, all three of my girls like are very, very smart when it comes to school, and like their brains need a chance to just shut down and do just kid stuff, like, and in my opinion, like those months are meant to like give them time to just woosah, like they're expected to do a lot as kids.
She wanted to really go, and she was adamant about going. And then, after sitting down and having many talks with her and explaining, honey, you're going to be there all day, just like a regular school day, all 4 days a week, which means you're not going to be able to go do things that like go to the water park or whatever, go to the zoo, whatever. We're not going to, because daddy only has certain days off in the summer.
Yeah.
I said, so I let her think of it. I didn't want to she's 8.5.
Yeah.
I didn't want to burn her out on school already.
No.
But that would be like going year round.
Yeah, no, you don't want to do that. You definitely don't want to do that.
So we came to a happy medium. We're going to do homeschool, summer school, a couple hours,
there you go,
3 days a week. And that'll keep her happy because so I went to the teacher and got a curriculum for the summer for her, which will probably put her way above again, but that's okay.
That's okay. It's giving her a head start, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the judge, there was some things that like, oh, I love it. I love it. That is so cute. I got a bookmark that says World's Best Mom because I'm a nerd. So she made me a bookmark and laminated it, and I love it. Oh, look at the panda.
Brianna, I love your comment.
I love
Oh my God.
them. You do such a good job on that stuff. I love it.
Shit, I was muted. Look, don't be a prick.
Oh my God, that is the best thing ever. Don't be a prick.
Don't be a prick. I'm going to put a little tag on it that hangs off that says, reminder, don't be a prick.
Oh my God, I love that. I love it so
Yeah,
much.
those are cool.
Girl,
I want some monster trucks or dinosaurs and some unicorns and rainbows for my daughter. That's
See, I don't
pretty.
have that kind of talent. I can make t-shirts
Hell
and
no.
stuff like that, but not that kind of talent.
Look at those.
I love them. I love that. That's
Look at
pretty
the
talented.
Look at the Bigfoots.
The details, like I could never get that done like that ever. Never. Like the details on those are just.
I got a whole
insane.
pile of Bigfoots.
I love them. I love them. I love it. Listen,
What
you
I've been
do you,
doing.
girl.
This is what I've been doing.
I'm good at
Then I
like
got
researching, learning, reading, like all that kind of stuff. Like I'm
What
a
do you think of
people
this one?
person. Ooh, I like that one.
Whoops. The moon's not glued, so the moon
That's
just fell.
okay. I love it. That's awesome. Yeah,
And
see, I
then
don't
I
have
have
that
it-
kind of talent.
And then I
Not
have
that
it
kind
in
of. I got different talents.
vertical. Then I did it in purple.
Oh, I love that. I love the purple. It's ominous.
Yeah, that's pretty.
And then I did oops. It's a shadow box.
We did
but
crafts, but I could only do them by following the pattern books
Well,
and stuff.
look
If
at
I had
the
to create on my
detail, like,
own, no.
I
Oh,
could
that's nice.
not look at the small details in the antlers. Like, there's no way I could do that. There's
Mm-mm.
no
Oh,
way.
honey, the machine cuts that.
I
the
know
machine-
it does, but then you still got to
Yeah.
pull the piece. Like, nope, I can't do it. Not me. Not me. You still have
So-
to put it together, you know?
That's all the stuff for my craft fair.
I love it. I love it.
So anyway, there's what
Craft
I've
fair's
that's what I've been
freaking
doing
amazing,
while I'm muted and watching. That's what I've been doing. So
Hey, listen.
Oh, I
you're being
did crafts,
productive.
but I had to follow the pattern books 100% because if not, forget it. It's not happening. It's not happening.
yeah, Cericia, those are for my craft show.
I love it. I love it.
Oh,
My
and I
sister does
got
craft
a
shows too.
box of-
Oh, I used to do craft shows years ago. Oh my God. You don't get no money for all your time.
Oh, I love the butterfly.
Oh, I
That
like
reminds
those
me of my
butterflies.
Nana who passed away.
My daughter loves
and
butterflies.
my best friends who passed away, butterflies were their thing. Just loved butterflies.
My
So I
daughter
got
loves
some
them.
butterflies that
I
are
love
still
them.
left to put together.
I love them.
I got some eggs. Like I did this bee for Queen. So
Oh, it's so pretty.
That is pretty. Queen will love that.
I do the bedazzled stuff on.
Listen, I'm one of those person that like anything that's like pink and sparkly. Like that's all me.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Good to know. Well, we can make all kinds of pink and sparkly.
Oh, I love pink and sparkly. So yeah, there's something that the judge that like, I watch the judges very carefully in cases like this. And with Canoni, I there was just one thing that sort of rubbed me the wrong way today. And I talked about it when it happened, but I'm gonna do it again.
What is it?
She intervened when Lally asked where the layout of something on the house was to either, I think it was Sarah Levinson, maybe, or maybe it was Julia. I don't remember, but yeah. So he was like asking where something on the layout of the house was, and she was kind of like, we don't need to like touch on, the layout of the house anymore. But it's like, here's the thing. In my opinion, it was improper of her to do that because part of the state's case is to give the jurors like an idea of where things are in the house and like their idea of like what they would have been looking at or where they would have been going, or like, the whole point is to put it in the jurors' minds while you're telling the story, right? Like not, oh, we've already said it. Like they're not going to remember where it already was. Like it's good to repeat it in that moment so that they know what we're talking about, right? Yeah, let's move on from the door, she says. Like there's two doors. There's two doors in the front. One is like a front door, one's a side door, but like if it were me and I used that side door, I would call that my front door, right? So you don't want anybody mixing up like front door with side door and people thinking front door means the very front door when they actually mean the side door, right? So like that's why they clarify which door and where was it, right? So she sort of stopped Lally in that, like, let's move on from the door, right? But you're allowing the defense to keep going with these lines of questioning that are not relevant, that have had 16 objections and sustains in a row, right? And then you're allowing them to go over the layout of the house numerous times in one line of questioning. Like, so, I mean, that's not really being fair. If you're going to do it, you need to let them both do it. Whether you're getting aggravated with it or not is irrelevant. They need to be able to, tell their case. And that applies for both sides. Like if it was something on the other side that she did that wasn't proper, I would have said the same thing. Like, you got to try to get the witnesses to tell you exactly what they saw and bring them back to the place of where it was. Because also when you're getting the testimony, it's much easier for the witnesses to recollect if they can place themselves there and think about where they were standing and where they moved to and what they were doing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's easier for them to recall that. Like, so, having the defense be allowed to make like offhanded comments, like, of course, being a snarky asshole with Yannetti, like, of course, like she had to strike that from the record. She told him no more of courses. And of course, the first thing he did was say, of course, after that. And she had to strike it. Like, and also they've let the defense sort of run off on narratives a lot. You don't see the prosecution running off on narratives. Many of the witnesses had said, is that a question? Because he's not asking questions. He's saying, you were drunk. That's a statement. That's not a question. That's a narrative. I would have objected immediately. Like that's not asking the witness a question. It's stating something to the witness about themselves. That's not how it works. Like that's not in the rules. Like if I were Lally, I would have been objecting to that. Plain and simple. Like you can't tell a narrative. They have to tell you have to ask an actual question that has to be relevant. And so I heard Grant told us that people were, or maybe it wasn't Grant, somebody was telling, it was either something around on Twitter or something someone here said that they were complaining about, the other side of the cult was complaining about all the objections and sustains in a row. And, oh, the judge is in on it and she's biased. No, the objections were sound legal objections. You can't tell a narrative. The things that you're asking have to be relevant. If they don't meet the parameters, then you object and it is sustained. She is following every legal procedure, in my opinion, that she can, except I don't really like this whole interrupting and trying to move them along because they're trying to present on both sides because they're trying to present their cases. They have to be allowed to present those cases without being pushed to hurry up. Like
I think she's too lenient on the defense at times.
Agreed. Like you're allowing them to say offhanded comments. Like, here's the thing. They know when they're saying it that it's not going into the record, but they also know that by saying it, they can't unsay it. The jurors can't unhear it. That's why they do it. They do it knowing it's not going to stay in the record, but knowing that the defense is saying it and the jurors can't unhear it, right? Like they know that they're doing it on purpose. Prosecution's not doing anything like that. And then, you know, because they'd be in trouble. And I think she needs to be a little more hard. And that's why she keeps calling sidebars. She's yelled at them quite a few times during this trial. Quite a few. Jackson once, Yannetti a few. Like Little basically couldn't even get any questions in last time because everything was objected to and sustained because she was just stating statements. They weren't even questions and things that were completely irrelevant to anything. So that's why she basically got no questions in on that. So, yeah. And then that's another thing, letting the defense like make statements instead of, you know, saying like, stop making statements. Stop making statements, ask questions. There have been numerous witnesses that have said, is that a question? Like, is that a question? Because it's not, they're not asking a question. They're stating a narrative to the jury or to the witness for the jury to hear. You have to ask a question as the attorney. You can't just state a narrative, right? Like, and so Sarah Levinson, when she was saying like that, she looked down at the grass in front of her while she was like walking to the driveway, like the grass that like, you know, is up against sort of the driveway. I think Lally missed a very good opportunity on a redirect to say, would there be any reason that you would be looking behind you in the dark, far corner of a yard at that time in the dark and in the snow? I think he missed a very good way to explain to the jurors that she had no reason to be looking behind her way over in a far corner of the yard at night while it's snowing at all. And I think he really missed that on redirect, that he should have been more like, he asked it, but he asked it like not in the way that I just said it. Like, well, there any reason that you would be like, he was like focusing more on like where she was actually looking, which is fine. Do that too. But I think on a redirect, he should have asked her, would there be any reason you would have been looking behind you way in the far corner of a dark yard while it's nighttime and snowing? Like that would have been resonated, I think, more with the jury, where they would have been like, yeah, why would she be looking there like that? The way he worded it is just like, okay, she was looking down. That doesn't explain to the jury why she didn't see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, she didn't see it because A, it's way over here. Why would she be looking that way? And B, because she's looking down. Like, so... I mean,
would she have been looking down to like watch where she was walking? Wasn't she the one in heels?
Yeah, that's what she said. She said she was watching where she was walking
because it would be slippery,
right? Because I think she said that too. One of them did that. It was like, oh, Tristan said it, like it was wet, it was slippery. Like so, Caitlin was looking down when she was walking to get to the car. So
I was listening this morning. It's 7:30 is just too early for me to start on a panel.
Yeah, girl, I forgot we had that big ass time difference.
Yeah, I'm 3 hours behind or 2 hours behind you. So
yeah,
7 in the morning is just a little too early to start being a panel whore.
My cousin lives in California, and I always forget. And one of my very close friends lives in Nevada, so the time difference, we always forget about it. And even like, I'd say like 8 or 9 o'clock here, she's awake there. So I'm like, dude, go back to sleep. Like,
unfortunately, I'm up, whether it be school or not. My kids are up. My little one, he's usually up. If he sleeps till 7, that's sleeping in. Usually he's up 5:30, 6 o'clock every day.
Thank God. Thank God. Mine gives me a hard time about getting up, even if she's got to get up. That's another thing. So Julie Nagel made a really good sort of a fire back to Yannetti when he was like, well, was it going 80 miles an hour? And she's like, no, I don't think so. Was it going 50 miles an hour? And she's like, I don't know. I didn't have a radar gun.
I know.
Like,
that was great. I don't have a radar gun.
I don't have a radar gun. Like, how would she know how fast or not fast a car is going? She's not trained to know that either. So how would she know how fast the car was going? She wouldn't, right? Like, no, she didn't have a radar gun in her pocket. Yannetti, sorry.
Exactly.
Like, I think that statement by her was like beautiful. Like that one, and where both Tristan and her and Julie Nagel, and I can't remember, one of the other two said it as well, but these people both said, no, that's not what I said. Because Yannetti, and these are like numerous other people before them have said the same thing to David Yannetti. No, that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. Because he would say, is it your testimony that you said blah, blah, blah? And they're like, no, that's not what I said. You're like, he's trying to change their words and then saying, is this your testimony? Like, No.
Is he trying to get him caught up so that they'll say, yeah, I said that, and then he'll say, you lied?
Yes,
Is
that's
that what
exactly what
he's
he's
trying to do?
trying to do. But it's very sneaky because you're basically trying to bully them into changing their testimony. And like the jury isn't going to see that as like anybody lying. They're going to see it as exactly what it is, especially if it was only one witness saying like, that's not what I said, then, you know, maybe not. But we're talking numerous witnesses at this point have said to him, no, that is not what I said. That is
So far,
not
everybody
what I
that's
said.
been on the stand has said that. So far, everybody that's
Like-
been on the stand has said, no, that's not what I said.
Right. So it's like, and then he keeps bringing things up like, well, did you tell anybody it was a 6-foot blob that you saw? How would, like, if nobody asked her how big it was, why would she think to say, oh, it was like 5 or 6 feet? Like,
How does she know
I
what 5
wouldn't-
or 6 feet is? You know, I mean, a lot of times people like they don't have the depth perception. They don't have the ability to do mental measurements. I mean, you could see something far away off and think that it was 3 feet when it was in fact 5 feet, especially if there's snow on the ground. So
Right.
asking these people that that don't do this in a professional capacity in their everyday lives, these are just John and Jane Does. A lot of them are. Some of them are law enforcement officials, and they would be able to estimate that stuff. But the daughter of a cop is probably not going to be able to estimate that. How
No.
many cops want to deal with cop things when they're off being a cop?
Right.
Not many. They want to be a father.
That's correct. That's
Again,
correct.
that's my opinion, but
No, you're right. Like it's insane to me. Like, you know, that and then the judge right at the end here, when Yannetti was like going at Julie Nagel, like he asked, I gotta go back to hear the entire question, but he asked something and the judge was like, all right, that question is improper. It is stricken. Like the fact that she used the word improper should tell you how fed up she is at this point. Like she used the word improper. She said that question is improper. Like they know what they're doing because even if they withdraw the comment or it's stricken from the record, the jurors have heard it. And so they know exactly what they're doing when they do it to try to make these people out to be liars or bad people. But I think they know deep down, like this is not going well for them. And, you know, the other side can scream from the rooftops that it's a win and everybody's a liar. But what they don't seem to understand is the jury doesn't get to hear the conjecture and the BS that everybody else got to hear or believe in before. Like in all the stuff that happens on the jury doesn't see none of that. The jury only gets what's put in front of them, and anybody testifying, that is considered evidence. Someone testifying saying, I heard her say, I hit him. It is evidence to the jury. It's considered evidence. So all of these people testifying, when they're like, oh, it's nothing, it doesn't really matter. Like it does, it's considered evidence. And the jury doesn't get to hear about X, Y, or Z that happened before, X, Y, and Z, the things have been talked about on the internet for a year or two. Like none of that matters to a jury because they know nothing about it. What matters to a jury is what they're hearing in front of them. And if you take simply what they have heard, you're talking about small town folks with careers and real jobs who some know each other and some don't, right? All saying the same exact thing from their perception, right? From their night of what happened. Like, and it's correlating. It's all adding up. You know, Tristan said something like, they asked him like something, and then Yannetti, of course, objected because he didn't want Tristan to say because she didn't want to be snowed in, but he got the answer out and the judge said she would take it. So it's like Caitlin said because she didn't want to be snowed in at her parents. Tristan said because she didn't want to be snowed in at her parents. And also it was like, well, why did you go pick her up? Because she's high maintenance and I don't want to deal with her. Like, which got a laugh from the whole gallery. Like,
right.
He's being honest. It's his girlfriend. You just do it because she asked you to. And also because she didn't want to be snowed in, which is exactly what she testified to right before that she did not want to be snowed. I wouldn't want to be snowed in at my parents' house either. No offense. Like, but I wouldn't.
No.
Right? Like I want to go home to my own bed, right? Like
I want to be snowed in my own house. Thank you very much.
Right. I don't want to be snowed in anywhere, but definitely not my mom's house. I'll tell you that right now. I do not want to be snowed into my mother's house. Like that's not a thing. Like, I mean, the fact that they tried so hard to get Tristan to tell times, he's like, I don't remember the times. And then he said twice, I'm not going to make up times, sir. that's very telling to a jury when he's telling you, I'm not going to make up the time because I can't remember it. And Yanetti's kept pushing him to tell a time. And he's saying, I don't remember. Like, I'm not going to give you a time, because if he gives him an approximate time, Yanetti's going to turn it around and be like, well, somebody said it was this time, so you're a liar. Like, no, that's why he's not giving you an approximate time, because he doesn't remember the exact time, because he wasn't looking at a goddamn clock at the time. And no, nobody thinks, oh, well, maybe a murder is going to happen tonight. I should look at the clock every minute. Like,
pretty sure he was worried about getting his drunk fiance home
and going back to bed because he knew he was going to have to plow. I've plowed. Yeah. And you never know when you're getting the phone call. It's about 2 inches in New England, or at least in Mass, like about 2 to 3 inches is when they want you to start. So you need to be on the road before that, waiting.
Right. So you're generally out between 2 and 3 a.m.
Yeah. Generally, whatever time the snow gets to about 1 inch, you want to be already on the road.
Yep.
So ready to plow when it hits 2. So like, all he cared about was getting the amount of sleep he could get, going to get his girlfriend, bringing her home, and going back to bed before he was called out to plow. That simple, right. Not that hard. So no, he's not staring at times. He's trying to go back to bed. He's tired, right? Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, absolutely absurd. Like, there is a lot of all of this that just doesn't jive with the conspiracy theory. There's too many people saying the same thing over and over. Too many people who are just basic people with careers, like the couple there, that couple that was there with them at the waterfall. Like, you can say all you want that like they were a loving couple, but like when the voicemails and the text messages and the relationship that Karen had with Brian Higgins is revealed, it's not going to look like it was so hunky-dory. John's not going to sit there and do things publicly, which people have already said. He's a private person. So, of course, publicly, he's not going to sit there and argue with Karen. That's going to be in the car or while they're privately somewhere. Not going to embarrass people in front of each other. Like, who wants to do that? Some people do. That's cool. That's fine. That's not the way John was, right? Like, so he's not going to do that. Like, and also, Yannetti was trying to sort of
police officer, and he can't have, like, if he and his a significant other are having an argument or whatever, he can't have it turn into something that'll escalate, because that can be bad for him work-wise also. And you can't tell me that Karen doesn't know that. And that could also be why he's kind of placating her, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I don't think that she's innocent, but I don't believe that she set out to leave him in an unconscious mess in the snow to result in his death. I don't believe that that's what it was. I fully believe this was an accident, but then when she realized that it was an accident, she didn't speak up, which then makes her negligent and culpable.
Yes.
And
yeah,
I mean, that's my opinion. And that's also what I'm gathering. I mean, now listen, I know I'm not like a juror, because I know way too much to be considered as a juror. But from where I'm sitting and watching all of this happen, that's what I see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, another thing that people keep mistaking on the other side there of the Free Karen Read movement there is they keep forgetting that murder 2 in Massachusetts does not need to prove intent. Does not need to prove intent. It only needs to prove that the person was acting in a reckless manner that could have caused, that a reasonable person would have thought could have caused.
Massachusetts is a Commonwealth state. So they have different, in order for like their, like, it wouldn't be the same as like murder 2 in Nevada.
No,
would not be the same.
No,
they have the Commonwealth operates a little bit differently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, geez.
So people seem to think that you have to prove intent for murder 2. In Massachusetts, you do not have to prove intent for murder 2. They're not arguing that, right? Like, that's why they charged her with what they charged her with. Like, she have changed her story numerous times at the scene, or when she went to get, like, when she met up with Jen and Kerry, like, she didn't even remember leaving the waterfall. Okay. At that point, didn't even remember leaving the waterfall. So I think what happens is over time, she starts to remember bits and pieces of what's happening over these hours where like all this stuff is happening. I think she starts to remember bits and pieces and she probably remembers while at the scene that she hit him, right?
One does when your memory comes back little at a time.
I mean, I've never been that drunk where I've forgotten anything that happened.
Oh, girl, I have.
On my 21st birthday, maybe.
Straight up. I lived in a perpetual state called blackout, And
Yeah.
they called it blackout for a reason. Like
Yeah.
I was blackout drunk for about 6 years of my life.
Well, that's why I say like my 21st birthday, I was definitely blackout drunk. Definitely. But I've never been like, I know what it's like to forget, but I also like all those memories also came back. Like it wasn't like I just forgot and then that was it. I never ever remembered again. They came back. But I think with Karen, like you said, she realized what had happened and she acted in a reckless manner after that. And that's why she's being charged with what she's being charged with, right? Depraved indifference. So
damn, that's a charge.
Depraved indifference can be a charge. Yeah, they didn't charge her with that, but it's part of like sort of describing the way she is. But they do have a charge for depraved indifference. I forget what it's called specifically. And I don't think it's a Massachusetts one either, but I forget the charge for it. You'd have to look it up. But there is one that correlates to that.
I really think that she messed up because I think if she would have just
Me too. Said it was an accident.
Yep. We wouldn't be here and she wouldn't be fighting for her life and broke again.
I think maybe she still have been charged just because of what happened afterwards.
I bet you she would have gotten an ankle monitor though.
Yeah, with no prior criminal record, the best she probably would have got is maybe a short sentence in prison or a suspended sentence with an ankle monitor. Like, in my opinion, with no criminal record, this would have already been done and over with for her.
Up to this, she was a good standing citizen. I mean, wasn't she like a professor?
Right.
Wasn't she like a college professor?
She was, yep, at Bentley, where she went to school. So, yeah.
I mean, this again, if it's an accident, it's an accident. But it's the actions afterwards. And then you got her going on Nightline screaming, I hit him. I hit him.
Yeah, well, also saying that she saw him walk up to the door, which at that point she had said that to not a single person. So her story changed over time numerous times. And yeah, this comment, this is the kind of stuff that aggravates me because it's like, if you don't know court procedure, if you never watched a trial before, if you don't know how trials work, like thinking that all of a sudden they're going to start with like, well, here's all the evidence that she's guilty. Like, that's not how a trial works. They're starting from the beginning of the story and then they move along to the end of the story. Like, so yeah, you're going to see like the phone records. And like, for instance, that morning when Karen went to talk to Kerry and Jen, she called Kerry Roberts 3 times. One time she said, John's dead, hung up. Second time she said, John's dead. He was hit by a plow and hung up. So it's like these types of things are what show the way she was acting after and the things that she was saying. This was before they ever made it to 34 Fairview. So you've called Kerry and said he's dead and hung up. And then you called her again and said he said he was hit by a plow and hung up. Before you ever get in that car to go look for him.
Whoa.
Like, those are going to be some
she
real...
really fucked herself, yo.
That's why I say, like, there are things that I've known for quite some time that will come out in this trial that, like, she didn't help herself. She didn't help herself even a little. Nope. And so it's like the conspiracy gets less and less and less and less plausible when you start to know some of these things. Like, and yeah, so this is a good point. She did go back. She did go back before she was.
Well, they said that she was out driving around. She admitted that she was out driving around. That's what leads me to believe that she went back. And
I think she did too. Yeah.
Yep.
I totally agree. But yeah, I think she went back there. She found him. Immediately, she went into defensive mode and when it started to plan her, instead of just right then and there, all she had to do was
call 911 and say,
yeah,
there has been a really bad accident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in my head, she's more worried about the DUI. And it's like, at that point, that don't matter. Like,
I think that's what she was more worried about as well.
You know what I mean? DUI over a murder charge. Yeah, any day. I mean, her first DUI, her lawyer can plead it where she gets, a slap on the wrist,
No, not in the state of Massachusetts.
I don't know. Good lawyers can still do it.
You get a fucking DUI in New England, you might as well plan on sitting for 5 to 10 years and no
Oh,
driving.
no.
It's not that bad anymore. If you refuse a
No.
breathalyzer, it's an automatic 3-month suspension on your license, 90 days. If you don't refuse the breathalyzer and it comes back, it's a year suspension on your license. But and most of the time, what they do nowadays is they outfit your car with a thing that you have to blow into every time your car starts.
Right.
Especially if it's a first offense, like
Right. And now you can get leeway so that you can drive for work. And there's,
Oh
a
my
good
God.
lawyer. Yeah, you can get compared to a murder conviction. I'll take the DUI.
I had a girlfriend whose boyfriend was a girlfriend that was married or with this fucking drunk man. Oh God. In the 10 years they were together, he got like 6 DUIs. He had to have one of those interlocker devices on it.
Wow.
And she used to go out and start the fucking car for him. She used to go out and blow into it and start the fucking car for
So
him.
they've made it
So
now
he's
so that's like almost not possible, but people still find ways around it. Or they'll drive someone else's car when they're not supposed to. But if you get caught doing that, like it's an automatic, like you're going back to jail, do not pass go, do not collect $200. So like, like things that I won't do for 500, Alex. No, thank you. But like Massachusetts has gotten better with dealing with drunk drivers, but they've also got more lenient over the years than like it used to be a lot stricter now because they have the interlocking devices and because they have all these different things that try to give people a chance, like.
So I have to admit,
it says for 3 years. Sometimes it's up to like 5, 7, 10. Some people have in their car for like 10 years. So that's where they get you here is they want that thing in your car for years, not just in months, like years. And you have to pay to go have it calibrated. I think it's every month. You have to pay for that for it to be calibrated every month.
Well, if you get put on an ankle monitor, you have to pay for that and the services that monitor the ankle monitor. So, I mean,
sometimes, most of the time it's a probation fee, at least here. It's a probation fee of like $65 to $75 a month. It's not really the ankle bracelet itself. It's like the probation fee of being on probation, but it's not that bad, and sometimes the judge can waive it if you're like poor or, so yeah, see, $150 they pay. And what state do you live? I mean, you don't have to tell me what state do you live in, because again, that changes by where you live. Here, it's probably more. If you live in Mass, I'd say that's pretty low for what you would have to pay. Because I think I remember.
No, she's in the Midwest.
Telling me that it was like $300 or $200 somewhere around there in Mass.
It depends on where you live because for my friend and her boyfriend in Montana, it was $500 a month.
Yeah,
plus,
Kansas. It's definitely more expensive here. I know that for a fact. So, but again, we're the top 3 states of how expensive it is to live in. So yes, tiny little state of Massachusetts being assholes and all, like stupid. Like, I mean, I have a lot of copious notes on this case, but I think the things that stuck out to me were like the witnesses saying things like, that's not what I said. And you're changing my words. And that wasn't the full sentence. And that's not the context it was in. Because you don't hear them saying that when it comes to the prosecution asking questions. So, I mean, it really is going to stick with a jury, like that they keep trying to sort of change what they're saying. And I think the jury isn't going to love that. I think they're already sort of getting tired of it when it comes to Yannetti. And I don't think they should really let Little cross-examine anymore because A, she's not really great at it. B, this whole like cracking of the voice, like she's about to cry every time she's up there. And like just the very, I mean, she's no more like in your face really than Yannetti, but at the same time, like most of her questions are irrelevant and get struck down with objections. Like she's not good with procedure. She doesn't seem to realize, even though the judges told her a million times, you have to give the prosecution what you're going to show the witness before you give it to the witness. Like that's how it works in case they have an objection to it. Like, so you can't give it to the witness and then I know she's not from Mass, but after being told like 6 or 7 times, like you should know by now, Alan Jackson too, like he's done it too. So like, come on, get with it.
I'm wondering if she's a new attorney and they're teaching her like her trial skills and all of that. I mean, that's very much what she seems like.
Yes.
They're using this to build her confidence because she's such a baby attorney, so to speak.
I think this probably wasn't the right case to start her with.
But you know
Yeah.
what? It's a great case to do it because she gets her feet wet.
Unless
Yeah, but this is a murmur trial. You don't want some green who don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, but Karen had to agree to it.
She's not the only attorney. She's oversought by others, and they're giving her her little part to do.
That's correct. And also, Karen had to agree to it. So bottom line is Karen had to have said yes in order for them to do that. So Karen agreed to it, so
Can you touch on what's going on with Grant today? You guys kept asking if it was okay.
He's sick.
Oh, he's sick.
He's really tired. And remember, Grant's been pulling like 24 out, like not sleeping.
I know, because like staying out there at the
And
I
when
know
he's
all of
not
that.
sleeping, he's like, we're on the phone, we're figuring stuff, like he's doing a lot like behind. People don't realize how much happens behind the scenes, I don't think. And Grant is good at multitasking, and he definitely needs a day off. And I think he said he was feeling sick too. So we hope Grant feels better because he does so much for people. So
I knew the other day, the last couple of days had been a little stressful with, I've been seeing clips and stuff with,
Machado. Yeah.
Trying to say that he assaulted
the whole
that woman.
fake. Oh my God, you accosted me. Like, dude, first of all, no. Secondly, stop it. And third, you can clearly see her in video putting her hands on him, and then his back was turned to her when she tried to claim that. So it's funny because it's on video, Jess. And also, FYI, there's a court camera right above. So just saying things to make them true doesn't make them true. Like it's just absurd. I think it's the same thing that Aiden does. It's a deflection, right? Like I put my hands on you, so now I'm going to deflect and say that you did it to me. Like that's what they do.
Well, and then immediately Aiden hops right in and fucking starts saying,
what I find funny is that Jess in any way, shape, or form seems to think that Aiden would have jumped in to save her. Like, hey, honey, just a little bit of advice. He didn't even flinch when JLR was right next to his girlfriend. You think he's jumping in to help you? I'm sorry to mistaken you, ma'am, but he wouldn't help his own mother. So you are wrong. That's ridiculous. I mean, the thought that he would help anyone besides himself is utterly amazing to me. No, that's not going to happen. Yeah, I mean, I think it happens in every town. I think it's just being highlighted.
Did you know? Did you know that turtles breathe through their buttholes?
I actually did know that. It's not a shocker.
Now you do.
I love that.
He looks like, every time I look at him, he just reminds me of one of them little ugly garden trolls.
Right? Like a troll, like an actual real life
a real troll. Yeah.
That got his fuzzy head shaved off.
Yeah, get off my bridge.
Remember how the you would remember the little troll dolls that had the little wild hair that sat on the top of the pencils, and you shook your pencil back at you, rolled it back and forth, and their hair got all crazy. Yeah, he looks like one of those that got a buzz cut.
Olaf, I love Olaf. At least Olaf's funny. At least Olaf is cute and funny. Olaf has that going for him. Cute, funny snowman. He doesn't have any of that going for him.
I just don't get what the big attraction is. He's 4'5",
so you have to remember, think back,
70 pounds soaking wet.
David
he got a nose that don't quit. He's bald because he chooses to be, I guess. And he's got a mouth like the sewers of the New York streets.
I mean, my mouth, yeah, exactly. My mouth is pretty bad, but
no, I mean the way there's things that he does and says that most people wouldn't even consider.
No.
He says things that I keep inside in my inside voices. Because I pretty much will say everything, but there's a lot of things that I do keep inside.
I mean, and the way he talks to people, and look at what he's put out about you. I mean,
yeah, it's just gross. All in all,
and I don't know who of his team is sending these stuff.
5 things
they really don't need to because I won't read it anyway.
Everybody's a criminal or a grifter or a con artist or a scammer. Everybody is one of those things that he doesn't like.
Right.
Go crazy.
You're
Right.
scamming for this. You're scamming for money. You're scamming for vacation. You're scamming for something
Boy,
for
we should
somebody.
introduce
Dude,
y'all
you
to
do
this.
all that.
Which is so
Y'all,
funny because when
should
I
introduce-
was doing my raffle for, and it wasn't a vacation, it was the softball World Series that my husband had worked extremely hard to get the points to be able to qualify for that. He's been playing softball since he was baseball before that, but softball since he was 18. So this would be his last year was the first year of him entering the softball World Series. But I did a raffle for that. And what I did was I took items that I owned. They don't seem to realize this, that I owned. There was only one thing that I didn't own in that entire basket. Okay. Everything else I bought and I owned myself. They
Wait
also
a
don't
minute.
seem
So
to
this,
realize.
I didn't know. I didn't really know too much about this. Someone had mentioned it to me, but I didn't open it up and read it. I deleted it. But
Right. So
this raffle had nothing to do with a vacation.
No,
it was the softball World Series in Florida.
Oh
So
my
raising
God.
money
You're kidding me.
to get us from here to there.
I mean,
That's
if
not
you
a
call that
vacation.
I mean,
But-
it kind of is a vacation because we're not home and it's in Florida, but that's not what it was meant for.
Right.
Yeah, but no, the way they were putting it out is
Okay.
like you were scamming to take your whole family on some
Here's
big
the funny
vacation
part.
somewhere.
No,
It's a
it
football
wasn't that at
tournament.
all.
Mind you, there was 3 of us, and my little wasn't even supposed to go. My sister at the last
Oh
minute
my
couldn't watch her,
gosh.
so we had to bring her. But it was just me, my husband, and my littlest. And
And
so
how is that
when
a
I was-
scam if it's your followers and you're actually raffling off something? That's not a scam.
Not only is it not
wasn't. That was the
not
point.
only is it not a scam, right? But A, I owned all the items. B, I was very transparent about where the money for that was going. I don't have to tell anybody where money for anything is going. Like I was very transparent about what it was going to. People chose to get a ticket or not. That raffle basket, Boozy Susie won. And then she said to give it to Janelle, the dispatcher. So I gave it to Janelle. And because before I was even able to give it to Janelle, they kept saying like, oh, you're just trying to keep it. And oh, those eyelashes you wear look exactly like the ones in the basket. No, the ones in the basket
Oh my God.
are glue. I don't use glue. I use magnetic. So
Do
no,
you
they're
like
not the
them?
same. Not the same at all. I use Glamnetic.
Do they work good? Do those magnetic ones work good?
I use just Glamnetic. Those are the only kind I use, but they work beautifully if you know how to use the eyeliner. But so I did that raffle. Janelle won. Janelle got the basket, right? And
Okay.
I added things to that basket because the person who was supposed to give the gift certificate to the spa backed out of it because I didn't get back to her right away, right after I pulled it, because Janelle was sort of creeped out about giving anybody her address because she had thought other people were already like going to her house onto her property. So she like backed out immediately when they already started calling me a scammer and like hopped on that train that I must be a scammer because I didn't magically reach right back out to her. And so I said something to Janelle, and Janelle's like, just tell her that I have all text messages still. I wasn't giving you the address. And I'm like, but there's a reason I told the woman to keep it and to just send it to the person who won.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's common sense, right?
Yeah,
Like,
why would
wasn't like
you
we're
were being
backing out of it.
transparent. You didn't want to be the go-between. The person who was donating, what was the problem with sending it?
So they tried
Right.
to call that sketchy. Then they tried to call that a
Okay.
scam. And Janelle didn't want to say anything right at the minute because she hadn't been charged yet. But then finally she got on Facebook and was like, not only sent a message to Boozy Susie, but also sent messages to Aiden and then put it straight out on Facebook. Like, that is untrue. That is false. Then they tried to say that I asked Janelle to give me money. Never happened. So she then put that out again on Facebook. And I've had to repost that on Twitter quite a few times. And then they tried to say that the 50, mind you, I've done 150-50 in one raffle. 150-50 for Karen when I thought she was innocent, which went to Karen. One raffle that Janelle won and 150-50 for Janelle. And what these people don't seem to realize is the second I got off my live stream for the 50-50 for Janelle, I was on the phone with Janelle, counting up and splitting the donations on the phone with Janelle, which I did not have to do. I don't have to offer out 50% of my donations to anyone. Like, I was trying to help her because she wasn't getting any help, right? And she had bills she needed to pay. Like, so I offered 50% of that night's donations to her. I gave 50% of that night's donations to her. she got the raffle basket, and I added a few things to it because the lady with the gift certificate backed out. So I added a few other things to it myself out of my own. And I only did one other 50-50 for Karen. And again, you can like literally go on her website and see where the 50-50 is, where the money is. You can literally go and see the post of where the money went to Janelle. So it's like, you can keep saying it's a scam or a grift, but like the literal receipts are out there. You just don't care to go look because someone told you it. So it must be true.
Yep. That's
Like,
how it works.
It's on our side of the street
Scam,
so bad.
right? For a vacation, I was raising money as a low-income family to get my husband to the World Series softball that he deserved to play with all his hard work. And it was also during his birthday week. So like all the more
But
reason.
it's
Oh, yeah,
really none of
Mary-
nobody's business if your subscribers and followers wanted to donate to that. People do that all the time, and that
It was
doesn't
very
mean it's a
transparent.
scam.
Everything was very
Yeah,
transparent.
I mean,
like scamming is when you don't tell people what it's for. Like, and
or
also
you
I just want
lie
to know
and
this.
say what it's for something, and you don't use it for, it's all
Right.
just for lies.
Like, so
Yeah.
does Aiden tell you guys like where he spends it? Does he tell you that he spends some of his donations at sleazy hotels? Like, does he do that? Like to cheat on his wife? Like, was he doing that? Like, I'm pretty sure he wasn't. Everything that I raised money for that raffle for was strictly for the World Series of softball in Florida. And it was for that reason. And it was repeated over and over and over again. That is what
And
that
it
was for.
wasn't, Elise, I think the bigger picture is it wasn't that it was just that he wanted to go and sit in the stands. It's that he was going
He was
to
playing.
play.
Yeah.
Correct. That's the part that people are missing, is that he was going to play with his teammates that he has been playing with for 15 years since he
Some
was.
of them. It's a travel team. So some of them are on the same team.
right.
And some of them, yeah. But yeah.
He's been in playing softball for all of these years since he was a child. There are many of us that play softball our entire lives, and we collect our coins and our little tickets so that we get our entries, so that if we actually get good enough, we're eligible to go. So that's what she was raising the money for. It wasn't an actual family vacation to Florida. It was to get a softball player to his final playoffs.
Yeah. Yep.
If you were honest about it from the get-go, where do they? That's how they twist and turn things.
Because that's what he said. So that must be
Right.
why.
And instead of them looking for themselves, they just ran
don't.
with what he put out there.
They
Yeah.
don't bother because it's literally like I don't delete any of my videos. It's all still there. You can literally see me pull the raffle, and the first one I pull out is a family member of mine that like I forgot to take it out. She told me like I want to help, but I don't want the basket, right? So like I want to help, I'll buy one. And I originally just put the ticket in there because she didn't say she didn't want it. And then after was like, oh, I don't want the ticket. Don't put the ticket in there. So I just forgot to take it out. So the first person I pull out is one of my family members that just wanted to help out with getting us there. They didn't want the basket. So I'm like, oh, I forgot to take this person out, whatever. So I put it back on my head, bro. I literally put the thing on my head and I say it too. Like I'm putting it way up here so nobody can say like it was, whatever. And I pull it out. And it's Susie. And I still have the text messages, right? And I still have the messages in the live stream of her saying, like, if I win, give it to Janelle. And then of Janelle, and I asked if I could share the text message, literally live. I said, can I share this with them? And she said yes. And it was her saying, like, thank you, like that she very much appreciated it. And that was really nice. And like, so like it was all happening in real time, dude. Like it's all the evidence is literally there. And it's like, you don't want to go back and look? Cool. Don't. But don't sit here and say something that's untrue about someone and then parrot it because someone else said it. Like that's not, there's something wrong with you if you have to do that. Like there just is. And Mary was there for the whole thing. She knows everything that happened. Like she was there for the entire thing. Like, so like, you're not going to sit there and say, someone's a scammer who's being completely transparent with what they're doing and why they're raising the money. That's not scamming. They're literally telling you what it's for. Like this is what it's going to. It's going to the gas, the rental, the place to stay, food, and any activities we do while we're there. And we had to bring our little at the very last minute. We weren't intending on it. It was just supposed to be me and my husband, but my sister ended up not being able to watch her. So at the very last minute, probably I think it was 2 days before we were leaving, we had to then bring her with us. So it's just like, I was very transparent about what it was for. The 50/50s were both given to the people that were supposed to be given to. Janelle can confirm that, and Karen Reed can confirm that. Or you could just go to Karen Reed's website. It's there. Like, you can look for it yourself. Like, it's literally there. And I already posted the things for it too. So it's like the shit that these people like come up with out of nowhere, like, and just use against people. Like, oh, but because you're an addict and because you had a criminal record, then you're just a scammer. You're just a bad person. Like, no,
No, you're not. That's not
no.
true.
Obviously, that's not true. Anybody who knows me is literally laughing right now or rolling their eyes because, like, I don't do things to toot my own horn, right? Like, when I'm into something and I'm working on something, like, I put my all and then some into it, right? Like, and when I am not here, when I am not doing this, I'm doing something to either help my own family or help someone else. I don't get paid for any of that, dude. I do it because it's the right way to be a good human. And if I have the knowledge here that other people don't have and it'll help someone else, why wouldn't I? Like, why wouldn't I? Right? Like, it's, to me,
God
it's just
forbid you act like a real live adult human out here on these.
Yeah, you can't do that now. Don't be messing up.
I mean, like, what the fuck? Now you're going to make the rest of us look bad. We're going to have to
I'm
start
telling
stepping
you.
up ourselves. Jesus.
But you know what I mean? Like, God
You're
forbid.
telling me that's all the rain we're going to get, all that freaking hoopla all freaking morning till lunchtime, and that's all the rain we're going to get. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, see, I mean, Mary's been my friend for quite some time, so she knows what happens behind closed doors. A lot of these people, like, who are watching but not commenting, like, they know. Like, when I'm doing something, I'm putting an effort, I'm putting it all. Like, no matter what it is, whether it's, you know, helping someone apply for EA shelter or a DV situation, getting them out of it and helping them sort of figure out their life after that. Like, no matter what it is, I'm putting 110% into it, whether it's this or something else. And to act like that's not okay, or you're magically a bad person because you were an opiate addict 16 years ago. I went from somebody who, you know, had violated probation and sat in a jail to someone who worked in a prison. So, like, I changed my life a long time ago. I'm 37. I got sober when I was 21. Like,
mind you, look at who actually has been tied
The
up.
difference is you put the work in and you changed it. You don't need some idiots out here trying to, you know, just because you're trying to do something good.
yeah, I mean, you're not allowed to, because if you do something good, then magically you're a scammer or a grifter. And what I find funny is all the same arguments that he uses for every person that he doesn't like or anybody who can expose him are literally the same things he does and doesn't tell anybody.
Mhm.
Like, he was so mad that when I covered the Halloween party, I got a whopping $40 in donations of whoever donated. I didn't even see them till the next day.
Okay,
But I
wait a
took
minute.
that
So they're calling you a scammer because you said you were a Karen Reed supporter in the beginning. A lot of them went to the party, so because you got a whole $40 in.
So I went to and covered the Halloween party. I streamed for about an hour and a half. And then finally one of my moms was like, dude, stop streaming. Have a little fun yourself. And I was like, you know what? You're probably right. Like, you know, I should. And so I stopped streaming. Now in that stream, I didn't even see it till the next day. There were two people that sent $20 each and were like, have a drink on me, like blah, 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 whatever. Well, at that party, I spent exactly $40, 20 for the table for Aiden and 20 for the table for Karen. So essentially I donated back the exact amount that I made, not for nothing, but who is Aiden to tell anybody how much you can make and where? If I am covering something and I'm streaming there, I'm working, why am I not okay to get paid?
So that's what the whole grifting over the tickets was about. Are you kidding me?
I paid for that ticket. Like, I paid for a ticket for my
God,
husband.
I
Someone else
can't
paid
even
for a ticket for
believe
me.
this shit.
Why
And
I
people didn't bother.
Kathy, I
No
got
one-
sent the same email. I looked at it and I went, "Oh wow!" They
I didn't even read it.
They figured out that Elise has new friends. That's exactly and I was like, delete. There you go. Like,
If you have nothing better to do than that, then there's something wrong with you, right? Like, if you're going around messaging people, and then you got to think about it. Courtney Healy sat there and did this. She contacted all my mods and like all these people who were following me and sticking up for me when Aiden had his tantrum and saying, I've known her for 20 years. She's a bad person. Like, I haven't seen that girl since I was 19 years old, still in an active addiction. You don't know a thing about me. You don't even know my children's names or where I live, dude. I haven't seen you since I was 19. So to run around and tell people you've known me for 20 years and I'm a bad person. listen, Courtney, why don't you tell everyone how you ruined 2 men's lives? The person you were dating and his brother, and the relationship he was in for 16 years, because you can't, how you were wearing another woman's clothes and driving around her car and answering her phone while she was in the hospital. Like, why don't we tell them about some crazy stuff?
Courtney, you got some splaining to do, honey. Oh, Courtney, come tell us the story. Now inquiring.
I can't even believe that somebody, because you got 2 super chats, so that's a scam. $40 freaking dollars. That's a.
It wasn't super chats. I sent it to like my Cash App or Venmo.
But the same thing. They're tips. Yeah. It's not. Oh my God. And
So I paid
what
for the
about
ticket
he
out.
gets? How much does he get a night every time he streams?
Exactly. And mind you,
But
nobody would
he
have
thinks
known.
he's the know all be all of when you can stream. Like, it's because I was streaming during the party, a fundraiser. That was a problem for him. But what he didn't tell his viewers, what he didn't tell anyone, is during the Star fundraiser, he got a check for $1,500 to be paid for that fundraiser. So only he is allowed to make money during a fundraiser. Anybody else who does it is disgusting.
Did he donate the $1,500 to Karen's legal fund?
No.
Oh heck no.
So he got paid for the fundraiser.
Didn't tell anyone. Nobody knew.
And
I
didn't
Other
donate
people
it.
didn't even tell his audience he was getting paid for it.
Oh, wow. Hey, Aiden, now you
And all you did was turn around and put out the 2 donations that were the tips were for you, not for the party. They were for you, but you turned around and put that money right back out to the party. He gets a $1,500 check, lies to people about it, hides it, but you're the scammer?
Hides it.
Like,
He
that
hides
makes
it.
sense.
Not only that, but there was one 50-50 that he did for Karen that he didn't even donate 50%. Nobody even noticed. Because they didn't add it up. Add it up and go see what he made and then see what he was supposed to donate. He didn't donate 50%.
Wow.
So it's like, hold on. He tried to say that because I made, I think it was like a whopping maybe 40 or $50, same thing at his arraignment, that's disgusting. And making money at a fundraiser is also disgusting. First of all, I paid for the ticket for my husband. Somebody actually paid for my ticket, which was nice of them because I didn't even know if I was going to be able to go because I didn't get paid until like the day of or the day before or something. I ended up being able to go, and I used part of my donations from like a different show to pay for my husband so that he could go. So we went, I covered it. Why should I not be paid for my work? Only he should be paid for his work, but I shouldn't be paid for mine. And so it's like, when does he get to decide when someone should be paid and when they shouldn't, and where they should be paid and where they shouldn't? Are you not at Karen Reed's hearings? Do you not get paid for then doing a live stream after that? Like, because you went, you have information from when you went. Like, so what? Because you're not asking for it while you're at the courthouse. That means other people shouldn't? What?
He is the male Bullhorn Betty. He is the male equivalent to Bullhorn Betty, guys.
Like, come on, dude. Like,
just like on our side of the streets, Elise. Just,
I mean, it's crazy. Like the know all be all. Like, you get to decide when someone makes money and when someone doesn't. And you think it's disgusting that somebody makes money during a fundraiser, but then you fail to tell anyone that you made $1,500 during a fundraiser.
Well, that's why, because he's projecting. He knows that if he gets caught, it's going to cause him consternation. So he's turning around and calling out everybody else so nobody says anything about him.
That's exactly
and I
what
would have turned right around and blown the goddamn whistle and said, "Fuck you, motherfuckers. He got 1,500.
I'm a bigger person than that, though, so I didn't. And also, he likes that. So it's like, why? Like, I don't need to engage in a giant adult tantrum. Like,
the tip for that.
Yeah,
That's
it's a giant
insane.
adult tantrum. That's what it is. And it's the same pattern of, if anybody can tell the world like anything about him that's not flattering or that's bad, like, he attacks first so that anything you have to say, you're discredited because he's already attacked. Like, that's been his MO for years. Like, if you don't see that pattern, I'm sad. I'm sorry for you. But if you think for 1 second he's your like ally, like, he'll come for you too. It's just a matter of like, does he think you stole $2 out of his pocket because his viewers were watching you? Because he'll come for you that way. Like, he's literally the pettiest person on planet Earth I've ever met. And not only that, and he's admitted that, but he's the most narcissistic projector I've ever met in my life. I've never met someone that projected onto others the same exact things they do more than him, ever. ever in my life. It's insane. It's like crazy. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone watching it. Like,
Kathy,
like
I
you're
feel like we're at
spending
home
your
on the
time.
other side of the street.
Right. Well, if you're
I'm
spending your
telling
time,
you.
right, sending emails to people I'm streaming with, like trying to make me out to be a bad person, these people use their own brains and their own minds, and they get to know someone before they make an opinion. They don't base it on
Yeah,
someone.
when I get emails like that, I just delete. I
Well,
don't
so
even
do I.
open them.
I don't even care who it's
I
about.
don't even bother.
Please know that my absence the last couple of days had nothing to do
Oh,
with
I know that.
email.
Oh,
I
we
know
know,
that.
we know.
It had everything to do with this craft fair and all of the stuff that I've
Oh,
been
I know.
busy doing. Okay.
I didn't even
because
think that for a
didn't-
second.
I didn't take any part of that. Like I didn't when the person starts, hi, this is who I am. That's what no. I see that you're becoming friendly with. You should know this. No, it doesn't work like that in my world.
No,
because
it
listen,
doesn't.
you could be a scammer yesterday, and today you decide not to be one, and our friendship is there. I don't see that side. So a lot of people listen, people don't like me. I got a bad rap. Sometimes I'm an asshole. Sometimes
too.
I'm not.
High five.
So
I'm only an asshole to people who deserve it.
if I'm an asshole to you, it's generally because you've done something to deserve it. You're right.
Exactly. Like,
I'm a pretty fair asshole, I guess.
me too. And so that's the thing. Like anybody who knows me like a human, like in my everyday life, like laughs at some of this shit. They're like, are they serious? And I'm like, oh yeah, dead serious. I got a message from one of my friends I grew up with the other day, and she's like, Aiden's running his mouth about you on his channel, but he's saying nothing of substance, and everything he's saying I can tell is a bold-faced lie because I've known you since forever, and it doesn't even like nowhere near anything you would say or do. Like it's like not even a thing, dude. Like, so it's like you can say whatever you want out of your mouth. It doesn't make it true. And just because you people are parroting the things that you've been told doesn't make it true. Go look for yourself instead of making assumptions based on what other people told you. Like, that's the problem we have, is one person says it, then 500 people. There are still people talking about a shoe that is not missing in John O'Keefe's case. There are still people talking about a vacation that wasn't a vacation. They're still talking about 50-50s that they can go look at. Like, you don't have a right to say shit if you didn't take the time to research it yourself and actually find out what the fuck was. Sorry.
No, you're right.
Like, this is Kathy. I'm telling you, I feel so at home over here. It's just a different. It's just dysfunction of another color. Yep, that's all. Instead of it being green dysfunction, it's blue. It's blue dysfunction.
Right. Whatever works. For me, I surround myself with people that I care about, and I don't judge anyone based on anything for any reason. I just don't. I'm not a judgmental person.
I judge.
Have been, never will be.
Just because you tell me it happened doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to run with that. I'm going to go look it up myself.
Right.
See, I'm nosy. I'm going to go find out myself.
Yep. I'm going to ask for receipts. I'm going to go to my friends. I'm going to ask them what they know for receipts. Yep. Oh yeah. I judge. I'll
get judge if you're sitting there from your ivory tower judging others.
That's true.
Other than that, I don't give a shit what you did in your other life. Like, again, I used to be an addict. I know what it's like to be judged based on something you did 20 years ago. Like, right. And I won't do that. I won't be one of those people. I won't. If you're sitting in your ivory tower though, and pointing fingers at everybody else, you can bet your ass I'm going to judge you.
Yeah.
That's
you're
what
a
I mean.
person for doing that.
I'm gonna call you out for
why you're up there doing that. What it is you have to hide, because generally those that are judging, that are sitting up there judging, are the ones trying to hide some bullshit. And that's what I mean when I say that I will judge. I judge those. That judge. That makes sense.
I agree.
And people change, and things happen. It's all part of life. It's all part of the life cycle. And people change. They grow. And when you see that growth and that change, what does it matter what they did 10, 20 years ago? It's not what they're doing today.
Right. Right. It doesn't. Like, my best friend just walked through the door, so she missed part of this conversation. But I got 12 years clean. And she's got 12 years clean. So it's like anybody who knows.
Congratulations. It's amazing.
Anybody who knows me in real life laughs at the stuff that he says, because they're like, dude, you clearly don't know a single thing about Elise, do you?
Yeah.
Like, not a single thing.
Well,
Like,
and then
you-
I guess at that you should be grateful at least, because that means
Ma'am.
that you know, because that's me too. You know, when somebody says, "Oh well, Voices is blah 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 blah," oh, that's who I am on YouTube. That's not who I am in my real life.
Well, that's another thing. People seem to realize, like, think that everything that happens on YouTube is like everything. Like, what? Like, what, dude? No. Everybody has lives outside of here.
I play a version of myself on YouTube, if that makes any sense to anybody.
Yeah, of course it does. Of course it does.
I don't give. I refuse to give YouTube 100% of
You shouldn't.
myself ever again. I was
Yeah,
real
because every
bad.
time you do, it ends badly with rumors and conjecture
Oh,
and internet bullshit. Right?
Oh.
Like, it's crazy.
Into the choir, sister.
I know,
Lisa-
girl. I know.
Liza said she judges 70 times per minute.
Hey, you go, girl. Listen,
That's
again, I don't
it.
judge you for judging. So there you go, right? Like, I don't judge you for judging. Like, I don't. But I mean, to me, I almost find it comical at this point that anybody like felt the need to like go write emails to be like, "Meh, oh, you need to know these things about Elise that actually aren't even true, but I'm gonna say them because other people said them. So
Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. Mhm.
Well, mine was forwarded from a forward from a forward. So I was looking at names and I was like, oh, and then you start telling stories and those names are tying into the stories that
oh,
you're telling.
shocker.
I know,
Well,
right?
as soon as you tell me Turtle Boy, yeah, that tells me a lot. Because anybody that's stupid enough to take anything he says
Up
as
until
credible
today-
information, they
No.
got serious issues.
Yeah, they do. And up until today, I have not called Courtney out, but like, other than the one time that I said, stop running around telling people you've known me for 20 years when you haven't seen me since I was like 19, bro. Like, stop it. You don't know a fucking thing about me, dude. All right, stop. And I'm sorry, but if you feel the need to run around and email people, like, you need to do something with your life. Okay, worry about your family and your life. Like, do something with yourself, right? Like, if you feel the need to be behind a computer being like, you need to know about this person, blah, 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 that you don't even know. You don't even know this. You don't even know this person. You know nothing about me. You don't know what I like to do, what I do in my spare time. Like, you don't know anything. If I even have spare time at this point. Do I have spare time?
I don't know who sent the email. It was some weird name I didn't recognize. It wasn't that name you just said, but I didn't open it either. As soon as I seen what it was about, I didn't even open it.
It's not
I'm
worth
generally pretty cautious and I don't normally open emails, especially from people like that associate with people like Turtle Boy or have the same characteristics.
Yeah.
A lot of times those people like to attach things that have like keystroke trackers and
Oh,
shit like
yeah.
that. And I am
Yeah,
not
see, I don't
looking
open that
for
shit.
that shit. So I mean, 9 times out of 10, if it doesn't have something in the subject line and it has an attachment, it just gets deleted because I just don't trust people.
No, and people also like to, especially on his side of the road, they like to alter shit, make shit up. Like, how many times he walked into a courthouse with literal text messages that he literally made? Like, being charged with wiretapping right now for altering a video that he claimed was an audio that he altered. Like, so it's like, what the, like, if you feel the need to do all that, what are you hiding from the world that you feel the need to do it? Like, you know what I'm saying? If you feeling the need to do all that stuff, what's wrong with you? Because I'm telling you right now, I would never take the time out to write an email about somebody I don't know and I've never met.
No, I don't
Most
have
of these
time to
people
do a lot. I don't know how these people have time to do the shit they do. I couldn't do it.
Like Chrissy Mello, I met, a couple times. Like, she was one of my mods. But there are things that she told me that I could blow up right now on the reasons why she was so afraid of being part of my channel because Aiden might attack her. So it's like the reasons people have for doing these things are amazing to me, to what they're telling. You know what I'm saying? Like,
what they're telling, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's the lies that they tell themselves to justify themselves for what their behavior.
Right.
And trust us, your lies that you're telling yourself, we see them.
Oh,
we
yes,
see
we do.
them because we're not lying to ourselves.
We don't have to, right? You don't have to worry about what lie you told when you're telling the truth, because
Listen, I stopped lying when I stopped drinking because
Yeah.
I no longer had a need to cover something up. That was my big secret. although I was awful at covering it up, that was my big secret, was that I was an awful drunk. So you're not going to tell. It doesn't work like that.
No, it does not. No, not even by a long shot. And like my best friend said, my extra time is when I'm sleeping. What do I do when I'm not sleeping?
God, I don't want to even know.
I'm constantly doing something. Like right now, I'm sweeping my
What
patio.
do I do every day?
Down there, or you're taking care of Riley.
Or helping someone else. So like literally
Mhm.
the 3 things that I do. I'm here, I'm taking care of my family, or I'm helping someone else.
Like me with a freaking rental. That's awesome.
Like I'm literally out, like, she's got a DV situation. So like we've been dealing with that. I got a couple other people that I'm helping with a couple of other different things. I check on my neighbor upstairs. I help take care of him. And again, I don't get paid for that. I do it because he's elderly. I'm friends with his daughter-in-law who lives in Nevada, and somebody has to make sure he's okay. And he eats and he cleans his CPAP out and he takes his meds and so, I mean, that was cute. That was definitely cute. But some of these people just like have their own craziness in life that they don't want to be exposed, and they're afraid. So then they attack other people. Like, and it's like, it's sad actually to watch because
all that does is make people look at you even more. They don't realize that they're actually raising the red flag to themselves.
right.
Yep.
Like, but that's the thing. Like for me, if you're hurting other people, like then you're wasting your time. Like if you're not helping someone, like then I mean, I don't know what to like. If you're wasting your time hurting people you don't even know, people who like you're just buying the rumor that this mill sold you, like, and you're spending your time doing that instead of spending your time helping someone like you could be doing, then like you're not my type of person. Sorry. Like,
Well, this week I'm not your type of person because I begged off on all my duties so that I can do all
that's
this
not what I
stupid
mean.
craft paper.
Not what I
I
mean.
can do all this stupid paper crafting. Otherwise,
Girl,
next
listen,
week
you paper craft
I'll be
all
your
you
people.
want. What I mean
Next
is, if you're hurting other people constantly,
Oh,
you know what I
I get
mean?
it.
Like if you're hurting people, you're running.
I thought you
rumors.
were. I thought you were talking about helping. I'm like, I can't help anybody this week. I'm helping my own damn
No,
self.
you don't have to be helping someone. I choose to do that because it's like something I like
no,
to do and
that's-
something I've been doing. But I'm saying if you
fine.
spend your time hurting other people when you could be doing something constructive, whether it's helping people or paper crafting, taking care of, like, then like you're not my type of people. Like you're just not. Like
Oh my
I
God, this
don't
is
hurt
coming
people.
together
I don't
so
try to
nicely.
hurt people. I help people. I like helping people, not hurting people. Right? Like I love it. I freaking love it.
That is layering up so nicely. These are going to be so pretty.
They
I'm going to do
are.
LED lights in between on it.
Oh, I love that idea.
I'm going to do them on that and then on the 2 wolves, on one of the 2 wolves, and on
The
one
small
of
ones for like the eyes. That would be cool. Like yellow ones for the wolf's eyes. Ooh,
Look at these now that they're all glued up.
I
Look
love
at how
it.
cute they are.
Freaking love those. I wouldn't imagine those wouldn't sell like hotcakes.
I just don't know what prices to put on them, you guys.
I'm not good at pricing because I want it to be fair so people can afford it. So I'm not good at that.
I suck at that because I'll put $5 on them.
How much
I
is
suck at it 'cause I want-
how much is the paper? I mean, that paper's not cheap.
And then medium.
Okay, so my paper, Kathy, all my like I actually deal in the paper is about 28 cents a
Per
sheet
sheet,
of paper.
though. Yeah, per sheet.
Per sheet. But there isn't even a full sheet. There's one full sheet in each one of these. But it's because you use, because I've got a pile. That's what that whole pile is sitting right
Oh,
there.
I got scraps too. Mine's vinyl, not paper, but same thing.
Right.
Same thing.
So that's all the scraps from everything that I just made. As
Because you
soon as
can
I'm
use
done
it
with
for
them.
other stuff. Right.
Yeah. Because
Yep.
sometimes you only need one.
That's like
You
small.
only need
Right.
a little, you need a 4x6 piece.
Yep. I do the same thing with my vinyl. So,
But
that's
and
the
look
thing.
at the,
You have to remember
don't
the
forget
time
this
you
one.
put into it. It's not just how much it costs, but the time. Your time is worth money. Like if you were, working on it for however many hours, like you got to think about that too.
That's why I got out of the craft business, because I was giving up every weekend doing shows all over the place. I worked all week. We still did our crafts to have supplies, but you just don't get, people just don't want to pay. And it just took the fun out of it. We loved it, but it took the fun out of it for us. So I quit. I just I sold
I
all my
love it.
stock
The
and-
labels. Yes. I mean, I need some of that bitch be gone. Like,
Oh yeah.
It's a new cup. It's a
I love it.
tumbler.
I love it. I need some
It's
bitch be gone for a couple people that we
crisp
know.
Fuck off.
No, I went there. I went there.
It's fuck off scent. I love it.
I love it.
As directions for use. Anytime you have that fuck around and find out feeling from a bitch, a prick, a dickhead, or a thought, simply stand back and spray that bitch in the face.
I love
until
it.
they're gone. The crisp fuck off scent will linger after that asshole, long after that asshole is gone. Where to use? Bitch Be Gone can be used anywhere, home, office, cars, stores, and anywhere that you need an asshole to be gone. It works great for bitches, hoes, thoughts, Karens, sluts, wenches, skanks, dumbasses, pricks, dicks, assholes, scumbags, douche canoes,
yes.
Thunder cunts, twat waffles, shitheads, micromanaging bosses, lazy ass supervisors, annoying customers, poly exes, and narcissistic snobs.
I fucking love it. I love it. I absolutely fucking love it. Like,
it was the best. Like, I walked up and I was totally going for a total different cup. And the lady, Cynthia, that makes them says, have you seen this cup? And she shows it to me, and I went, can I have that, please?
Yep. I would have done the same thing. Like, I want it. It's mine. Can we
Kills
send like
99%
5 of those to
of
Aiden?
thoughts and bitches, and it's the fresh don't
Eliminates
try
those.
spray. With a crisp fuck off scent.
I need it, bro. We send like 17 cans of that to Aiden, and then
be,
like, you know, he can pass them out to his cult. Like,
honey, it's a tumbler, it's a cup.
I know, I love it.
It's not really the can.
I know it's not, but like, imagine it was. We could just like,
maybe you could fill it with whatever, and you're supposed to take a sip and then spray him in the face with it. So that's what it's for. It's a fuck off. It's a bitch be gone tumbler.
I freaking love
So
it.
you just
love it so much. Just bitch be gone.
I know the poor. Yep, it eliminates hoes.
So funny.
Yes. We've got to tell her that should just be an HOS, not an HOES. Like,
Yeah,
damn,
right.
garden tools are gone.
So funny though. I love it. I freaking love it. The
The active ingredients in this are water, alcohol, dash of no fucks given, side eye.
I got some of those.
Shut
No
the
fucks
fuck
given
up,
right now.
pepper, eye rolls, YOLO number 6, no patience, acid 543, get the fuck out 420, and red number 30.
Oh my God. Heels would love it. She would love it so
You think
much.
so?
She would.
Well,
Yeah.
then that makes my heart happy because I've been so sad about her passing.
I know. My problem is like I keep replaying like it in my head, like from the moment it paused.
Yeah, that's
And-
where I'm stuck at. Like, I have PTSD as it is.
Me
and
too.
That triggered. And I just, like, there's times that I'll close my eyes and all I see is that circle spinning.
Yeah, that's my problem is I keep sort of playing it from that moment on to like what I could have done more or
There was
better.
nothing we could have done. That's why it sucks so bad. There was
I was
nothing.
texting with her and I felt like shit. I'm a nurse and there was a damn thing I could do.
It just sucked, like being there and like now knowing what like happened when you didn't really know what was happening.
Powerless. It's the powerlessness.
It's a shitty feeling.
It's knowing there was nothing that we needed. There was everything that she needed, and there was nothing that we could do.
No, it wasn't.
Other than
But-
to do exactly what we did and tell everybody she was going to be okay.
Well, that's I struggle with that because I thought, you know, I even messaged her later on that night and I was kind of like, hey, I haven't heard from you. Like, you okay? Like, never imagining that I would never get a response. It's been tough, dude. And I just try to keep it together for her because, like, I know she would want me to. Like, I know she would want to just like have this trial covered and like the people that she cared about together and like, you know, yeah, we were all just sitting here like we are right now. And that's what makes it so real, you know, like, and like you said, I've CPTSD already. So like, you're right. It does. It triggers that sort of like emotion in your,
why, when I was so sad and Kathy and I were talking on the phone, and it wasn't until Kathy and I started talking that I realized what it was. And I realized that I was stuck in that little bit of a PTSD loop.
Yep.
And that's again from my own past, from my own experiences, you know, nothing, it's not anything anybody here, you know what I mean? It's nothing like that. It's my own. And I finally realized the other day when I closed my eyes and that's what I see is that circle spinning.
Yeah.
And I keep thinking, oh, and then the uh-oh turned into an ominous uh-oh. And then we see Trisha saying, you know, Heels had an accident. She'll be okay. And then
she wasn't.
Here we are. Yep.
I mean, I'm sort of proud to myself that I recognized that it was a PTSD symptom in myself without somebody having to point it out. But like, I've been doing CBT therapy for the past like 4 years. So, I'm proud that I can recognize that it is a PTSD symptom, that I was sort of stuck in this, and I'm still stuck in it from that moment forth. And it's just a hard thing to process, I think. Like,
okay, Baba.
Someone's there 1 second and they're not the next, and you were sort of there. It's just a hard thing to process no matter what.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's hard in and of itself because there's no rhyme, no reason.
She was not alone. Her daughter was there. As far as I know, her daughter was there with her.
Well, ladies, I have to jump down because I have to try to get something accomplished so that I can go live in a couple hours. And my kids will be home soon, so I need to jump down.
All right, Kathy.
I'll see you guys in the morning.
I will see you in the morning, girl.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, I mean, she was alone at the house, but she had talked to people on the phone, so she wasn't alone. Like, they told her to call 911. She did. And her daughter got to the hospital, so she wasn't alone. She might have been alone at the house, but she wasn't alone. So, I mean, that gives me a little comfort, you know.
It's a hospital. Nobody passes away alone.
Then they won't let you anyway. So, you know. No, one of her, I think she's got more than one daughter, but.
No, I think she only has one daughter.
No, I don't think she lives in California. She was on her way to the hospital. So. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we'll ever be satisfied with that answer. So it was tough. But yeah, she had talked to a few people. So she knew that we cared and we were concerned and that we care about her, you know?
Yeah, it's just your daughter and daughter-in-law, Brie.
Yeah.
So
I love it. I freaking love it.
It's a mountain scene with a meadow.
I love it. I've climbed a few mountains in real life and in just life in general. Like, you know, climbed a few mountains. I'm still climbing one now, you know, like getting through this whole like slander and defamation of your name is not an easy thing either. Like, you know, it really bothered me at the beginning, but I have to start to think about, like, does it really bother me that much that people that don't know me and have nothing to do with me think things because they can't take the 10 seconds to look into it themselves? No, not really. Not anymore.
Nope. And that's not on you either. That's on them.
Exactly. And I just say to myself, and even with my best friend, it's like their loss. Like like it's your loss to not know me, not mine. It's yours.
It is.
Like it is. It's yours. Like, I'm a pretty solid, loyal friend and loved one. So, like, that's on you, not me. We do know where she's from, but I'm not going to disclose that because I don't know if she wants anybody to know that.
Okay, so again, I won't be around for the early mornings at 7 o'clock. 7:30 is too early for me to be. But
I wouldn't expect to, girl.
I do. I did, when I come in and say hi and then I lay my phone on my pillow and I snuggle back down and snuggle with my dog and I'm ish awake, but I was up really late. I was up until like 3:30 this morning working on these. So
Oh
I was
yeah,
like,
I do that to myself too sometimes. I do. I really do. And then I'm like exhausted. But
I'm not
I
tired.
usually
I'm
no,
not tired.
well good.
It's crazy because like I looked at the clock and it said 10:30 and I thought, I'm not really tired. I should keep going. And the
Right.
next time I looked at the clock, it was like 1 and I thought, ooh, I should wrap up. And I just put my head back down and went back to work. And the
Kept
next thing
going.
I knew, it was like 3:30 and I was
Oh yeah.
like,
I've done that. You don't even realize how much time has passed because you're just sort of working on it. So you're like, oh crap. Like I didn't know it was that long ago that I looked at the
so
clock. Like,
essentially my hours for this, I have like, I mean, like that's why I wouldn't be able to charge somebody what it's worth because of the hours that are in this. I mean, when I started
Right.
this, I mean, it's almost, I spend 12 hours cutting paper and that's multiple files, right?
Right,
So I spend 12 hours cutting paper. I spend another 12 hours layering and foam dotting and gluing. And then
Yep.
I spend another 12 hours assembling. So I have about 36 hours in each piece.
Yeah, see, that's my thing too with the vinyl is I spend hours cutting, hours weeding, hours putting it on, and then putting it in the area it's supposed to be. I take hours to design the thing to begin with to make it the right size on whatever I'm putting it on. Then I got to heat press it. Like it's a lot of work.
I mean, and so so then, if you can't pay yourself, because if I were to do that, even at minimum wage, which is in my state is like $12.
Yeah, it's only 15 here. So
okay, well, but 12 times 36 is
I know.
I mean, that just made it a $300 project. So
Yep.
then I'm like, okay, now you can't charge. So you can't charge by that. So you got to put like $4 is what it cost you. $1 to cut it, $1 to make it, $1 to cut it, $1 to prep it, $1 to cut it, $1 to assemble it, and then the dollar for the finished product. So $4 is my time that goes in there. And then $4 in supplies, that's already $8. Who the hell wants to pay $8 for a piece of paper?
I mean, I would. I'm just saying I would because of the way it's made, right? Like because it was made with somebody assembling it and taking, like I would,
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's going to be specific to the audience.
Right.
So
Right.
that's why I went with things that are like here from my area.
Right.
Mountains,
Right.
Elk, deer, moose, wolves. I've got bison. I've got,
It's almost camping season. Maybe try like things people can put inside their campers.
oh God, no, I don't have anything that it's made out of paper, honey.
Yes, but you can hang it inside your camper, right? Like,
oh, that's true. That's true.
If you put like make one that's a camper or make one that says like, camping is whatever.
So these round ones actually are meant. They also have a hiker that goes with them. I chose to do just the mountain, but they actually have ones that are hikers. And so I've got some files for me to assemble while I'm there because this is a maker event. This is to showcase your artwork, like your style that you work in
while you're
it's
doing
not
it.
Just, right. It's one of those that you get to go and watch the people doing it. That's why I booked up for this one.
Yeah,
because
I bet.
To teach.
Yep.
Anyway.
I love that though, because then other people can learn how to do it and it's fun, like it's for me when I'm weeding, like I've said this before, but like when I'm weeding out the pieces that I don't need of the vinyl, like, and sometimes it takes a long time because you got to take really tiny, small pieces, like, and weed them out without pulling the parts that you need. Right. So, but it's very therapeutic. It's quiet and I'm just sitting there weeding and it's like, I feel very therapeutic doing it. Like,
well, and that's part of the reason why I love having the trial on because I can sit and I can listen. I don't have to be watching it. I can just sit and listen and it's all
a lot of people do that on my channel. Some people do it because they don't want to be attacked by the mob by commenting, which I get. Other people do it because they're doing something like you're doing. So like, I love when the trolls come in and like, there's only 10 people watching, maybe on the platform you're on. I'm streaming on multiple platforms at once. I see hundreds of people watching at the top of my screen and not all of them are going to comment. Most of them don't comment. Most of them just watch.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Like right now it says 119 and we're, it's almost 6 hours in, 119. And there's not 119 people commenting here. Like, that's for sure. Like, so, I mean, it goes up and down depending on the day too. So like most of the time during the trial, it's like anywhere between like 200 and 400 usually. But I mean, it's a trial. A lot of people are interested in watching what's going on. Like, I'm interested in watching what's going on because I know some stuff that's going to come out soon. And like, I would like to see what the reaction of other people is to that, But I make sure that I have Kathy send you the link just so like, if you want to pop in, you can, but I have her email. So I give it to, I send it to Tim and Kathy every morning.
Here, I'll put it in there.
Yeah. Put it in the back chat so I can just have it. And then I can just send it to you in the morning and you can use it whenever you want. Because that's what I do every morning. I send it to them in the morning so that if they have time to pop in, they just do.
It's my name. It's Voice for the Voiceless, WY@gmail.com.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I mean, I intend on, streaming the trial until the end. And I'm sure there's a couple days that I might not be able to, but Kathy can probably pick it up there or someone else maybe. But for the most part, I will be streaming the trial, and in honor of my friend Heels, we will do the best that we can to bring the trial to you guys in a way that honors her and her memory. Because she's watching. She's watching from up there. She certainly is. She's giving her commentary with her angel wings.
So it's ironic that the Northern Lights, right after she passed, the Northern Lights were visible to where she lived. The Northern
I know.
Lights.
Somebody here took a picture and was like, "This is the closest I could get to where the Northern Lights were across us." And I'm like, "Wait, what?" Like, I saw it on my friend's Facebook, and I was like, "Wait, what?" Like, what?
Oh, hang on a second, and I'll show you some pictures.
I thought it was very cool. Very cool.
I went out here where I live, and I drove around, and I will show you. So,
I mean, I don't like cats getting big, but that's a good one. Wow, that's beautiful, huh? I wish I could see that from here.
You can see the stars. The stars are right up.
Oh my God, I can literally see the tiny dots of stars in between there. Yep. That is so cool. It almost looks like a cosmic explosion, kind of.
It is. It's a geomagnetic storm.
I love it. Oh my God, look at those colors. You can see the green, the pink, the purple, the blue. Like, that is so cool.
There's another bird.
That one looks like a nebula.
Yeah.
Nebula. Oh, I like that too. I like that. It's like red, just red. Like, and you can see the stars. Oh my God, look at that yellow and the green.
Yeah, wow. That's out by the buffalo pasture. I went out and read that. I was hoping that they would be off so I could silhouette them, but they weren't. They were all tucked back in.
I'm like in awe. Oh wow, dude. Those look so cool. Oh, they went out. But that looks like an explosion, like a nebula. Like,
there.
Really cool.
And that's what it is. And that's when it's coming in. This was just as the storm was arriving into Earth. Well, into my area. Look at this one.
Ooh, that almost looks like a mermaid swimming through the middle of it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that looks cool.
This one is over Devil's Tower. That one's not my photo.
That's a good photo, though.
That's just as it's coming in.
That's very cool. I love that.
This one's mine. I went down by the mineral overflow.
Oh my God.
Terrace walk that we go walk on. That's the big hill that says world's largest mineral hot spring.
I love that you can see like the dark blue at the top and then it sort of goes like this. Like, I love that. That's beautiful. See, I'm missing out in the world. See, my biggest like bucket list thing is to like, oh my God, look at that pink and the purple. Wow, that's bright.
Back at town.
That is, are you all right over there? This one over here is just like cracking herself up.
Not at all.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You can only see.
So yeah, it turned out it was really cool.
That is very cool, dude. See, I miss out on stuff like that because I live in Massachusetts and you don't always get to see. One of my biggest things for my bucket list is like one day when I can afford it, maybe I hit the lottery, I'm going to buy a bus and I'm going to travel because I would love to do that. It would be so awesome. Experience different cultures, different places. Like, oh, that'd be so awesome. Oh, that
and
would
it's
be
really
so
cool because of
awesome.
all the beams that it shows.
Oh, yes.
I just seen a whole bunch of them for sale. Actually.
So cool.
Yeah.
See, that's oh yeah, RVs are always for sale, but like I would want like a nice big one where I could just travel and travel and
this one's
travel.
huge.
Like a
This
class A.
It was like almost the size of a like an 18-wheeler.
Yeah, like they're
They're
huge. Like they have like washers and dryers in them. And see, Ange, I've had a chat that runs very fast. Like before I stopped streaming about 4 months ago when I got pneumonia, my chats used to go at a pretty fast pace at night. I slowed them. There's a way to slow them down. I'll slow them down, or I will try to go through almost every comment and pop it up on the screen. Unless it's like somebody just saying like LOL, you know what I mean? I won't pop that up, but like anything like this, like, you know, I pop it up on the screen. So because I have to remember too, that like, even though you're watching from YouTube, there are people watching from X, aka Twitter or Facebook, that don't know what I'm talking about if I'm like replying to one of your comments. So I try to pop it up on the screen so that everybody knows what I'm replying to. I had to learn early on that like I can reply to it, but not everybody can see it if they're not on the same platform. So like I try to pop it up so that everybody knows sort of what I'm replying to in that regard. But I like interacting with my chat, and I get that some creators like will only do it or will only respond to someone if they send a super chat or if they donate. Like that's not how I work over here. I like interacting with my chat. I like interacting with people in general. I'm a people person. This one's over here cracking up, laughing, reading stuff. And now I really want to know what's so funny, but
It's a guy off Facebook dating app, but I think he's a little gay.
oh, all right. Well, maybe he's got the wrong gender. You need to tell him.
He was just telling me like where he works at a gay bar. And he was like, yeah, he had these boots. And I was like, oh my God, they're cute. And he was like, yeah, I let guys jerk off on them.
Oh, that's something I didn't need to know.
Oh my God.
Weird. Red flag.
He won't stop. He keeps going.
Is he joke? Did he say like LOL? Is there like a laughing face?
It's just like a ha ha, like a ha ha. Like I think I'm a little confused. So, oh yeah.
Oh, the people things doing people
said
do in the
they love it
world.
when
I
I'm little.
don't even understand.
I don't want to borrow those shoes. No, thank
No.
you.
No, I don't anymore.
No.
I was like, oh, they're cute.
Nope.
They make
Yeah,
me
no, they're
dress
not
up.
that cute. I don't think I really want spooge boots. No, thank you.
Smooch boots.
Pass.
They were black, but now they're gray.
It does get frustrating sometimes, Brianna, but I know that I can fill them in, hopefully in a way that they understand. So like, I like when new people sort of enter a case and watch it from this perspective, because I like to see what they think. Like, what do you think? Like, the only problem with, I guess, some of their opinion would be like, if they don't know a reason for what either the Commonwealth or the defense is doing, then they might not sort of get it. But again, if you're a juror, neither do you, right? So like, I like their aspect because like they can tell me what they think about the defense before, or the prosecution before, like people with knowledge, because we have a bias, whether we, you know, recollect it or not, like we have one, like, and it's from the information that we know already. Some people like this who come in and don't know the case and just watch it from trial on, like they have no bias yet. Like they're sort of trying to figure out what's going on. Right. So like, I like to hear like, what, if they were the jury, like, how did they think it was going? Right. Like, I'm interested to hear. And also if they want to be filled in, I have no problem filling them in, like giving them a little background information and stuff that they might not know already. Like if they want, you know, I don't want to spoil it for them if they don't. But it is frustrating to know so much though. I know what you mean by that because I know things that hasn't even come out yet. So like, it is frustrating in that regard. I freaking totally get that because like, then you're just like waiting for it to happen, right? Like you're just like, don't know when it's gonna, and you're just like waiting and waiting and waiting. And you're like, all right, already, when is this information gonna just out so that like, you know, people can understand why X, Y, or Z happened, or why X, Y, and Z was said, or why some crazy rumor, like, you know what I'm saying? Like there are reasons for everything. And I think especially in this case where all the circus that has been behind it, it's important for the jury and the world at this point to know like why this and this happened, and why, if it's being questioned, that there was a reason for it, right? Like the snowblower, I knew that for a long time, that it was like there was a reason for it, and like people made it seem like they took the snowblower, went across the snow, and like, you know, evidence could have flew everywhere. That's not what happened. They did small patches of areas, and they were able to turn it all the way down so that they were only going over the snow in that small patch almost all the way down to the ground, and it was still snowing. So it's like there were reasons for the things that they did, and I think it makes more sense to people when they find out the reasons, right? Like it's more relevant.
The fact that there were 25 police officers that had never worked on a murder, and they were doing the best that they could fucking do, because at that time there wasn't even a murder. It was a man found unresponsive in the snow.
Yeah. I mean, Canton's not a place you're going to see murder. Listen, it's the South Shore of Massachusetts. Like it's a very sort of upper middle class area, like not a lot of crime. Like, you know, I definitely would have thought beforehand that there wasn't
not like
murder
the streets of Dorchester or Worcester, or
not even Quincy, where I grew up. Not even
where
there.
the Wahlbergs came from, and the New Kids on the Block, and all that, and all those really rough areas.
Yeah, no, nothing like that. It's a very small, quiet sort of town, and I definitely would have thought like they didn't have many, if they had any murders there before. I highly doubt. So like I definitely knew that going in. I think people, people in Massachusetts know, but people who aren't from Massachusetts aren't necessarily going to know that, because if you tell me a town in the middle of Texas, I'm not going to know whether it's a good area or a bad area, right? So I just hope that some of this stuff is giving people sort of insight into like maybe some of the whys and some of the reasons why some of the things were done that were done, right? Like that it wasn't completely inept police. Could they have done certain things? Sure. Does it get done in every case? No. That's a long shot to say it's done in every single case. No, it's not. It's not done in every case. Is it of big cities and towns? Is it normal? Yes, this is not a big city or a town. It's a tiny town. It's not a big city. It's not like Boston. It's not like Worcester. It's not like Fall River. It's not any of those areas. It's a teeny tiny little sleepy town in the middle of the South Shore. And it's a small, I think it's like 49 or 50 officers on the whole department. Like you're talking BPD is like 3,000, and they have like,
Boston.
Yeah, and they go
have,
by
like 12 sections.
Different stations. So like A1, A2, A3, B3, E3, D3, like C2, like you know what I mean? Like there's literally stations all across, not just Boston, because technically Roxbury is considered Boston. Like there are certain places in Georgia considered Boston, Jamaica Plains considered Boston. So like they're counting that whole giant vicinity as BPD. So like those places are going to have more stuff than a small town. That's why the state police have jurisdiction over homicides.
Yeah, because they're right in South Boston too.
Yeah, the barracks are everywhere. There's barracks everywhere. There's one in South Boston. There's one further out here. So like there's, you know, in different parts of the state, they have barracks everywhere for the mass.
Oh yeah, they had them all over in New York too. They have a state police barracks. It's the state police are equivalent to like Wyoming's highway patrol. It's the same thing. They're state police. They can travel like their areas for the staties. I know out here we have a statey that lives in Cowley, but he can be down in Laramie.
Right,
which is all the way the other side of the state. Cowley's up in the middle by Montana, and Laramie's all the way in the lower right-hand corner by my state's a square. So it's pretty easy to figure. We're square.
Square state.
We are the only square state in the union.
Are you?
We're totally landlocked. As a matter of fact, yes, we are totally landlocked. There is all the way around us. No,
I'm trying to think of the map.
I mean, we have inlet. I'm right below Montana and above Colorado.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
Idaho is to my right, and the Dakotas are to my left, and the corner of Nebraska is.
I have a friend that lives in Nebraska that's from here. That she moved out to Nebraska
here, nowhere.
In the middle of nowhere. My sister actually lives in Indiana. My older sister.
Girl, do you realize that it's like 120 miles to Walmart?
Yeah. Well, when I lived in the Berkshires, in Mass. Wow. It was like 70 or 80 miles to Walmart.
It's like an all-day adventure. You leave in the morning and you fill your car with everything
that you can.
And then you come home and you make a once a month trip. I make about a once every 6 months trip. Now now it delivers. it automatically just delivers to my doorstep. Thank God.
Which is nice. Which is nice, definitely. Yeah, well, you got to think. Canton, I
You
think,
know
is
that
like
I drive. I average about 1,000 miles a week. I drive.
Yeah, that's a lot.
up
Well,
north.
that's when you live in the country like that. Yeah, yep.
Yep, I average about 1,000 miles a week.
It's crazy. So crazy.
Once a
It's
month,
lot
I
of
have to take
gas.
the car in for an oil change. Yeah, it's
Oh.
wild.
That's
I
funny.
go through a set of tires about every 6 months. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure you do with that. With tires, yeah, absolutely. Like, oh, she lives in the Finger Lakes. Yeah,
the Finger
see?
Lakes. I've been up to the Finger Lakes, T-Berry. When I lived in New Paltz, we took a trip up to the Finger Lakes, the Thousand Islands. Oh my God, I loved it. We kayaked and kayaked and kayaked. Oh my God, it was
See, that's
so
like my, I mean, and not that it's equivalent, it's probably much more beautiful there, but that's my equivalent to like our Saco Maine trip every year on the Saco River. And it's like a 3 or 4 day adult trip. And me and a bunch of my friends get together and go down there and camp. We're thinking about maybe renting a house at one point, but we usually camp on the beach on the Saco River. And then you take your tubes and you get in up river and you bring your floatable coolers and you tie your tubes together and you float all the way down the river. There's a lot of hiking, kayaking, like all sorts of stuff like
Girl,
that.
we got a blue ribbon byway.
Oh,
We got a
and it's
we
just so
got the
relaxed.
river. You can drop in where I live and you can end up 80 miles north. The river
Yeah.
flows from
So the
south to
Saco
north.
River goes like all the way through like New Hampshire into Maine. Like it goes, you can do like an 8-hour float or like a 2-hour, like wherever you put yourself in, really. You can float back down to the campground from the top. You can, but it depends on where you put yourself in on how long the float is. But
Yeah. It's 80 miles. Like you drop in and like, so we float, like you can float from town to town to town to town.
yeah, you
all
can
the
do
way
that on
over
the Saco too. I love
the
it.
river.
I love it. There's like a drawbridge with like a rope swing, like, you know, there's all sorts of stuff along the way. Like it's cool. But I mean, so
So we don't have
when they were-
drawbridges out here.
No, it's just a
No.
small like footbridge drawbridge.
Yeah, no,
It's
we
like
don't. You guys have
old
to. You guys
timey
have
one that's
tugs
just
and
still
stuff.
there. You know,
Yeah.
it's like it's when the river gets like smaller in that one part. Goes from like Maine into New Hampshire when it first starts going into that area. There's like a sort of a old timey drawbridge. It's like red, and there's a rope swing there. I think people just use it as like a footbridge now, barely really, but like it's really used for the floats. But there's people that maintain the rope swing and stuff. But like when they were in the trial earlier, when they were talking about Caitlin and Katie McLaughlin and how they're friends, acquaintances, and why would they be on trips? So let me put it into
Jesus.
perspective for you guys. When we go on the Saco trip, me and my friend Kelly usually plan it. Okay. Last year, I planned it. We had everybody set who was coming. Some people couldn't go because they had other obligations. That's fine. There was still like 8 of us that went. And one of my friends, Mike, invited this girl that none of us we don't know. We didn't meet her. Like, never met her. So like he brings her. Cool, fine. We take a ton of pictures. We have a ton of fun all weekend. I'm still not friends with her. Like she's a mutual friend of my friend who invited her to the trip that we planned for 3 or 4 days. Like
She's your friend
I don't
Mike's
know her.
your
I knew
friend.
of her when we were doing that. We took a ton of pictures. We did a ton of stuff. We did 2 floats. Like we, cooked out. We played on this, like, games with the ball and the bat on the sand. Like, we did all sorts of stuff. Is she a friend of mine? No, she's an acquaintance. I don't talk to her till this day. Like if she came with us again, I wouldn't have it. You know what I mean? Like you can have acquaintances that come on trips with you because someone else invites them. It's a thing. Like
It's a total thing.
It's a thing. Like, what am I going to say to my friend? You can't bring someone I don't know because I said so, like that. No, I'm not that kind of person. I'm a people person. I like people. So all the more the merrier in my book. So, ooh, I like that one. That almost looks like John Deere, like the thing they put on the John Deere tractors.
It is. That is a deer. Good job.
Well, I know that it's a deer, but it just reminds me of that like emblem for John Deere. Like, it is fun. It's very fun. It's very, very fun. And it's relaxing for the adults because most of us have kids. So this is the one time all year that sort of we don't have a kid so far up our ass we can spit them out. Right? Most of us don't go out and get babysitters often. So this is the one time that we can just sort of relax and be adults together. And it's very relaxing. So, we take our kids all sorts of places. So this is just the one time that we're able to just adult and just like relax as adults. And it's nice. And it's like I think everybody should sort of have that time out for themselves, right? Like, but I would never say to any one of my friends who wanted to go like, oh no, you can't bring so and so. Like, bring them all you want. Like, that's more than
As long
merrier.
as you're 21 and up, go for it.
Right, as long as you're old enough to do it, like, let's go. Let's do it. Like, and even that, my friend Mike is 29 and I'm 37, so like she was a little younger than him. So we had age ranges from, 20, I think she was 23 up to almost 40. So like, and we had a blast as we always do.
That's the other part is they're not taking into consideration small town. Listen, if this situation happened to me, and there was a point in my life that something like this could have easily happened to me when I was drinking and being quite irresponsible. They were called my 20s.
Yeah.
Or as I like to refer it to as yesterday.
Most people's 20s, right?
I would be screwed because of the people I know, the people I'm affiliated with, photos. I mean, like when you grow up in a small town, even if you move away and you come back 20 years later, they still know the person you were. They are still the same people they were. You may have changed and evolved into somebody that they don't know, but you know them. They don't know you.
That's right. That's right. And that's sort of like...
And they know who you are, you know who they are. But I mean, the only reason you know them is because they haven't changed. They're the old version of you.
That's right. Yep. That's right. So that's my point with like Courtney, for instance. Like, you don't know me. You knew of me when I was 19. You don't know me. Right. We were never even like friends like that. We were acquaintances. Like, we didn't, call each other to hang out on the weekends like that. You know what I mean? Like, none of that happened.
And you probably knew me at the worst version of myself.
Maybe.
Probably
yeah. I mean,
when I wasn't even, you might have known me back when I didn't even know me.
Right. I was going to say, you might have known me when I didn't even know me. There was a point where I didn't even know me. I had been through so many like horrific things that nobody at that age should ever have to experience in their lifetimes. That I didn't even know me at that point. I did not know me.
There's a lot of us that don't that grew up in trauma and grew up in generational trauma.
Yeah.
And we didn't, we're still ever evolving and learning who
every day, every single day.
So much of our lives were spent not
in fight or flight mode.
And not being able to express who we were because of what would happen if we showed any sort of major emotion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know, like with me, I didn't get to express a lot of that. Nope. I was very stifled. Like, I had a smile on my face. I was a happy-go-lucky kid. I mean,
you just pretended away. You pretended away.
It was all pretend. Exactly. And so that brings trouble on in your 20s, especially when you don't realize that there's a way to be different and that not everybody lives like that.
Right. It's a lot of finding yourself. And even now, like I said, every day you learn something about yourself every day. And every day, like, I have this sort of saying, it's like, I try to be a better person today than I was yesterday. Right. Like, that's all I can do.
Some days I wake up and go, yeah, it's not going to fucking happen today.
Oh yeah. Some days I wake up and I'm like, oh, get the fuck it's today. And people are really going to see the old Elise if they keep fucking around. Like, but I try to be a better person today than I was yesterday. And that's really all I can fucking do in this life is put a little bit of good karma in the karma bank into this world and do good by whoever asks for my help or needs my help, and do good by my family, and be the person that I know that I am. I don't need other people to slander and defame my name to know who I am. The people who know me know who I am. So
trust me, I'm hard enough on myself. I don't need you being hard on me too. Thank you.
That's right. I am hard enough on myself, and I can do bad all by myself. I don't need extra bullshit that didn't have, like, some of the shit. I'm like, oh, when did that happen? Where was I for that? Like where was I for that bullshit story? Like,
I can do bad all by myself. Yes, ma'am, I can. Yes, ma'am. I am perfectly capable of being bad all on my own. Leave me alone.
That's freaking right. Yeah, you never really do think about it. And this is why I was telling people yesterday, you might have a neighbor right now that needs food that you don't even know about because they're not going to tell you because it's embarrassing. Like they may need food, they may need toilet paper, like, and you don't even know because it's really hard to ask for help. And then nowadays when you do ask for help, you're shamed. You're shamed.
Oh, now you're a grifter.
Yep, you're a grifter or you're a scammer if you ask for it. I don't have family, so
I think that's
like
why
most of my family's dead.
Hey,
There is no
Ryan
one
and
to
yours
ask.
are all hanging out together.
Right. Like you got to sort of rely on each other. It takes a village.
Listen, families. Okay, so you know the old phrase, "Blood is thicker than water."
Yes, I do. I don't believe that, but yes.
But listen, that's only a portion of the phrase because it's meant of the covenant and it can grow cold. So listen, what it means when people say blood is thicker than water, it means that the bonds that you choose to be your family can be stronger than the familial ties themselves.
And they are in my life.
Because those are the people that I put my life on the line for.
Me too.
I am the same way. I have an 86-year-old grandmother. I lost my sister.
Oh, bless her heart.
I mean, my mom's gone. I never knew my biological father. The man that raised the kids isn't my father. And so his responsibilities to me ended when I was 18.
Yeah.
So like the family I have is the friends
that I chose. Yeah.
That I chose.
That's right. Me too. It's a family that I chose. People like my best friend who's cracking herself up with these messages. But
whoever's dating my ex, too bad they're still messaging me.
But like
that's different. If you got kids with them, that's different. I don't have kids.
Right.
I chose that. I did not want that responsibility. I mean, I tried
it.
It's
a big one. It's a big one.
It's not for me.
Yeah, hey, it's not for everybody. That's for sure. That is for sure. And two of mine are, one of mine is an adult, one of mine is close to being an adult, and then just my little who's 6. So we got a long way to go. But I have all girls, so I'm screwed for life anyway. But speaking of which, it's 3:15. I gotta get my butt out to the bus stop to go get.
We'll see you later, love.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. Email me in the morning.
All
right.
Always.
Bye.
Bye. I will always. I don't mind having anybody on. I don't care if you have 1 follower, no followers, 10 followers, 10 million, doesn't matter to me. If you're good peoples, you're good peoples. Like it's that simple. I love you guys. I will see you guys in the morning. It's a full day trial tomorrow. Remember that, full day. And I hope everybody has an amazing day. Make sure that you like and you subscribe if you haven't. And also make sure you pop over to Kathy and Voice for the Voiceless channel and make sure that you give them a like and subscribe. And, treat everybody the way you want to be treated. That's my, thing for the day. You treat other people the way you want to be treated. You deal with everybody the way that you would want people to deal with you. And I will see you guys in the morning. And for my replay watchers, I will see you guys later. Always the donation information is at the bottom of the screen. The channel runs on donations from amazing people like you guys. So the Cash App and the Venmo will scroll at that little purple thing at the bottom of the screen there. And I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow morning. Bye.